This guy awakened the top tier summoner class, but ended up carrying loads to make ends meet with instant noodles. With an E-rank trash rating, he can only summon a few pathetic skeleton soldiers. How frustrating he could only blame his bad karma. Little does he know that they are actually the skeletons of supreme experts. SS rank hunters. Even have to call him by phone. One is a great archmage. Another is a desert-ruling spear god. Looking normally goofy, but in battle, they are ridiculously badass. Seriously, Lou. Goblins are overwhelmingly. Rushing into attack, the sound of clashing weapons echoes everywhere. The team commander shouts loudly, ordering the fighters to step forward and block the monsters. Seeing Du-hun still standing dazed out of position, the commander immediately gets angry and scolds. Hold the formation. Hey, you over there. Stop standing there dazed. You're facing the wrong way. Do you want to die by my hands before becoming fodder for the goblins? Du-hun is startled and quickly replies, "Oh, no, no, no." He reaches up to pull his hood up, revealing his silver-gray hair, then prepares to enter the battle as an explosion suddenly goes off right in front of them. Witnessing the chaotic scene, the commander is shocked as right behind him Du-hun flashes a confident smile along with a brilliant purple magical aura starting to surround his body. He calmly says, "That's why. I am here as a mercenary." Holding a skull staff emanating dark energy in his hand, Du-hun softly commands, "Come out." Immediately from beneath the ground, the summoned skeletons with glowing purple eyes begin to rise. "Wow, amazing," the commander gasps in astonishment as he witnesses Du-hun's skeleton warriors easily overwhelm and destroy the goblins. He cannot believe he gets to witness a summoner in an E-rank dungeon as lowly as this, with a profession that once awakened, making becoming a ranker almost a certainty. He thinks to himself, no wonder the group leader was so confident, while also wondering how he managed to recruit such a rare talent. Du-hun smiles faintly with smug satisfaction. That's right. This is the might coming from the unique power of a summoner, an extremely rare profession, possessed by fewer than 1,000 people out of the world's 7.9 billion population. But the harsh reality is completely different. Du-hun's skill at this moment is only basic skeleton summoning. The first E-rank skeleton, holding a rusted sword, fiercely slashing at a goblin. The second E-rank skeleton uses a spear to stab. And the third skeleton is an archer drawing a bow to shoot. In the distance, two other team members are gossiping. Look, those are the basic summoners. Summon skeletons, huh? But why are they all just bone? What do you think? Just bones is more than enough for an E-rank dungeon. I'm so jealous. Hearing those words, Du-hun can only grit his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "Jealous? Are you guys seriously jealous of me?" The system panel pops up with your information, Du-hun, E-rank, cursed summoner class. You tremble helplessly as you look at the system description line. You have chosen the path of manipulating the dead of a summoner, using souls and poisons to suppress enemies. But you have been cursed. Du-hun is helpless to the point of crying, gritting his teeth and muttering, "I'm the one who should be jealous of all of you." It all started about 15 years ago, when everyone is granted a unique power on their 20th birthday. These abilities are completely random. Some receive crafting skills like blacksmithing or tailoring, while others are fortunate enough to get exploration, healing, or support abilities. It all depends on luck, creating a profound inequality in society. Humanity still survived and overcame the invasions of ferocious monsters. After finishing the hunting trip, Du-hun goes to see the team leader to report Team leader, I'm done with today's work. The team leader looks up and asks, "Oh, you're done?" Du-hun nods and replies, "Yes, I have completed the work. As a mercenary for the E rank. Dungeon party and submitted the report. I'll take my leave now." Receiving the team leader's farewell, he puts on his backpack and walks outside. Under the dim streetlights, Du-hun sighs wearily. Ah, man, this world. He thinks to himself, if he had only awakened a regular production job, at least he wouldn't have to. Yearn for more than this, only to be disappointed. Du-hun's phone suddenly rings with a notification sound. Looking at the screen, he literally realizes today's dungeon payout is a mere 40,000 won, an amount so small, and working a part-time job pays more. Du-hun can only give a wry, self-deprecating smile. Even so, he tells himself he cannot give up, because this is the only thing he truly wants to do. Walking down the street, Du-hun suddenly stops when an emergency news notification suddenly sounds. Breaking news on the large screen of the high-rise building, broadcasting a shocking announcement. The Shadow Lord, who just successfully conquered the Moon Canyon, has officially entered the ranker list. After just 3 years, this achievement has raised South Korea's total number of rankers to 37, second only to the U.S. What a crazy promotion speed. Since the era of the pioneers, Du-hun stands frozen, looking up at the screen, displaying the image of the ranker. In a black cloak, smiling smugly, he grinds his teeth in bitterness because what's worse is that guy is the very person who awakened his ability on the same day as him, while that guy stood amid a glowing red magical formation, full of power, and became a proud ranker. Du-hun is stuck with the cursed summoner class, only able to summon a few weak skeletons. My karma isn't even that bad, how frustrating. But then Du-hun has to pull himself back to the harsh reality. Right, that is the reality he is forced to accept. Looking at the cold system notification panel, reminding him that he can only summon skeletons, Du-hun tells himself he cannot just sit idly and wait to die. He decides to go into an empty forest. With wooden training stakes to start preparing, Du-hun raises the skull staff high. A brilliant, purple, magical aura flares up once again as he shouts loudly, "Come on out, guys!" The system panel immediately displays the skill. Basic Skeleton Summoning E rank. This skill consumes 10 stamina per summons, with a maximum limit of 10 skeletons at the same time. It also has a second effect that allows the user to name the summoned skeletons. Du-hun sighs softly, remembering how excited he was at first when he learned he could name them, even delusionally thinking he possessed some overpowered hidden ability. But it turned out to be all wishful thinking. 3 familiar skeletons clatter up from the ground. Du-hun spreads his arms and says anyway, "Nice to see you guys again. Time to warm up. Be careful with those brittle joints, okay?" He realizes that every time he summons them, it's always these same old skeletons appearing. Du-hun starts checking each member, all right. Skeleton 1 is big and holds a sword, and Skeleton 2 uses a long spear. Skeleton 3 is an archer using a bow. After summoning all 3, Du-hun commands them to start training. That is all of his persistent effort, initially training, also yielded some positive results, as the skeletons started knowing how to swing their swords and slash hard at the wooden stakes. Du-hun sits down on the ground, exhausted, to rest, seen as the skeletons begin to wield their swords, slashing fiercely at the wooden dummy. Dong-hun tiredly sits down on the ground to rest, leaning on his staff. Previously, his skeletons had a very hard time dealing with a single goblin, but now they could handle 3 at the same time by themselves. However, things stopped right there. Their rank had never improved. Du-hun sighed wearily. No matter how much effort he put into training them, even accepting to spend money, to hire a C-rank trainer for guidance. They still couldn't get stronger. Sitting alone and lonely in the dark forest, he could only laugh wryly at this cruel reality. But he had no other choice, because someone pursuing an impossible dream is still better than someone with no dreams at all. Right at that moment, a rustling noise suddenly came from the bushes behind. Two fierce, glowing yellow spots appeared, a weird, croaking growl echoed, making Du-hun startle and turn back. He held his breath, in terror as a massive foot stomped hard on the ground. Stepping out from the darkness was a giant green-skinned creature, with tied-up high red hair, glowing yellow eyes, and two sharp fangs protruding from its lower jaw. Holding a giant battle-axe firmly in its hand, roaring ferociously, Du-hun panicked and realized. An orc. The sudden appearance of the monster made Du-hun tremble and step back even more pitifully. Even his summoned skeletons stood frozen. Still all out of fear, the system continuously sounded warning alarms. Skeleton 2 and Skeleton 3 were suppressed by the overwhelming pressure from the orc, causing all of their stats to decrease by 20%. Du-hun angrily cursed these useless, good-for-nothing losers, cold sweat streaming down. He realized the severity of the situation. The appearance of an orc in this place meant that a dungeon break, the phenomenon of monsters flooding out into the world when the dungeon is left uncontrolled, had happened nearby. The orc swung its giant axe high, looking at the sharp blade about to slash down. Du-hun panicked and thought, damn it, I can't die here. But the monster's speed was too fast. A direct slash down on Skeleton. One instantly shattered the sword-wielding skeleton. The orc roared fiercely, and continued to charge straight towards the second skeleton. With overwhelming strength, the orc easily smashed both guardian skeletons. The system panel continuously chimed notifications. Cancel summon. Skeleton 1. Cancel summon Skeleton 2. Witnessing his two toughest bodyguards destroyed in the blink of an eye, Du-hun was terrified. The monster roared crazily, and charged straight at him with terrifying speed. Knowing he couldn't fight head-on, Du-hun hurriedly turned and ran for his life. Right at this moment, an arrow tore through the wind and hit the orc's face, but only produced a helpless, clanking sound before falling to the ground, even though the shot didn't cause any damage to its thick skin. It was enough to make the monster pause for a beat. Du-hun immediately shouted, "Go, Skeleton 3!" receiving orders from its master. The skeleton archer quickly pulled the bowstring tight to draw attention. Du-hun ran while silently praying, "Please, please. No matter how pathetic my life has been, I don't want to die here either. Checking his status panel, he saw his mana remaining at 70. He quickly calculated that he could still summon 7 more skeletons. Hiding behind a large tree trunk, Du-hun immediately activated the skill. Basic skeleton summoning E rank. The familiar purple smoke flared up again, consuming 20 mana to bring Skeleton 1 and Skeleton 2 back to the battlefield. Du-hun immediately ordered Skeleton 1 to block it, Skeleton 3 to attack from a distance. However, the power gap was too great. The orc roared in anger and swung its axe to smash the newly appeared skeleton. The sound of bones shattering echoed piercingly across the deserted forest. Witnessing that scene, Du-hun hid behind the tree trunk, trembling. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, to formulate a battle plan. Summon Skeleton 1 and 2 to fall back, and then summon more to retreat. He decided to use a kidding strategy, continuously summoning skeletons as decoys to buy time for running away. The sound of shattering bones echoed dryly and continuously in the dark night. Du-hun was exhausted and helplessly wondered how much time had passed. At the moment, close to death, Du-hun desperately thought, "Is this the end? But right at that moment, a glowing golden system notification panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Please check the notification for completed conditions. Du-hun dazed out and realized the system had been sending notifications all this time. It's just that he was too busy fighting, so he didn't have time to check. When looking closely at the status panel, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. A brilliant golden beam of light burst out, surrounding Du-hun's body. The system displayed, leveling up this unique skill required an extraordinary amount of effort, and that harsh condition was using basic skeleton summoning E rank 10,000 times. Turns out, those days of diligent and unremitting training by Du-hun helped him achieve this unimaginable milestone. The system chimed a congratulatory sound. Congratulations. Your rank has increased to D rank. You have received a rank-up reward. Du-hun excitedly shouted, That's right! Hurry up! Hurry up! Give me something! Anything! Ahead, the orc roared crazily and swung its axe down. But right before the axe blade hit its mark, the system successively notified that mana had been fully restored, along with the skill Basic Skeleton Summoning E rank. Having evolved into Awakened Skeleton Summoning D rank, the summoned skeletons were immediately covered in a powerful glowing golden light. A loud, clanking sound rang out, shaking the entire forest. Skeleton One was now able to easily use its sword to block the orc's thunderous slash head-on. Witnessing that scene, Du-hun was extremely astonished. What is this? Skeleton One now looked completely different. Looking at the mana pool, which had been fully restored to 100 out of 100, he wore a confident smile. Let's test out this upgraded skill and see. Du-hun immediately shouted, Summon Skeleton! The system displayed, activating skill. Awakened Skeleton Summoning D rank, costing 10 mana. To summon Skeleton 4. And continuing to spend another 10 mana. Call forth Skeleton 5. 2 new skeletons appeared with eyes, glowing red with murderous intent, emitting a pressure completely superior to before. At the same time, the system sent a notification. A weapon has been equipped for the new skeleton. The fourth skeleton appeared with an extremely sturdy, large shield, while the fifth skeleton possessed a staff, radiating magical energy. Du-hun was extremely astonished to see them equipped with high-end weapons right from the moment of summoning. With this quality addition, combined with the initial 3 skeletons, he excitedly realized he had a complete squad. Immediately, the brave shield-wielding skeleton rushed forward to shield and draw the enemy's attention. The orc was dazed by the appearance of the new enemy. It sneered and swung its axe down with extreme force. Onto the fourth skeleton's shield, the collision exploded violently, creating brilliant sparks, but the shield stood firm. Conversely, its axe bounced off. At this moment, feeling a burning sensation on its head, it looked up. Since when was a giant supersized fireball hovering there? With a jarring crash. The previous attack was the skill Tier 1 fireball launched from the Staff of Art. Skeleton 5. Taking advantage of the orc being surrounded by flames and weakened, the spear-wielding skeleton immediately rushed up to deliver a fatal thrust. Piercing straight through its body, the giant orc collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Witnessing this quick victory, with this, Du-hun stands dazed, not believing his eyes. The system panel pops up a notification that he has successfully defeated the resilient orc. Du-hun's chest is still pounding heavily. He tells himself that just a moment ago he thought he was surely going to die. Looking at the corpse of the orc, lying defeated in a pool of blood, Du-hun faintly flashes a smug, satisfied smile. He realizes that, even in the most desperate circumstances, there is always a way home. Du-Hun, eating instant noodles while intently looking at the status panel floating in front of him. He still can't believe his eyes. Unbelievable. Can my ability actually level up? Looking at the words awakened skeleton. Summoning D rank, Du-Hun excitedly tells himself. Amazing. That's right. As long as there's effort, there will definitely be results. I won't have to live off instant noodles much longer. The image of the summoned skeleton warriors standing valiantly around the giant orc's corpse is the clearest proof of his new power right now. Even knowing that advancing to C rank will be extremely arduous and stressful, Du-Hun still tells himself that he must return to the most basic things. He excitedly imagines the future. If the strength of the current intermediate skeletons is already this incredible, then when they grow even stronger, what will it be like? A mage skeleton that can summon wind and rain, creating bone blizzard, storms sweeping across the battlefield, while other melee skeletons will successively evolve into legendary sword masters and spear masters with unmatched power. Thinking of that bright prospect, Du-Hun is full of determination. Awesome. He's daydreaming again the next day. Du-Hun returns to the Mercenary Guild's office. As soon as he steps into the lobby, he can sense an unusual atmosphere, as everyone around is whispering and gossiping about hazard pay and insurance. Du-Hun's gaze suddenly stops when he sees a green badge worn on the belt of a hunter. Nearby, he is secretly astonished. What is this? What on earth is happening? A green badge definitely belongs to a C-rank hunter. But why would a high-level C-rank hunter appear in a place like this? Lost in thought, Du-Hun is abruptly interrupted by a colleague calling out, "Hey, Du-Hun, have you checked in yet?" The guy quickly pulls Du-Hun's shoulder close and says excitedly, "Come here, quickly. There's super huge news." Du-Hun asks blankly, "What's going on?" The colleague sits down heavily on a chair and explains excitedly, "You know Blue Guild, right? The guild founded by Ji Parang." Du-Hun nods and replies, "Yes, I know a little bit, actually. In South Korea, Witch Hunter doesn't know the famous Blue Guild, a force founded by one of the country's greatest rankers, Archer Ji Parang." The colleague continues to whisper excitedly, "Blue Guild just sent a request. Our Mercenary Guild. It seems they are about to enter a newly opened dungeon and are looking to recruit a porter. The pay is insanely huge, you could say. About 10 times higher than normal." 10 times higher? Du-Hun gasps in astonishment. But right after that, he quickly regains his seriousness, thinking to himself, "If I'm not careful, I could lose my life just like that." He then suggests, "Let's see what kind of dungeon this is first, D." The colleague immediately opens the 3D electronic map and explains, "It's a newly discovered dungeon near Paju. It's a bit tricky. 5 teams have already failed to conquer it." This information makes Du-Hun startle. "Wow, 5 teams? The colleague points to the danger warning icon on the map and continues, "That's right, its rank hasn't even been determined yet." Du-Hun nods slightly, just as he had predicted. Seeing Du-Hun's anxious look, the colleague immediately smiles and reassures him. "But don't worry too much. The previous teams were just a bunch of amateurs. Do you think it'll be dangerous with the famous Blue team there? Besides, you're just a porter, and don't even have to participate in battles. You just need to do some light work and collect a huge payout. Too easy, right?" Du-Hun silently looks at the information sheet in his hand. He knows very well that the exorbitant pay is actually insurance money for an unranked, risk-filled dungeon. Besides, he hasn't fully recovered emotionally from the near-death encounter with the orc yesterday. Yet this offer is truly too tempting, Du-Hun suddenly remembers the words of the shadow. Lord stated in an interview. To level up quickly, you must challenge dungeons that exceed your capabilities. There is no other way. Higher rank means greater risk, but it also brings unbelievable rewards and opportunities. Those words give Du-hun extra motivation. He resolutely puts the paper down on the table and declares, "I'll do it." The colleague is visibly excited. Oh, awesome. Du-hun asks, "When do we depart?" "In a week at Gapaju." Du-hun quickly signs his name on the mercenary contract and says, "Then I'll request a week off starting now." "Is that okay?" The colleague smiles slyly and demands, "You'll have to treat me to 2 meals, you know." Du-hun can only give a wry smile and agree. "Oh, 2 meals? Ha ha ha, sure, of course." After completing the contract signing procedures, Du-hun immediately utilizes this 1-week leave to plunge into training to improve his strength. Standing in the middle of the empty forest, he grips his skull staff tightly, channeling a brilliant purple magical aura and beginning to summon his skeleton army rising from the ground. Looking back at the results after days of rigorous training, Du-hun cannot help but feel proud. His current strength has completely surpassed what it used to be. He thinks to himself that the summoned skeleton soldiers will definitely continue to evolve and grow even stronger. Excitedly standing in front of the wooden stakes, Du-hun immediately gives the order. "All right, from Bone 1 to Bone 3T. Move out." He crosses his arms confidently, deciding to accurately evaluate the actual capabilities of these upgraded D-rank skeletons. Immediately, Skeleton 1 swings, its sharp sword delivering a decisive slash at the wooden stake. Following up the attack, Skeleton 2 bravely rushes forward, thrusting its long spear straight through the training target. Behind them, Skeleton 3 also draws its bow lightning fast, firing a wind-tearing arrow. The arrow, carrying terrifying power, embeds itself straight into the ground, creating an explosion of billowing dust. Witnessing that astonishing strength, Du-hun stands dazed and wonders, is this really just D-rank? It feels like its power is at least around C-rank. He remembers the scene of his summoned skeleton, bravely withstanding the fiery attack of the orc earlier, and still shudders. This massive leap in power means that regular training, wooden stakes, and completely no longer handle the heat. Looking at the smashed training stakes on the ground, Du-hun sighs, realizing he needs to upgrade to new training equipment, thinking about having to spend a not-so-small amount of money to buy new equipment. The poor hunter can only cry tears of regret. Even so, looking at the sword-wielding skeleton standing valiantly beside him, Hun still has to admit that getting stronger is an extremely welcome sign. Yet another worry quickly creeps in. The stronger the summoned skeleton power gets, the more Du-hun's own weakness is exposed. He walks in contemplation, fearing that if he encounters a too powerful opponent, they will bypass the skeletons and target his fatal weakness directly. Lost in thought, Du-hun suddenly startles and stops when he discovers the mage skeleton holding the magical staff embedded with a purple stone unexpectedly. Turning to face himself, the stone on his head, the staff suddenly radiating a brilliant purple light. Before Dong-hyun could figure out what was happening, startled as a powerful magical wind suddenly enveloped his body, a sturdy wind shield erected to protect its master. Looking at the skeleton mage, he nodded slightly as if in silent affirmation. Dong-hyun was completely stunned. He wondered if it had read the thoughts and anxieties in his head. This was unbelievable, because summoned entities were supposed to only mechanically follow commands, but now they could express their own will and act according to their master's thoughts. Moreover, where did this wind shield even come from? It turned out that besides the fireball skill, they also possessed other formidable defensive skills. Right at that moment, A loud explosion came from behind, making Dong Hyun jump and turn around. Another skeleton with glowing blue eyes was standing there clattering, pointing at the wooden training targets. Following the pointing direction, Dong Hyun froze upon seeing that all the sturdy shooting targets in the distance had been completely smashed into debris. He clutched his head with an open mouth in astonishment, blurting out, "Wait! What?" "Yani, Zumoi." To thoroughly test the defensive capabilities of the new summons, Dong Hyun began letting the skeletons practice combat training with each other. The shield-bearing skeleton bravely stepped forward, standing firm against the flurry of attacks. Another skeleton swung its sword in a direct, powerful slash. A harsh, clashing sound rang out as the blade hit the sturdy shield surface. Immediately after, a rain of arrows tore through the air, plunging straight down from above. Unflinching, the shield-bearing skeleton nimbly raised its shield to perfectly cover its entire body. The arrows hitting the shield surface created harsh cracking noises and then fell all over the ground, failing to cause any damage at all. Witnessing this fantastic defensive capability, Dong Hyun muttered softly, "Are you serious?" He was extremely pleased to see Bonnie's shield work so effectively, watching the skeletons coordinate smoothly, one using a spear to thrust, and one using the shield to block. Dong Hyun excitedly realized one thing. If Bonnie could help him train like this, he wouldn't even need to spend money on training equipment anymore. Thinking is doing, Dong Hyun decided to try a practical test himself. He turned to a skeleton and commanded, "Bonnie, not over there. This time, attack me. One eye." He wanted to directly verify the safety of the windshield skill, receiving the command from his master, Bonnie. One with red glowing eyes immediately raised its magic staff, radiating a brilliant purple magic aura, activating the Tier 1 windshield skill. Right after, a sharp spear tip tore through the air, thrusting straight toward Dongdae. A loud sound rang out as the spear tip was completely blocked by an invisible wall of air right in front of him. Although slightly startled, Dong Hyun quickly broke into a confident smile and nodded in satisfaction. "And it's error." Too excited by this result, Dong Hyun enthusiastically shouted, "Awesome! Let's keep training." He threw himself directly into the session, facing the summoned skeletons himself. The harsh sound of clashing weapons echoed throughout the forest as Dong Hyun continuously parried the slashes from the swordsman's skeleton, while another skeleton also coordinated to launch a flurry of attacks on the defensive shield. Dong Hyun was sweating profusely, but an excited smile still remained on his lips. This is what real training should be like. Right at that moment, a series of brilliant blue system notification panels continuously popped up before his eyes. Bonnie's strength, Bonnie 1, Bonnie 2, Bonnie 3 have all increased by 1 point. Oh no. Bonnie's stamina, 4 increased by 1, and Bonnie 5's magic stat was also added with 1 point. No. Dong Hyun suddenly stopped when he realized his body was emitting a strange blue glow. He asked in astonishment, "What is this?" Immediately, a detailed status panel of Bonnie one appeared before his eyes, displaying the superior stats of an awakened D rank skeletal warrior. Overly surprised, Dong Hyun wondered if Bonnie 1 had stats like this. How would the other skeletons turn out? He immediately activated the system to check all 5 of his skeletal bodyguards. Looking at the floating status panels around him, Dong Hyun could only blurt out in excitement at the remarkable power progression of the whole team. Indeed, just as he had predicted, the stats of Bonnie 1, Bonnie 2, and Bonnie 3 were far superior to the 2 newer skeletons. Bonnie 4 and Bonnie 5 simply, because they had undergone a longer training process. Seeing this achievement, Dong-hyun clenched his fists in contentment, realizing that all his hard work and arduous training, all this time had not been wasted at all. He thought to himself that now he just needed to focus on training them even more comprehensively. Turning his back to walk under the forest canopy, Dong-hyun smiled gently with confidence, determined to nurture this army with his own hands into the strongest skeletons in the world. 1 week later, at Paju Gate, under the harsh, sunny sky, Dong-hyun had prepared everything for a big hunting trip. He wore a new combat outfit, held a majestic skull-topped staff in his hand, and wore a large camping backpack on his shoulder. Opening the backpack to check one last time, he was extremely pleased to see that every essential item, from the sleeping bag to emergency dried rations, had been prepared in great abundance. Heading toward the gathering point, Dong-hyun reminded himself that his role in this trip was merely a porter, and he must absolutely not act on his own. Right at that moment, the guide's voice rang out, shattering the atmosphere, requesting all mercenaries to gather quickly in front of the dungeon gate to prepare to enter all at once. Paju Gate and the dungeon were located quite close to each other. When they were about 200 meters away from the target, Dong-hyun clenched the magic staff in his hand as he felt a sinister, ominous aura rolling out from the dark dungeon gate. Ahead, inside the dungeon gate, was a deep abyss. Witnessing this scene, two hunters standing nearby couldn't help but anxiously chat. Ugh, how terrifying. Surely this is a high-difficulty dungeon. They say the area around the entrance is darker, the more dangerous that dungeon is. One is ever die. However, another hunter seemed quite optimistic, laughing and saying, "Ha! Whatever it is, let's get it over with quickly, so I can go eat hot pot with some soju." Oh, that sounds great. Standing behind and observing, Dong-hyun thought to himself, going with a large guild is supposed to be safe. But then he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Save my ass." He knew very well that this world had countless dungeons, and hunters going missing or dying happened like a daily routine. Behind the brilliant glory of guilds were countless sacrifices and silent deaths. Knowing these risks all too well, Dong-hyun still clenched the magic staff in his hand, his gaze revealing firm determination. "I will go in. I will bet everything on this gamble." Just as Dong-hyun was about to take another step, he suddenly stopped in surprise as a strange voice unexpectedly rang out from behind. He looked around blankly but saw no one. What was that? That voice didn't match anyone here. Right at this moment, that mysterious voice spoke up again with a meaningful tone. "Oh, how interesting. I can sense D-rank energy. No, it's even higher. Yet he's wearing an E-rank badge. I'm..." Dong-hyun turned around sharply in surprise. That voice continued to probe. "And what's more, he's just a porter." Dong-hyun asked defensively and loudly, "Who is that?" "May I ask who you are?" The other person haughtily replied, "Hey, aren't I the one who asked you first, Dong-hyun?" Sweating profusely as the opponent continued to pressure him, he wondered what the hidden motive could be of someone qualified enough to deceive Blue and join under the guise of a porter. Realizing he was falling into a dire situation, Dong-hyun thought nervously, "This person seems to be misunderstanding something, whether someone was D-rank or E-rank." Seeing Dong-hyun remain silent and bite his lips, that voice became even more overbearing. "Look at your guilty expression. You're getting more and more suspicious. A spy trained in acting, huh? You've underestimated Blue's intelligence network. Do you think I wouldn't realize you're a spy sent by a rival guild? A cold voice rang out as a beautiful girl stepped out from the light. She had long, high-tied black hair. Dong Hyun completely froze. He thought in astonishment, "What on earth is this?" His gaze was immediately drawn to the sparkling gold badge hanging at the girl's hip. That was a gold badge reserved only for S-rank hunters and above. That meant the person standing in front of him was one of the 37 top rankers of South Korea. The Night Queen, Ji Se-ryun. Not only that, she was also the younger sister of Ji Barang, the master of the prestigious Blue Guild. The oppressive presence of an S-rank ranker made Dong Hyun tremble. He swallowed nervously. Seeing Ji Se-ryun approach with sharp eyes, Dong Hyun hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Ranker Nim, I think there's a misunderstanding here. I am definitely not a spy for any guild. I'm just a D-rank hunter. If Blue's rival is a major guild, would they really use a hunter as weak as me? Facing Dong Hyun's rushed explanation, the surrounding space suddenly fell into a breathless silence. Ji Se-ryun lowered her head to hide her expression, making Dong Hyun extremely anxious. However, the tense atmosphere instantly vanished as she suddenly chuckled. Then, to Dong Hyun's utter confusion, Ji Se-ryun laughed out loud, raising both hands to wave them playfully. My bad. Dong Hyun could only stand dumbfounded, with a blank expression, because he didn't understand what was happening. Why would a high-profile figure like her bother to tease a nobody like him? Must be because I'm too handsome, haha. Around them, other hunters began whispering and gossiping upon realizing Ji Se-ryun's sudden appearance. In Dong Hyun's head right then, it was a complete mess. He grew pale with fear. Could it be that they had investigated him? He thought that if they had seen him crazily training the skeletons lately, that might have indeed caught the attention of a ranker. But no matter what, a top-tier ranker showing interest in him right now was a God-given opportunity. Ji Se-ryun smiled friendly. You must have been startled by my sudden approach, right? She gently scratched her cheek and explained further. A badge, radiating the aura of at least 5 top-tier D-rank entities. Hearing this, Dong Hyun was completely speechless. It turned out she had sensed the power flow from his 5 summoned skeletons, and thought he was hiding his true abilities. Dong Hyun thought to himself, wait, did she say she sensed my entire strength just by feeling the aura? Her gaze became dangerous. Actually, my brother told me to help the second exploration team, so I was planning to hire a porter. And then I discovered a porter who looked pretty suspicious. Whoa. Facing Dong Hyun's confusion, she stepped closer and offered, how about it? Do you want to join the search team? It might be a little dangerous. Me? Dong Hyun stammered, is that really true? Ji Se-ryun placed a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. Of course. I have a very good eye for people. In return your reward, I promise to double it. Hearing about participating in a dungeon expedition with an S-ranker, plus being offered double the already very high pay. Dong Hyun couldn't help but get excited. To Ji Se-ryun's question of how about it, he immediately raised his hand and resolutely declared, I'll do it. He told himself he absolutely could not miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change his life like this. Basically, the system does not automatically assign levels to dungeons. Humans can only measure and quantify their difficulty subjectively. An S-rank ranker nicknamed White Shadow once gave this advice. You want to know a dungeon's level beforehand? Unfortunately, there's no way. You are forced to go in and assess the difficulty firsthand. However, he also revealed a small tip. Check the brightness of the aura. Surrounding the dungeon, the darker the aura, the higher the chance it is a dungeon of extremely massive difficulty. Even so, this method is not entirely accurate. To solve this problem, the association had to establish a specific standard. If 5 or more hunters of a corresponding tier failed to conquer the dungeon's level would immediately be adjusted upward. For example, if 5 rank hunters failed, that dungeon would be reclassified as S rank. After all, to determine the exact difficulty of a dungeon, sacrifices are completely unavoidable. The unranked dungeon that Dong-hyun was about to enter was such a dangerous place, because they couldn't blindly send main forces to their deaths. A search team would be sent in first to scout the situation. But thanks to this opportunity, Dong-hyun could grasp and access the dungeon much earlier than other ordinary mercenaries, standing before the dungeon gate radiating a dark purple aura. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The system panel immediately displayed a notification. Entering the dungeon. Appearing before Dong-hyun was a cold blue ice cavity with sharp stalactites hanging from the ceiling. He thought to himself, a cave, huh? But fortunately, thanks to the glowing gems embedded on the cave walls, vision here isn't a problem. Walking ahead of him, the bespectacled archer girl curiously pointed at a glowing gem. Oh, a glowing gem. If we take this and sell it, it'll definitely fetch a high price. Hearing that, the red-haired male hunter walking beside her chimed in with a warning. Don't do that. Have you heard about hunters who arbitrarily touch items in dungeons and end up losing their lives? Seeing their reaction, Dong-hyun realized everyone else appeared extremely relaxed and calm. Ji-seryun even stretched comfortably and lightheartedly. But that was completely understandable, because apart from Ji-seryun, who possessed the legendary S rank, all the remaining members of this exploration team were wearing the powerful A rank badge. Ji-seryun spoke up solemnly to remind the team. Don't be too careless. Always stay alert. First, Seok-jun and Soa will circle around with me to scout this area. No. Why? Both A-rank hunters immediately replied in unison. Understood. Ji-seryun turned to the middle-aged man, wearing a yellow safety helmet, and asked, What about Guide Kang? Song-woo? He smiled confidently and replied, Yes, milady. Witnessing their professionalism, Dong-hyun thought to himself that just as he had predicted, this man possessed a very special class, Guide. This is a unique title granted by the system to people with exceptional pathfinding abilities in complex dungeons. Ji-seryun quickly waved her hand to signal. Then let's move quickly. She, along with the 2 A-rank hunters, exceptionally excellent at navigating complex dungeons. Izo quickly waves her hand to signal. Then let's move quickly. She, along with 2 A-rank hunters, immediately rushed forward. At this moment, the guide Kang. Song-woo patted Dong-hyun's shoulder gently and asked, Hey, Porter, are you worried? Dong-hyun sweated profusely and replied flusteredly, Huh? Well, saying no would definitely be a lie. Maiden. Uncle Guide then changed to a serious tone. Then keep right on worrying. Let me tell you, this dungeon has way too many suspicious points. The two began pacing off in another direction. The uncle explained. This dungeon is strangely quiet. Its structure is too simple, and there's a high chance that there are no monsters here at all. If there were living creatures in a narrow cave like this, we would surely have to feel even the slightest vibrations or echoes. That meant there could be some unusual mechanism or hidden underground trap lurking somewhere. Dong Hyun admired in astonishment. Oh, uncle. You could realize that even before exploring? The guide laughed heartily, of course. You think how many years of dungeon delving experience I've accumulated. By now, just follow me. Let's find the exit first according to the instructions. Dong Hyun hurriedly nodded. Yes, uncle. Dong Hyun looked in the direction of Ji Seryun's group, who were fading out of view, and thought to himself, their direction is completely opposite to the other hunters. But it'll probably be fine. Their footsteps echoed clatteringly in the deserted cave. However, the deeper they went, the more Dong Hyun felt something was wrong. This feeling was truly unsettling. Right at this moment, the guide suddenly stopped. He pulled his safety helmet down tensely. No traps and no clues. Am I just being too sensitive? He turned to look at Dong Hyun with a discolored expression. It's giving me goosebumps. Are you sure we should keep going? Cold sweat streamed down the guide's face. He said tremblingly. Who knows? Even for me, this is the first time I felt such unease, even when facing a rancor. I've never felt this scared. Dong Hyun blankly asked. Huh? The guide stared fixedly at a dark black stone gate ahead, where black demonic aura was rolling out darkly, looking as if something completely beyond comprehension was lurking ahead. He swallowed and turned to urge Dong Hyun. You're a summoner, right? Summon something out just in case. If things turn bad, you'll also need to protect your own life. Facing the gloomy atmosphere and the suffocating pressure weighing down, Dong Hyun held his breath, his black-gloved hand tightening around the skull magic staff. Returning to the tense reality inside the dark dungeon. The familiar purple magic aura suddenly flared up violently. Dong Hyun immediately activated his summoning skill as the system continuously displayed notifications. Bone 1 has appeared. Bone 2 has appeared. Bone 3 has appeared. Bone 4 has appeared. Right after Bone 5 also officially stepped out, causing Dong Hyun's energy to drop down to 5100. Witnessing the appearance of 5 majestic skeletal warriors, Song-woo rubbed his chin doubtfully and asked, Oh, skeletons? Is there anything better? Dong Hyun helplessly replied, Is there anything better than this? Good enough, uncle. Before he could even finish his sentence, a terrifying, harrowing roar suddenly echoed throughout the cave, startling them both in terror. The skeletons immediately shifted into battle stance, while guide Uncle Song-woo fearfully clutched his head and collapsed to his knees on the ground. Dong Hyun panicked and called out, Uncle Guide! Song-woo yelled tremblingly, Damn it, run a bit further! There's an open space ahead. The two quickly turned around and fled for their lives with the skeleton army. Dong Hyun ran while shouting loudly, What's the difference about an open space? Song-woo panted heavily and yelled, I don't know, but I felt some presences over there. If there are people there, wouldn't there be hope of survival? Dong Hyun asked in shock. Presences? Song-woo replied, I don't know. It could be the vanguard team that went in earlier. Or it could be monsters. Just run. Both of them rushed past the dark pathways of the gloomy cave. However, the closer they got to the open space ahead, a massive pressure suddenly crashed down as if wanting to crush everything. Dong Hyun struggled to move, cold sweat streaming down continuously. He gritted his teeth in helpless endurance. Damn it. This pressure is so intense that I can't even open my mouth or my eyes anymore. Bone 4 immediately raised its magic staff, activating the Tier 1 wind shield skill to protect its master. However, in a split second, a harsh cracking sound rang out, The protective air wall completely shattered under the overwhelming pressure. The strong shock wave from the broken skill rebounded, causing Dong Hyun to spit blood and collapse in pain. Supported swiftly by the summoned skeletons, Dong Hyun struggled to keep up with guide Uncle Song, who was fleeing ahead. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it! This pressure is insane! It crushed the defensive skill, right as it was activated. Yow! Dong Hyun was utterly panicked, unable to believe that a dungeon suddenly appearing in Paju could have such a terrifying difficulty. On the thin line between life and death, he made a firm resolve. I want to live! Rankers or whatever else, screw it. I have to survive first to do anything else. After a desperate escape, Dong Hyun's footsteps gradually slowed down. He panted tiredly, leaning against the guard skeletons to keep his balance. Right at this moment, a blue system notification panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. You have entered the deep white-haired old man's area. Dong Hyun blankly thought, what? The deep white-haired old man's area? What kind of nonsense is this again? Right in front of him, at this moment, was a massive wooden door sealed tightly, radiating a mysterious blue glow. The system immediately displayed a new instruction. Enter the room and defeat the old man. Dong Hyun realized the entity hidden behind that door was the boss of this dungeon. But while he was still hesitating, a joyful cheer suddenly rang out from a dark corner. There are people! Hunters have finally arrived. Are you guys reinforcements? Dong Hyun and guide Uncle Song-woo turned around to find a group of people sitting exhausted, leaning against the cave wall in the distance. He thought to himself, could these be the hunters who managed to survive and escape here? Dong Hyun's gaze suddenly stopped upon seeing a sparkling purple badge worn on the belt of one of them. He recognized in shock that the purple badge belonged to an A-rank hunter. Seeing Dong Hyun's summoned skeletons, the group of survivors was overjoyed beyond measure. One of them cried out with hope. Skeletons, too! And there's even a summoner! You guys must be the rescue team. Please save us, take us out of here. But right after, gnawing hunger struck, making them plead tiredly. No, give us food first! No, water too. Please give us something to drink. My throat is completely burnt and dry. Feeling awkward at their pitiful plight, guide Uncle Song-woo sighed. Phew. For now, distribute emergency supplies to them. Dong Hyun quickly took water and dried rations out of his backpack to distribute to everyone, watching them ravenously accept it. He thought to himself that he had to sympathize with them, because dungeons have always been such a ruthless place. The black-haired hunter tied his krama scarf and took the water bottle, immediately tilting his head back to gulp it down with great satisfaction, looking at the group of surviving people sitting flat on the ground, eating and drinking in exhaustion. Dong Hyun stood quietly observing from afar. He thought to himself that if he hadn't been lucky enough to level up his skills in time, he probably would have met a miserable end, just like them right now. Uncle Exiong gently advised, all right, just eat slowly, waiting for them to recover a bit of stamina. Dong Hyun stepped forward and seriously asked if everyone could explain to us what is going on. Here? The black-haired hunter wearing a krama scarf proactively stood up. I will speak on behalf of everyone. He pulled from his waist a blue badge and showed it to Uncle Etsiong. As you can see, I am B-rank hunter. Among the survivors here, I have the highest rank. The faces of his two teammates behind him suddenly revealed clear signs of extreme terror as they recalled what they had been through. The B-rank hunter trembled as he continued, this place is truly hell. There is absolutely no way out. Uncle Ezion mused softly. Is that so? The B-rank hunter counted helplessly. No matter which direction we take from the starting point, the final result remains completely the same. This damn cafe always leads us back to that door, after which it seals us in with unimaginable pressure. Ultimately, all we can do here is to challenge that door. That's all. Uncle Etsie, Dong and Donghun listened intently with tense expressions, but the conditions to pass it are truly too absurd. How can you expect us to deal with that old man with white hair deep inside? That guy is a madman. There is absolutely no way to defeat him. In his mind, the image of the tall, dark figure of an old man, with long hair, tied up high, wearing ancient court attire, radiating around him, a powerful aura of magic and murderous intent, appeared hauntingly. He bitterly admitted, D-rank, C-rank, B-rank. In front of him, we are no different from newborn infants. However, the B-rank hunter's eyes suddenly lit up with hope as he looked toward Uncle Xiong and Donghun. But an A-rank hunter like you might be different. The entire group of survivors behind him also looked up at them with sparkling, expectant eyes. Donghun was slightly startled, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Flustered, he blurted out, "Oh, wait a minute." Donghun hurriedly waved his hands and asked back, "If the boss is that strong, how are all of you still alive?" The B-rank hunter gave a bitter smile and replied, "Good question. Surprisingly, that old man doesn't kill people. He only accepts challengers, and then gives them a kind of trial." Hearing this, Donghun couldn't help but be stunned. A trial? Another survivor sitting flat nearby trembled as he continued, "We aren't entirely sure what it is either. He just overwhelms everyone painfully. Whenever someone fails, that old man clicks his tongue in disappointment and coldly declares, 'This person is also not suitable.' Right after that, he just gently waves his hand once, which is enough to blow the challenger far away." Aye. Looking at the sealed wooden door ahead, Donghun was extremely bewildered, thinking, what kind of dungeon boss doesn't kill people? What kind of dungeon is this anyway? The B-rank hunter scratched his head in confusion. Strange, right? Now, hearing you say it, I realize, an old man. No matter what, he's still a human. Guide Kang Yu Song, standing nearby, couldn't hide his astonishment either. He turned to Donghun and said, "Actually, this is the first time I've ever heard of a dungeon boss being a human." Now. One couldn't help but wonder anxiously whether a human boss makes any sense at all. But no matter what, they still had to open that door and complete the mission to find a way out. Seeing Uncle Xiong hesitating, Donghun asked, "Uncle Kang Xiong, you're a hunter specializing in guiding. Could it be that you don't trust your own instincts?" Donghun pondered what they should do next. Right at that moment, the sound of footsteps from behind interrupted his train of thought. Giselle's voice rang out, asking what Uncle Xiong was doing here. After listening to the situation explained, Giselle placed a hand on her chin to think for a moment before making a decision. "All right. It looks like we have to head straight inside. Based on the energy flow, those survivors over there are neither fakes nor traps. Even though the energy flow inside is a bit fierce." Giselle smiled with confidence and continued, "We can't just sit still and do nothing, right?" Witnessing the appearance of high-ranking hunters, the survivors were overjoyed. They wept tears of joy, knowing they had been rescued. Upon seeing up to 3 R-rank hunters and 1 S-rank hunter from the Blue Guild, they even declared that from now on, every morning, they would bow toward the Blue Guild headquarters. Giselle gave a decisive order. "The porter and the survivors stay here. We will handle this. Watching the backs of Giselle and the two A-rank hunters, So-young and So-up, valiantly advancing. Dong-hun silently marveled at the class difference between A-rank and S-rank, especially a runner in the top 1,000 like Giselle. Standing before the gigantic wooden door, Giselle signaled her teammates to prepare for combat, and then stepped forward. The heavy wooden door slowly pushed open with a harsh creaking, sound echoing through the silent cave. Giselle led the vanguard, bravely stepping into the deep dark. Outside, Dong-hun quietly sat on the ground waiting next to his luggage. However, just a moment later, a terrifying massive explosion suddenly burst out from behind the door, causing the ground to shake violently. Dong-hun was startled and terrified, opening his eyes wide toward the entrance. Magic light flared violently, and the two A-rank hunters, So-young and So-up, were suddenly blown backward, crashing to the ground in agony. Right after that, it was the turn of a rank female hunter Giselle to be thrown back, her body covered in bleeding wounds. The heavy wooden door closed with a harsh thud, leaving Dong-hun outside in utter shock at the madness unfolding before his eyes. In less than 10 minutes since entering, the two A-rank hunters had been completely defeated, witnessing even an S-rank runner like Giselle trembling and unable to stand firmly. Dong-hun was immensely terrified. So gritted her teeth bitterly, wondering if she was really not the target of that old man, or not. She turned and called out, "Dong-hun, the porter! Give me a high-grade recovery potion from the bag." "Yobali. I'll try again." Dong-hun was extremely startled by her decision, unable to believe she still wanted to continue after being beaten to a pulp like that. Grabbing the potion, Dong-hun anxiously asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" Giselle took the red potion and explained that the survivors were right. That old man had no intention of killing people, and had only subdued her painfully. But that only fueled her determination even more. She wanted to prove to that old man whether she was his target or not. Hearing the word target, a thought suddenly crossed Dong-hun's mind. Isn't that the term hidden masters often use when looking for a successor? So perhaps the resentment of that dungeon boss, old man, was simply because he still hadn't found a disciple talented enough? Giselle drank the potion dry and decisively tossed the empty bottle behind her, continuing to rush into the chamber to challenge him. However, just as he approached, a extremely powerful repulsive force once again blasted Giselle back out. Giselle collapsed onto the magic array, coughing up blood and screaming in excruciating pain. She jumped up angrily and shouted, "How annoying!" Giselle was extremely bewildered, not understanding where she had gone wrong to displease that old man. She gnashed her teeth and thought, this damn old man. I thought he was only good at swordsmanship. I never expected his spearmanship to be this exceptional, too." Looking at the dark silhouette of the old man, the dungeon boss radiating a powerful dark green murderous aura behind the door, Giselle wiped the blood off her face, determined to see how this turns out. Witnessing her crazy perseverance, Dong, one sitting in the back, could only exclaim in astonishment, "Why?" A day passed just like that. Dong-hun sat tiredly leaning against the cave wall, dark circles under his eyes, from constantly having to hear desperate screams of Giselle echoing from inside the boss room. Then 2 days, 3 days, and 4 days passed. The sounds of violent weapon clashes and huge explosions continued to echo harshly. Giselle's trials still didn't stop. She was repeatedly blasted back out, screaming in absolute agony with her face covered in more and more bloody wounds. Giselle trembled, tightly clenching her fists in helplessness. This old man, what on earth is he? Gid, 1437. He even knows how to use magic too. And you even know how to use magic too? How can I possibly defeat an entity like this? Standing and observing from afar, Dong-hun mused, realizing this was truly a very serious problem. He thought to himself that if things continued at this rate, even if the guildmaster of Parang managed to find this place, things would still be very troublesome. With the overwhelming power of that old man, even if 2 or even 5 rankers joined forces to fight, he didn't think they could win. Just then, Ji Zoil turned back to look at Dong-hun and sighed softly, admitting, "All right, I admit it. That old man is strong, really very strong. But as long as I'm breathing, I will keep challenging him and never give up." Why? Seeing her resolute gaze, Dong-hun felt immense admiration. Oh, is this the willpower of a ranker? However, Dong-hun lowered his head to look at the staff in his hand. He understood that because the vanguard team still hadn't completed the mission, the surrounding survivors were getting increasingly exhausted and suffering more physical pain. Moreover, he himself was growing extremely impatient. Dong-hun told himself he couldn't just sit still and wait to die without doing anything. He tightened his grip on his staff, thinking that all the hunters here had taken turns going in and out through that door to try their hand. In the distance, Guide Kang Seong was also anxiously wiping sweat away with tension. Unable to keep waiting, Dong-hun resolutely stood up, took his staff, and walked straight toward the gigantic wooden door. His decisiveness left Izol and the swordsman, Sokjeon, extremely astonished. Izol turned her head and asked, "Han, what's wrong, Porter?" Dong-hun calmly replied, "I think I should go in and try it out too." Giselle was completely stunned. Doubt instantly flared up in her mind, wondering if she had misheard when a mere Porter demanded to step into a place where even an S-rank ranker like her had failed. Wasn't he just a low-level necromancer who only knew how to summon a few skeletons? Immediately, the red-haired swordsman Sokjeon stepped forward to block Dong-hun's path. Staring with fierce anger, he yelled, "Hey! Isn't your only job to carry belongings like a porter? Don't meddle." Saying that, Sokjeon placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, gently drawing the sharp blade out of its sheath as a direct threat. Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat, but his gaze remained unshaken. Right as the atmosphere reached extreme tension, the cold voice of Da Izol suddenly rang out to cut in. "That's enough." Sokjeon instantly stopped. Izol walked closer, looked straight into Dong-hun's eyes, and seriously asked, "Why? Is it because you don't trust me?" Dong-hun gently shook his head and explained, "It's not like that." Seeing that he was still determined, Giselle crossed her arms and warned in a stern voice, "According to the initial contract, you are just a porter. You have absolutely no right to give opinions on this dungeon expedition." "I agree." Dong-hun lowered his head slightly and admitted, "I understand that very well." Giselle gently placed her hand on the hilt at her waist, her sharp gaze fixed straight on him as she asked further, "Then, may I ask the reason why you want to go in and challenge him yourself?" Dong-hun calmly stepped forward and explained, "That old man once said he was looking for someone with talent, and talent is purely raw potential, not a finished product. That means," he didn't allude to the current ability or strength of the challenger. Hearing this, Giselle gently touched her chin in thought and asked back, "So instead of fighting to defeat that old man, are you planning to take him as your master?" Dong-hun nodded slightly with confidence and replied, "That's right. That could very well be the hidden condition to clear this dungeon, because sometimes dungeons have hidden rewards and extremely special completion methods without needing to resort to slaughter. Giselle mused and repeated, a hidden reward. However, this idea immediately met with opposition from the swordsman Sokshon. He stepped forward with annoyance and questioned. All right, let's assume it's about finding a disciple. But are you trying? Say that your talent is even better than mine? Facing Sokshon's hostility, Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat and waved his hands helplessly. Amidst the increasingly tense atmosphere, Yizou suddenly moved in close, bringing her face right up to his, and asked, with a meaningful tone, "But you aren't denying it either, right?" The distance was too close, making Dong-hun extremely flustered. He stepped back and stammered, "It's not like that." To convince her, Dong-hun hurriedly explained the real reason. Pain, died. Yes, exactly pain. Everyone here who went inside had to experience excruciating pain, but I hadn't experienced that at all. I don't share that same experience with everyone. Doesn't that make it seem like I'm being excluded? Moreover, isn't that Master resting right now after continuous battles? Hearing Dong-hun's reasoning, Yizou stared at him intently for a long time, then slightly curled her lips into a meaningful smile. Yizou turned her head back with a knowing smile. Right, that's the expression. You finally decided to show your true face, huh? Amidst Dong-hun's bewilderment, she continued, I told you so. I found you very suspicious, especially that look in your eyes. It's as if you're searching for something. No way. He pointed toward the wooden door. How is it? Are you being greedy to get the dungeon's reward, or are you hoping to gain something good out of this? Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this girl shouldn't be a ranker. She'd make a better fortune-teller. How could she see through my thoughts with just a glance like that? Giselle shrugged slightly and turned her back to walk away. Let's see, then. There's no other way left anyway. Just as you said. I wanted to rest a bit, too. But things have turned out this way. Aside from consecutive failures, I haven't achieved any results yet. What? Dong-hun exclaimed in surprise. Really? Giselle turned back to look at him, her face now smudged with scratches. Right. But you only have one chance, you know. As you can see, our food supplies are running out, and the rescue team is still nowhere in sight. Our supplies are about to run out, and the rescue team is still nowhere in sight. In this situation, we are forced to clear this dungeon as soon as possible. Having received the approval of Giselle, Dong-hun decisively replied, All right, with a firm step forward. Standing before the gigantic wooden door, Dong-hun gently brought his black-gloved hand to touch the large metal ring on the door. Immediately, a familiar blue system notification board appeared. By opening the door, you can challenge the stage. Do you want to open the door? Dong-hun held his breath, his gaze clearly showing determination. He decisively pulled the ring hard. The heavy wooden door slowly opened with a harsh creaking, sound echoing loudly. Emerging within the mystical blue light was the tall silhouette of an old man standing imposingly. The system continuously displayed the stage information. Stage, the white-haired old man of the deep. The old man's resentment was so great that frost had even frozen onto his hair. The system notification board coldly displayed the final mission: defeat the old man. However, just as Dong-hun stepped into the room, an invisible, extremely terrifying pressure weighed down upon the entire space. Dong-hun tried his best to stand firm, his hands tightly gripping his magic staff, but the dark pressure was too crazy. It quickly slammed down forcefully, making him unable to resist, forcing both of his knees down to the ground. Cold sweat streamed down, and he could only grit his teeth in helpless endurance. The old, white-haired man stood imposingly ahead, looking down coldly and thinking to himself, "What is this? The only one who keeps coming here is that useless girl. Did 1645. Is this another useless person? Is this another useless person?" Noticing that Dong-hun was too weak, he clicked his tongue. This is someone I don't even need to bother with. I should just get rid of him quickly. Nani? Nisei? The old man raised his blue glowing hand, his eyes flashing with lethal intent, planning to blow Dong-hun away. Dong-hun knelt on the ground, cold sweat streaming down, able only to grit his teeth and endure the terrifying pressure. But just before the old man could strike, a brilliant golden system notification board suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hidden condition met. This is an exclusive hidden condition for the curse. Necromancer. Now Dong-hun was extremely astonished. The system continuously displayed. Encountering the memories of the dead. A necromancer, after all, is someone with the power to control the dead. Find a cursed soul with an unyielding will. Nay. Congratulations. A hidden skill has been unlocked. You have received S-rank memory reenactment. Nah. Dong-hun completely froze, unable to believe his eyes. An S-rank skill. Is this for real? Immediately, the system announced that the skill was being activated. The hazy image of the white-haired old man appeared before his eyes with glowing eyes. Dong-hun stood watching as the old man suddenly stood completely still, wondering, is it using a skill? Oh, now that I think about it, the old man who said he would get rid of me isn't doing anything right now. What is this about? The system displayed, reenacting the memories of the cursed dead. Master of 1,000 arts. Me. Suddenly, a severe headache struck, causing Dong-hun to groan. The surrounding scenery instantly changed, and a dazzling light enveloped him. When Dong-hun opened his eyes and brought his hand to cover his forehead, he blankly realized that a snowstorm was blowing wildly all around. Appearing before Dong-hun's eyes now was a freezing snow-white mountain region. In the distance, the silhouette of the white-haired old man was walking alone amidst the snowy weather. He sighed helplessly. What is happening here? How can there not be a single suitable person? But if I just leave it like this, it would be such a waste. Human life is truly short. How much effort have I put in to reach this realm? Do you all want me to give up all of this? Dong-hun looked around bewilderedly and asked in extreme astonishment, "Is this another world?" Suddenly, a powerful surge of emotion flooded into his mind, causing Dong-hun to clutch his head in pain. What is this? Are these the emotions and memories of that old man? In the flowing memories, the old man chuckled self-deprecatingly. This is quite an interesting life. At this moment, images of his heroic youth appeared, single-handedly mastering all kinds of vocations from warrior, spear fighter, assassin and archer, to support and heal a mage. Surrounding him were countless types of weapons stabbed into the ground. He once proudly declared, "If you can circulate chi smoothly, all martial arts can be mastered like a master." He had surpassed all limits to reach the highest realm and lived a very long life. However, the laws of birth, aging, sickness, and death are inescapable. Even the power of chi could not help him fight against the aging of time. His steps grew increasingly heavy, sinking deep into the freezing snow. He helplessly realized, the flow of chi that used to be light now weighs down on my body as if I'm about to die. Looking at his own trembling, aged hands, he lamented in pain. It hurts so much, I'm so thirsty. But the pride of a master did not allow him to surrender to fate. He clenched his fists with bitter resentment. But I cannot die like this. His face revealed extreme anger, one eye glowing fiery red with resentment. "No, I cannot die. This is so unfair." The old man's footsteps sank deep into the cold snow, resentfully uttered in pain. "Ugh, how pathetic. All I want is a disciple to inherit my legacy. Is asking for just a little bit of it. Talent really this hard? Could it be that? The dream of finding a successor is too extravagant, Id, 1752, for me? Insult to me." In his desperation, he pleaded. "Please." Right at that moment, the silhouette of Dong Hun appeared imposingly amidst the freezing snowstorm before his eyes. The old man staggered forward, tears streaming down his aged face as he choked out, "I cannot leave this world like this. Wid, 1760. I want to leave something complete, truly perfect. I want to leave behind something complete and utterly flawless." With that, the exhausted old man collapsed onto the snow-white ground. Immediately, the system board appeared, announcing that the S-rank memory reenactment skill had ended. Dong Hun gasped in a startle as the surrounding snowstorm illusion began to shatter. Returning to reality inside the dark dungeon, Dong Hun breathed heavily and tiredly. He looked around warily and bewilderedly. Where am I? Seeing the swirling, dark, murderous aura all around, he realized the illusion had vanished. But before he could steady himself, the terrifying pressure of the boss room descended once again, causing him to groan. In pain, the system immediately sounded an alarm. "The Master of 1,000 Arts is observing you." Dong Hun clutched his chest tightly, struggling to breathe. "I'm back, right? Ugh, this pressure makes it so hard to breathe." However, instead of fear, a confident smile suddenly broke out on his lips. Dong Hun's gaze flashed with determination. There is still a chance. He had understood the resentment and deep-seated longing of the old man. Right at that moment, the glowing white soul of the Master of 1,000 Arts looked down coldly from above at Dong Hun kneeling on the ground and spoke. "Hey, kid," the old man coldly began. "You've got some nerve, daring to see straight into the depths of my soul." I know. At the same time, the system board popped up. "The Master of 1,000 Arts is curious about you." Dong Hun trembled, trying to force himself up under the terrifying pressure. "That's right." He gritted his teeth in endurance, constantly calculating in his head, if this old man was truly looking for a disciple to inherit all of his martial arts and supernatural knowledge, then that person must be him. But the old man gently extended his ghostly hand out and coldly shattered your hopes, however. Apart from a little tiny bit of curiosity, Ari, you are no different at all. You are completely mediocre, and far from worthy of being my vessel." A wave of extremely powerful magical pressure instantly blew Dong Hun far away, causing him to groan in pain. Refusing to give up, Dong Hun hastily shouted loudly, "Wait, please wait a minute. If this continues, you will never find a successor. You will be trapped here forever like a wandering ghost, lingering along with regrets. Future generations will only remember you as an old man who is petty and narrow-minded." The old man stood tall in front of Dong Hun, his eyes blazing with furious anger. How audacious! Noticing that the other party was about to leave, Dong Hun hurriedly begged, "Wait, please let me finish speaking." Dong Hun quickly argued, "Master, you are a true master of 1,000 arts. In this world, people have to struggle their whole lives just to master a single craft." The old man clicked his tongue proudly. "Ah, how ridiculous! This world is vast and time is endless. Surely out there is still a genius like me in existence, waiting for just that moment." Dong Hun pointed towards the door and played his decisive trump card. "The girl who just walked in here earlier, would you?" Believe it if I said. She is one of the strongest warriors currently alive in the outside world. Now, the old man was extremely shocked and blurted out, "What?" Seeing his shocked reaction, Dong Hun thought to himself, Izo is at the S-rank runner level. For me, that is a complete dream. But his reaction right now is truly priceless. Gently smirking triumphantly, Dong Hun knew the prey had completely taken the bait. The old man angrily shouted, "Ridiculous. With that kind of amateur skill, how dare you claim to be the strongest in the world? Do you think I am a fool for you to fool, bratty?" Dong Hun did not flinch at all. He looked straight into the man's eyes and loudly declared, "Look into my eyes. Surely you can judge for yourself whether what I say is true or false." The old man closely observed Dong Hun's expression, and then he was shocked to realize the boy was not lying at all. You are telling the truth." He looked up at the sky in helplessness and pain, lamenting how cruel the heavens are, seizing the once-in-a-millennium opportunity while the opponent's psychology was completely collapsing. Dong Hun immediately proposed, "Master, if this world no longer has anyone who can satisfy you, then why don't you use me?" The white-haired old man was startled and asked back, "Use you?" Dong Hun tightly gripped his skull staff. His eyes filled with determination as he replied, "Yes, let me inherit your power and abilities." Hearing that, the old man's soul gently drifted backward, looked at him from afar, and sneered with contempt. "You are asking me to take you as a disciple? How audacious and shameless! Training someone like you is no different from casting pearls before swine." Not discouraged at all, Dong Hun hurriedly raised his hand to explain. "Please listen to me first. I am not asking you to teach me directly." His status panel immediately popped up, confirming no signs of outside interference. At this time, his unique class had been changed to Blessed Summoner. Dong Hun quickly channeled a brilliant purple magical current, activating his skill, D-rank Skeleton Awakening. 5 majestic summoned skeletons stepped out one by one from the mystical light. Dong Hun pointed at them and confidently introduced, "Master, surely you can judge the potential of these entities for yourself. If these skeletons are developed, their potential will be limitless." The old man silently observed. Dong Hun held his breath, cold sweat trickling down his cheek as he waited for feedback. He continued to persuade. "Each of them possesses a unique set of skills. You can even teach them individually if you want." The old man stroked his beard gently and began to approach for a thorough inspection. He gently brought his ghostly hand to touch the skeleton frame of a warrior, passing everything down to a disciple. "Was never a problem, even if I train all of them." Hearing this, Dong Hun thought to himself triumphantly, "Thought you were something. You are their master anyway, old man." Staring intently into the glowing eyes of the skeleton, he gently nodded and remarked, "These minions are not bad, kid." He turned around thoughtfully, pondering before the army of skeletons standing respectfully all around. Dong Hun held his breath, waiting for the final verdict, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Suddenly, the old man stepped forward and laughed. "Truly interesting. The successor I have been looking for. All this time turns out not to be a human, but an undead. Their potential is astonishing when they were alive. They must have been extraordinary warriors. I never expected the day would come when I would yearn for students like these." Finally, he had to accept. "Fine, I will compromise this one time." A brilliant yellow system panel popped up announcing, "Hidden condition met." Dong Hun was stunned as the system announced that the stage the white-haired old man of the deep abyss had been unlocked by completing special requirements. The chilly, snowy mountain illusion appeared again surrounding the two of them. The old man looked straight at Dong Hun and spoke seriously. "I will place my trust in your words." and in the determination I see in your eyes. But promise me one thing. No matter what obstacles appear, you must inherit everything I have. You must engrave my existence into this world. The system panel displays the conditions. To be acknowledged by the transcendent master of 1,000 art cell, you must reach a certain threshold. Persuade him. Dong-hun gently smirked with determination. No way I am letting an opportunity like this slip through my fingers. I will get through this at all costs. The old man smiled a satisfied smile. Good. His figure slowly dissolved into glowing particles of light in mid-air. Immediately after, a brilliant blue system notification panel popped up. Congratulations, congratulations. You have cleared the stage, the white-haired old man of the deep abyss. Having shed the burden, Dong-hun felt completely drained. Dong-hun slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the white hospital ceiling. He murmured in exhaustion, "Huh?" Right at that moment, a cold voice rang out beside him. "It seems you have woken up, Dong-hun." Startled, he turned over and saw a girl with long black hair tied in a high ponytail standing and looking at him. He confusedly asked, "Who are you?" And right after that, he immediately recognized this familiar face. Dong-hun clutched his head in confusion, not understanding why he was in a hospital. Ki So-yun leisurely stepped closer and said coldly, "I am also known by the alias Dark Sovereign." Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat, screaming inside, "Wait, I already knew about that. But why am I in the same hospital room as Ki So-yun?" He began piecing everything together. If he passed out right after conquering a dungeon, that means. Ki So-yun crossed her arms and said in a low voice, "I was very shocked. To be honest, defeating that boss seemed impossible. I never imagined that a porter like you could actually do it." Saying that, she leaned in close, narrowing her eyes to scrutinize him. Dong-hun, panicked, pulled the hospital blanket up to cover himself, and stammered, "But why do you keep staring at me like that?" Ki So-yun's face shifted uncomfortably. She walked over and sat on the chair beside the hospital bed, and stated bluntly, "I am very curious, too. How on earth did you conquer an impossible dungeon?" Frankly expressing, "I'm very curious, too. How on earth did you conquer an impossible dungeon? Just like that, how? What rewards did you receive? Were you truly recognized as a worthy talent and became the disciple of that old man or not?" Facing the pressure from the female S-rank ranger, Dong-hun was extremely nervous. He thought to himself that this was completely understandable. In a situation where supplies were depleted and the rescue team hadn't arrived, conquering the dungeon was mandatory. But he only had one single chance. From Ki So-yun's perspective, he was just a porter who struck gold, so how could she not be pissed off? Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself that if the opponent were a more ruthless mercenary, then his life surely would have been hard to keep. He clenched the bedsheet in tension. Noticing his silence, Ki So-yun softly asked the porter, "What on earth are you thinking about so deeply?" Dong-hun was startled and hastily replied, "Oh, Dark Sovereign," before I answer. Ki So-yun calmly continued, "Currently, reports state that the scouting team of Blue Guild has successfully conquered the dungeon. We have also requested all survivors to sign a confidentiality agreement." Hearing that, Dong-hun let out a relieved smile and thought to himself, "So, no one knows that I was the one who conquered the dungeon?" Dong-hun bowed and expressed, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Dark Sovereign Kim Zo." Wayne looked at him and gently remarked, "You are more mature than you look, Porter. Most hunters are eager to show off their achievements to the whole world." Dong-hun smiled awkwardly in response. "Safety first, compared to showing off. Safety is top priority." Ki So-yun crossed her arms, stood up, and continued, You don't need to thank me either. This directly concerns the reputation of Blue Guild. Would anyone believe that an E-rank mercenary, a mere porter, was the MVP in an expedition team that included a ranger? Dong-hun could only remain silent in the face of that harsh reality. But Ki So-yun frankly admitted that basically, we feel embarrassed and want to keep this quiet. You should understand this clearly. If you don't want to bring trouble upon yourself, right? Dong-hun immediately asked to divert the topic. How long have I been unconscious? Ki So-yun replied. Today is the 3rd day since we came out of the dungeon. So it has been 3 days. Dong-hun lowered his head in thought. He understood that telling the truth about the rewards at this moment could be very dangerous. Even though he was grateful that she kept it a secret for him, he still decided to lie, to buy more time to prepare. Although I am very grateful for your thoughtfulness. But, to be honest, I am still not clear about many things, and haven't fully grasped all the rewards yet. Therefore, I might need more time to answer your questions. Ki So-yun slightly frowned and asked back, Is that so? Dong-hun pretended to cough weakly a few times and said, Just give me a little time to sort everything out, and I will let you know. Seeing the female ranger's skeptical expression, he offered a reassuring smile. You don't need to worry about me running away. After all, what hunter could ever escape the sight of dark? Sovereign. Ki So-yun fell silent, looked at him for a long time, then decisively stood up and walked away. All right, if you are willing to cooperate, then I truly appreciate. I will come back after you have sorted everything out. Dong gently bowed to see her off. Please take care. Lying flat on the hospital bed, Dong-hun let out a sigh of relief. Phew. He thought to himself that everything that happened was so crazy. Waking up after 3 years, encountering a top-tier ranger, and then conquering a bizarre dungeon. On top of that, he was at risk of clashing with the renowned Blue Guild. But on the other hand, this could also be a good opportunity to establish a relationship with them. While lost in thought, a chime sounded. A blue system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes, leaving Dong-hun dazed, The notification panel displayed, Check your dungeon completion rewards. Except, Dong-hun suddenly remembered. That's right. I passed out. Before I even had time to check the rewards, he immediately bounced out of bed and quickly reached out to press the accept button on the screen. Ah! The system immediately announced that rewards were being distributed. The first reward appeared. Congratulations, your vitality stat has been permanently increased by 20 points so. But the craziest thing was the next notification. You have received the skill S-rank teachings of the Master of 1,000 Arts. Dong-hun excitedly shouted out loud. Wow, S-rank? He hurriedly opened his status panel to check. Although his class was still E-rank Cursed Skeleton Summoner, in the Acquired Skills section, alongside the D-rank Skeleton Summoning skill, there now appeared 2 extremely overpowered S-rank skills, Memory, Replication, and Teachings of the Master of 1,000 Arts. Looking at the new status panel, Dong-hun couldn't help but shiver with excitement, gently sporting a triumphant smirk. Wow, this is truly too insane. Now he understood why veteran hunters always talked about the priceless value of dungeons. He curiously checked the details of the first S-rank skill. S-rank Memory Replication. Effect. Allows you to read the memories of the dead. Dong-hun pondered thoughtfully. What is this? Probably a hidden skill. It was very useful in helping me see that old man's memories. It will definitely come in handy later. Next, he pointed at the second S-rank skill to check it. S-rank Teachings of the Master of 1,000 Arts. Effect 1. Consumes 20 vitality. To summon the Master of 1,000 Arts, Conqueror of another world, for 60 minutes. Effect 2. The summoned entity cannot physically interact with this world. You can only absorb knowledge from him within a limited time. Unable to wait any longer, Dong-hun immediately jumped up and stepped off the hospital bed. He quickly packed his things, grabbed his backpack, and immediately left the hospital, heading into a secluded forest under the bright sunshine. Dong-hun stood still for a moment, gently looking at the palm of his hand. He took a deep breath to regain his focus and raised his hand to activate the skill. Use S-rank skill teachings of the Master of 1,000 Arts A. Immediately, a burst of intense blue magical light exploded fiercely, creating a huge energy vortex right in front of him. Dong! Hun solemnly stood and observed the dazzling light slowly condensing. From within the brilliant halo, the soul of the white-haired master with a dignified demeanor, arms crossed over his chest, gradually appeared. He looked down at Dong-hun and called out, "Rookie!" The soul of the white-haired master slowly appeared. He looked down at Dong-hun and spoke. "You've finally come, brat!" Dong-hun happily exclaimed, "Master!" But before he could finish, a powerful strike from above landed straight on his head. "You brat!" Dong-hun clutched his head and cried out in pain. The old man crossed his arms and angrily scolded, "How insolent! You promised to inherit everything from me. Yet why did you make me wait so long before finally summoning me, huh?" Dong-hun rubbed his head with a grimace. "Ow! My head hurt so much." The old man, still not appeased, continued his lecture. "If you are this lazy, do you think you can never catch up to even the tip of my toes, huh?" Dong-hun hurriedly explained. "Wait, please listen to me. Master, I just woke up and immediately summoned you as soon as I could." But then he suddenly paused in confusion and thought to himself, "Wait, how on earth is he able to hit me?" Seeing Dong-hun's expression, the old man gently clicked his tongue as expected, "Just a naive rookie, and your expression is way too easy to read, because you and I share a mental link. Did you think I couldn't hurt you?" The old man waved his hand, signaling. "Anyway, you have summoned me now, so let's start right away." "We don't have much time," Dong-hun timidly replied. "Yes, master." He then raised his skull staff and suggested, "As promised, I will summon the skeletons now, shall I?" However, the old man immediately dismissed it. "There is no need to do that today." He stepped closer and explained before practicing. "We must decide what you will learn first. I have already evaluated the talents of those 10 kids." The old man suddenly pointed his finger directly at Dong-hun's face, and continued, "But the biggest problem here is actually you, brat." Dong-hun, dazed, stepped back, screaming inwardly, "What? Why am I the problem?" The old man turned around. Brilliant light radiated all around him, along with images of countless legendary weapons appearing. He proudly said, "Master of 1,000 Arts is the title I achieved after mastering countless ultimate techniques. It would be absurd if I only passed down 10 techniques to the skeletons when I can teach them all." Turning back with a sinister smile, he declared, "That is why you will be the one to inherit all the rest." Dong-hun tremblingly clenched his magic staff, cold sweat streaming down. He stammered in confusion, "But didn't you say earlier that my talent was just garbage?" The old man forcefully stamped his foot on the ground with power, shouting loudly, "Silence!" He glared at Dong-hun and loudly declared, "Once you have made a pact with me, you are obligated to inherit my myriad arts. If you don't want to, I will make you." "Don't worry." The old man's eyes suddenly blazed with an enchanting blue energy. He smiled sinisterly and continued, turning a piece of garbage into a genius of equal caliber is also an art form. The timing is just perfect. I have a secret technique I created myself, but have never tested. We will use the flow of energy to clear those blocked meridians of yours. And after about 300 days of continuous massage, your bones will definitely become more flexible. Of course it will be very painful, but last time you seemed to have some grit, so it should be fine. A ghostly hand, glowing with blue light, began to reach out, preparing to act. Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat. His expression changed as he anxiously asked, "I'm sorry, but..." Looking at the magical hand approaching, he panicked and thought to himself, "This is my body. Why on earth is he calculating everything on his own with such excitement?" Dong-hun timidly stepped back and begged, "Master, I don't think I am mentally prepared for this yet." However, the old man immediately got angry and shouted, "Silence! You brat! Do you know how many people in my world crave this secret technique, huh?" He waved his hand, activating an ancient formation, glowing with power, and clearly introduced it. It is called the Infinite Talent Modification Grand Dharma, a secret technique that I meticulously created in my final years. Witnessing this Grand Dharma with such a flashy name, Dong-hun froze. "Oh no, got tricked. Again, guys. Why didn't you use it sooner? A method that can turn trash into a genius. Is that for real?" As if reading his disciples' thoughts, the old man thoughtfully reminisced about the past. Back then, executing this secret technique required consuming the very life force of the transmitter. He wondered, what is the use of upgrading a disciple's talent if you yourself turn to dust and nothingness in the process? Dong-hun curiously asked, "What about now?" The old man spread his arms wide and then smiled casually in response. "Well, since I am a ghost now, that doesn't matter anymore." Dong-hun was left speechless and thought to himself, "Wow, that is truly a very convenient perspective." He then asked another question. "All right. Then I have one more question. Why didn't you use this secret technique on the previous challengers? You were already a ghost back then, too, right?" Right after he finished speaking, a powerful punch from the old man landed straight on Dong-hun's head, causing him to clutch his head and cry out in pain. "Ah!" The old man angrily scolded. "You insolent brat." Dong-hun rubbed his head with a grimace, feeling aggrieved, and asked, "Why did you hit me?" The old man clicked his tongue, crossed his arms, and explained, "That secret technique is completely useless on anyone who is not trash. It has to be applied to someone at the level of rotten garbage or spoiled leftovers, standing alone in the deserted forest." Dong-hun scratched his head in bewilderment and asked himself, "Ah, spoiled leftovers? Just you wait to be." Continued. The old man stroked his beard and explained that for anyone else, this secret technique is completely useless because their bodies have already been ruined and contaminated by other energy sources beforehand. Conversely, Dong-hun's body, though extremely weak, was very clean. Even his possession of undead summoning abilities did not alter or taint this pristine physique. Even so, the old man still clicked his tongue in regret, because initially he wanted to find a disciple with better natural traits, since natural geniuses are always far superior to artificially created ones. Hearing those words, Dong-hun sighed and told himself, just wait and see about Master's words. He thought to himself, if he could grow stronger alongside his summon skeletons, that would be amazing. While Dong-hun was daydreaming about a bright future, the old man standing behind him wore a sinister smile and cracked his knuckles, preparing to act. Dong-hun clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "Yes," but right after that, a tragic scream tearing through the sky rang out. A-R. Dong-hun writhed in pain on the ground, continuously slapping the dirt and crying out miserably. "Wait, it hurts so much, I told you it hurts a lot." However, the old man still looked down with contempt and continued cracking his knuckles excitedly. "Oh, You punk. Why are you reacting so dramatically? We haven't even really started yet. Dong Hun tried to grit his teeth and endure, telling himself that he had to get through this if he wanted to become a ranger in the future. But when the old man pressed both hands against his back and began channeling an extremely powerful blue energy stream, Dong Hun panicked and realized, wait, but this hasn't even started yet. The old man widened his eyes in excitement and shouted, I'm going to speed things up for you. Dong Hun could only scream in utter despair. His body trembled violently under the terrifying pressure. Sweat poured down like rain. Dong Hun clenched his teeth, trying to maintain his willpower. Endure it, Dong Hun. Right at that moment, a blue system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You've acquired the C-rank pain resistance passive skill. Before he could even celebrate, the old man delivered another powerful force blow, causing him to faceplant into the ground right then and there. Dong Hun lay completely exhausted and flat on the ground, thick, black smoke rising from his aching back. The old man sat cross-legged beside him, letting out a sigh of relief. That is the end of this technique. You endured very well. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and continued remarking, You may be trash, but you have an aptitude for endurance. Looking at his disciple lying half dead on the ground, the old man mused that a strong aspiration, combined with a tenacious spirit of endurance, is what can create miracles, even in the seemingly most desperate circumstances. Dong Hun, dazed, propped himself up to look at the master's back. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped, the old man suddenly turned back, grabbed Dong Hun by the collar, and lifted him up. Dong Hun panicked. What? The old man coldly barked. Get up. Do you think only you needed this massage? Saying that, he pointed forward where the 5 summoned skeletons were standing neatly in line, those undead. Over there are waiting for their turn, too. Looking at the line of 5 dry skeletons ready to take the hit, Dong Hun gaped and trembled. His tears streamed down, falling helplessly as he could only cry and mutter to himself, Yes, I'm definitely going to die soon. The old white-haired master walked with a grand demeanor and a strict voice. The foundation of every profession is physical strength. These dead fellows seemed to be able to enhance physical strength without needing actual muscles. He immediately demonstrated a horse stance posture, extremely solid, and demanded, first of all, make them practice this exact posture. This is the horse stance that I have practiced all my life. Immediately the 5 summoned skeletons obediently followed suit, simultaneously lowering their center of gravity into the stance. The old man continued to explain. Human muscles are concentrated in the lower body. If you want to build a tall tower, shouldn't you first make the foundation very solid, standing nearby? Dong Hun was sweating profusely, his legs trembling as he awkwardly maintained the painful horse stance posture. He thought resentfully to himself, learn what? He just beat me up thoroughly, and now he's making me practice this freaky posture? The old master walked up to him and coldly poured another bucket of cold water. Let me say it again. You have absolutely no talent. Looking at the disciple struggling to endure, the old man narrowed his eyes and remarked, But if there is one thing I can praise you for, it is your perseverance. He crossed his arms and watched, Dong Hun trembling and collapsing at his feet, and asked in a stern voice, Do you think a master can be weaker than his own summoned creature? Dong Hun's body shook violently from exhaustion. He could only scream inside his heart. What on earth is the point of this training session? This is clearly labor. Exploitation. Excessive labor exploitation. Dong Hun's face turned pale as he lay flat on the grass, panting heavily with fatigue. Dong Hun felt as if his whole body was falling apart. At this moment, the old master gently waved his hand and declared, "All right, let's end it here for today." He turned around and walked away, not forgetting to leave a strict warning. "From now on, perform this physical strength exercise every morning. You are not allowed to skip it otherwise. Never think about summoning me again." Lying flat on the ground, Dong-hun could only weakly utter yes. Right after that, the system notification panel appeared. The duration of the S-rank 1000 Arts Master's tutoring skill has ended. The figure of the old master slowly dissolved into a pale blue wisp of smoke. The system continued to remind him, this skill can be reused after 24 hours. Dong-hun lay, with his arms and legs spread out on the ground, continuously panting in utter exhaustion. He weakly called out to a nearby skeleton, Bone, hearing its master's voice. The skeleton clattered and turned its head with curiosity. Dong-hun desperately asked for help. "Sorry, can you carry me on your back?" The skeleton immediately stepped forward and lifted him up. Dong-hun thought helplessly to himself, I can't even walk on my own anymore." The heavy, dragging footsteps clattered through the quiet forest as the skeleton carried him away. A little while later, a tired hand reached out to twist the doorknob tightly, pushing the door open with a creaking sound. Dong-hun, with a backpack on his shoulder, walked into the mercenary guild office. As soon as he appeared, broker Dong-hun waved his hand and called out frantically, "Hey, Dong-hun, you've finally arrived? Come over here quickly." Dong-hun, in a daze, walked over and was surprised to realize the presence of two hunters from the survivor team of the previous dungeon. Before he could understand what was happening, the hunter in white clothes came over, patted his shoulder, and laughed loudly. "Aha. Necromancer, how have you been lately? You look a bit different, don't you? Much more muscular and dashing than before." Hearing that, Dong-hun lowered his gaze to look at his body, and it was true. His shoulders were broader, and his bone structure had become noticeably firmer. He thought to himself, could this be the miraculous result? After just 30 minutes of being massaged, and having his joints popped to the brink of death by the old master? Returning to reality, Dong-hun curiously asked the hunter, "What brings you here?" The white-clothed hunter smiled and replied, while extending his hand in a friendly gesture, "Your actions and attitude during the incident last time left a very deep impression on me, so I've been keeping an eye on you." He shook Dong-hun's hand firmly and continued, "If you survive and return next time, we definitely must form a team together." Dong-hun could only offer a polite smile in return. Yes, it's great to meet you, even though in his heart he told himself he was just a weak E-rank mercenary. Right at this moment, the broker Dong-hun cut in and interrupted. "All right, let's get straight to the point. Actually, a new dungeon has just appeared." Dong-hun was surprised. A dungeon? The broker nodded and explained, "That's right, it's an identified C-rank dungeon, and I want to hire you. You've been taking any kind of job lately? To make ends meet, right?" I knew I was right. The question hit right on the bullseye, making Dong-hun startle, turn around sharply, and glare at him. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself that this guy was trying to sell him out again, to take a new job, but then Dong-hun sighed and nodded, accepting the reality that he really needed the money badly. Seeing that the other party had softened up, the broker leaned in and whispered temptingly, "If we're lucky, the reward this time will be extremely generous. I heard the previous team received something like an energy booster." Hearing this, Dong-hun was startled in astonishment and shouted loudly, "An energy booster? That's an extremely rare reward that only appears in dungeons, regardless of the rank. A top-tier divine elixir that can help improve physical condition and drastically boost strength even for those who are suffering from the most brutal curses or illnesses ever die." The white-clothed hunter smiled with confidence and asked, "What do you think, kid? 2,550 a name or something. Will you participate this time? As an official member, instead of just a porter? What about the reward? Hearing that, the white-clothed hunter laughed. What do you mean by that? You're not a porter anymore, are you? Of course, the reward will be divided equally and fairly. Dong-hun was extremely surprised and asked back, Really? In his head, he began to calculate quickly. If an energy booster bottle actually drops, it'll be worth about 50 million won. With a team of 5 people, plus myself makes 6, meaning each person will receive a little over 8.3 million won. Thinking of the prospect of money filling his pockets, Dong-hun excitedly muttered to himself, Not bad at all. The white-clothed hunter gently smirked and asked for his final decision. So what do you say? Will you join us? The decision is up to you. Dong-hun placed his hand on his chin to think for a moment and then resolutely replied, All right, to be honest. I am also starting to get sick of just being, porter. Yes, he thought to himself, this is the perfect opportunity for him to directly experience the power of his summoned skeletons. On an actual battlefield, the white-clothed hunter nodded with satisfaction. All right. Then next Monday, come to this location. Dong-hun happily replied, Yes, I'll count on you guys. The next day, under the clear blue sky, Dong-hun returned to the training forest to report to the old master. Hearing what his disciple said, the white-haired old master narrowed his eyes and asked back, A dungeon? Dong-hun explained, That's right. We still don't know the cause, but behind him, a summoned skeleton was still swinging its sword, slashing fiercely and decisively at the wooden training log. Dong-hun scratched his head and excused himself. Please understand me, master. I need to make a living too. Hearing his disciple's explanation, the old master stroked his beard in thought and nodded. Well, that's not too bad either. I also like to face off directly on the battlefield, rather than just sitting in one place studying theory. Seeing the master's attitude soften a bit, Dong-hun happily held his magic staff and asked, So does that mean you're allowing me to go? However, the old master raised an eyebrow and continued, But the old master's eyes suddenly glowed with a stressful blue energy stream. He sternly shouted, Skipping training will not be tolerated, under any circumstances whatsoever. Dong-hun broke out in cold sweat and could only weakly cry out. The old master glared and continued to scold. What kind of reaction is that? Are you planning to make up an excuse to get out of it? You can completely summon me inside the dungeon, right? Dong-hun nervously stammered in reply. Yes, technically speaking, that's true. The old master gently raised his hand to pop his joints and coldly declared, All right. We're running out of time. Hurry up and start the massage session. Dong-hun panicked with wide eyes, Huh? It's starting already. Wait, before he could finish his sentence, a tragic scream tore through the sky, once again echoing throughout the forest as Dong-hun had to endure the extremely painful joint popping session from the master. Dong-hun clutched his shoulder, groaning in pain. Seeing that his disciple had reached his limit, the old master gently waved his hand and declared, All right, that's enough, well done. Dong-hun lay flat on the ground, panting heavily in utter exhaustion. He thought to himself, I was on the verge of death once again, but thanks to the passive skill just acquired from the terrifying massage session earlier, which is C-rank pain resistance, he was able to reduce the feeling of pain when his body suffered damage. Dong-hun breathed a sigh of relief. Without it, he would have truly lost his life long ago. The old master smiled with satisfaction and remarked, Ha! You can endure better now, not bad. Starting tomorrow, we can increase the training intensity a bit more. Hearing this, Dong-hun panicked, not believing his ears. Wait, what? Did I hear that wrong? But the old master didn't even bother caring about his disciples' terror. He resolutely shouted loudly to begin the real training session. "All right, let's start seriously now. Gather here immediately." The 5 summoned skeletons clattered over to assemble according to the command. The old master pointed and ordered, "Now come here and get into the stance like last time," he continued. "But from now on, during the process of physical training, every day I will teach one of you a skill." Then he turned to ask Dong-hun, "Which one do you want to start with first?" Dong-hun blankly asked back, "A skill." The old master popped his finger joints and affirmed, "Yes, a skill. For this sword-wielding one." He thought to himself, "Its class is swordsman." But in reality it doesn't have any actual skills at all. It merely knows how to swing a sword around randomly. The old master casually replied, "It doesn't matter. Skills can be cultivated from now on. Go ahead and try swinging the sword once." Having said that, an invisible wave of pressure suddenly emanated from his body, causing the swordsman's skeleton to tremble timidly with fear. Seeing his summoned creature waver, Dong-hun gently placed his hand on its shoulder to comfort it. "It's okay, Bone. I will turn you into the strongest swordsman." But right after that, he wore a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "Even so, it still needs to be strong enough to break bones." The swordsman's skeleton, hearing this, could only clatter and tremble under Dong-hun's hand. Right after that, it immediately swung its sword with a decisive slash into the air. While the skeleton was busy practicing behind him, the old master suddenly spoke up and asked, "Your name is Yu Dong-hun, right?" Dong-hun was startled and turned around sharply. He politely replied, "Yes, master." The old man nodded slightly. "I see, Dong-hun. Then, in your opinion, what is swordsmanship?" Looking at the skeleton still continuously swinging its sword in practice, Dong-hun pondered for a moment and replied, Speaking of swordsmanship, I guess it's the art of using a sword." Hearing the answer, the old master clicked his tongue in criticism. "What a simple way of thinking," he explained further. "Swordsmanship is simply the skill of using a sword, nothing more and nothing less." Having said that, the old master flatly threw a round piece of wood to the ground and ordered, "Now, pick up that piece of wood." Looking at the piece of wood on the ground, Dong-hun suddenly had an epiphany, thinking to himself, "Ah, now I understand. The old man isn't just simply teaching me about the skeletons. He's actually trying to pass down all of his myriad arts to me." He quickly bent down to pick up the piece of wood under the watchful gaze of the old master. Holding the piece of wood in his hand, Dong-hun confusedly asked, "Hold it like this? How should I hold it?" Seeing him fumble, the old master stood with his back turned and gently instructed, "Hold it in the most comfortable posture for you." "Understood?" Dong-hun quickly adjusted his posture, gripped the piece of wood tightly, and replied, "Yes, yes." The old master nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Now swing it with all your might." Without a moment of hesitation, Dong-hun focused his mind and swung the piece of wood hard, creating a powerful wind-tearing sword arc, and asked, "Like this?" The old master nodded with satisfaction and praised, "That's right. Well done." Dong-hun was bewildered, huh? He broke out in cold sweat, doubtingly wondering if this was truly how a top-tier mentor teaches. The old master walked over and asked, "How does it feel? Look at how your right hand is gripping it. Your thumb points upward firmly, and the other 4 fingers use force to hold it tight. Id 2735. What about your swinging posture? What about your swinging posture? From the 10 o'clock position to the 4 o'clock position, Dong Do Shu." Hun focused on executing a powerful downward slash according to the exact instructions of the master. The old master explained, "You probably swung the sword in the posture that felt most comfortable and familiar to you when you heard the word slash just now. All of your experiences and thoughts about slashing are embedded into that recent swing containing your very life. Hearing that, Dong-hun looked at the piece of wood in his hand, dazed, huh? My life? He broke out in cold sweat, deeply confused. The master walked and continued to ask, Now I ask you, if strength and speed are added to that slash, would it be powerful? Dong-hun stood frozen with a blank expression. The master turned back, clicked his tongue, and scolded. You're wearing that dumb look on your face again. The old master sternly continued, Any slash, as long as it has enough strength and speed, will become stronger. That is a simple principle, the immutable truth of this world. The master's explanation seemed to help Dong-hun realize something as he softly uttered, Ah. Looking at the piece of wood in his hand, he thought to himself, Now I understand. The old master slightly smirked. Looks like you're starting to get it. Dong-hun awkwardly smiled and replied, A little bit. The master walked toward the training dummy and continued asking, Now do you know what happens when that slash is repeated millions, billions of times and reaches its peak? Having said that, the old master placed his hand on the hilt of the sword beside the dummy, decisively pulled the sword out with a swish, and grandly declared, Watch. This is the swordsmanship that you and those dead sword users will learn. Dong-hun widened his eyes in astonishment, watching closely. Immediately, the old master swung his sword, executing an extremely fast slash. That created a brilliant blue light streak. Master's sword arc split the air, generating a strong gust of wind that blew away the surrounding leaves, leaving Dong-hun completely petrified. The master withdrew his technique and gently said, There's no need to talk idly about empty theory. Enhance your swing, enhance your slash. Over time, won't everything revolve around your slash? Dong-hun stood silently in thought for a moment, telling himself, Even if the posture is clumsy, it doesn't matter. He gripped the piece of wood in his hand tightly, put force into his legs, and fiercely rushed forward to execute a decisive slash with all his might. Immediately, a blue system panel appeared, notifying acquired C-rank slashing skill, accompanied by the text, This skill still has room to develop at the luxurious office of the Blue Guild. Guild Master Kai Parang was attentively signing documents on his desk with a pen. Right at this moment, the office door opened, and his younger sister, Ki Sojun, walked in and softly called out to her brother. Glancing up, the talented guildmaster, who ranked 58th in the world, with the title of Master Archer, felt a bit surprised and spoke up. Sojun, is something wrong? It's rare to see you come to find me directly like this. Sojun walked over and sat down on the opposite sofa, sighing gently. Well, I've been thinking about something. Seeing his younger sister's serious expression, Parang asked curiously, You have? Sojun hesitated and asked, Do you think a hunter around the D rank could suddenly display strength on par with a genius? Parang placed both hands on the desk, thought for a moment, and explained, Usually it takes some time for them to fully master that kind of power. So this is quite difficult. If something like that happens, the only explanation is that they have concealed their true strength beforehand. Hearing her brother say that, Sojun firmly shook her head back and forth. Absolutely not. Parang nodded in agreement. That's true. After all, not even a runner could pull the wool over your eyes, because Sojun possesses an extremely overpowered assassin skill called S-rank insight, which allows her to see through anyone's true strength. When Parang rubbed his chin in disbelief, then that makes no sense at all. Why is that? What on earth is going on? Faced with her brother's pressing questions, Sojun could only bite her lip, lower her head, and stay silent. Deep inside, she felt extremely flustered and thought to herself, I didn't tell my brother the whole truth about that dungeon. How could I possibly admit that I was repeatedly defeated by the dungeon boss? Memories of that terrifying battle flooded back hauntingly into her mind once more. Sojun recalled that white-haired old man. It was also the first time in her life that she had been defeated so miserably and powerlessly. Sojun couldn't stop wondering, how could a D-rank hunter like Yu Dong-hun possibly take down that monster of an old man? She sighed softly and muttered to herself, thinking back. He really stood out, right from the very first impression. The image of the two of them passing each other at Pazu Station flashed vividly in her mind. It was precisely because curiosity arose at the strange aura radiating from Dong-hun that she decided to take a gamble and give him a chance to test his skills. Sojun rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, unable to help exclaiming, who would have ever thought he actually conquered that dungeon? The image of Dong-hun smiling gently surfaced in her mind. Sojun told herself she had promised to talk to him after sorting out this chaotic mess of thoughts. So for now, she decided to patiently wait a little longer. Seeing his younger sister acting unusually, Ki Parang, standing behind her, narrowed his eyes and teased. My dear sister, you look very suspicious. Ed, 2018-80. You're curious about him, aren't you, my little sister? You're curious about him, aren't you, little sister? Who has never cared about anything other than my swordsmanship? Caught right by her brother. Sojun blushed in embarrassment and froze in place. She immediately jumped up from the chair with determination. It's not like that at all. I'm leaving. Ignoring Ki Parang, who kept calling after her teasingly and telling her not to be shy. Sojun walked quickly to the door in annoyance and snapped. Just shut it, will you? Meanwhile, TDA 2891. In a quiet forest, anew. At a deserted forest gate. Dungeon gate was radiating a brilliant blue light. Dong-hun, dressed in battle gear, with a majestic black cloak, and holding a skull staff in his hand, decisively walked toward the rendezvous point. As soon as he appeared, the white-clothed hunter excitedly waved and shouted loudly, Oh, necromancer, over here, over here! You kept your promise to come, didn't you? He quickly pulled out his phone and explained, I sent the dungeon information via message earlier. You checked it, right? The white-clothed hunter smiled and said, This is a fairly simple dungeon. We just need to clear out the monsters and eliminate the boss, and we're done. Dong-hun nodded in reply, just as you suggested. I applied sunscreen and prepared emergency ice water. The white-clothed hunter happily praised, very good. However, looking ahead, Dong-hun suddenly paused in suspicion. Wait a minute, he noticed. That the number of participating members seemed larger than expected. Dong-hun's gaze turned toward two young, backpack-wearing hunters who were standing and chatting noisily about the desert dungeon gate. Ahead? He immediately spoke up and asked, Who are those two? The white-clothed hunter patted Dong-hun's shoulder to reassure him. This time I hired 2 more F-rank porters. Don't worry. We've already paid their expenses in advance, so you won't have to bear any extra incurred fees. Hearing this, Dong-hun breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. Thank you. He swallowed softly and thought to himself, having extra porters to collect ores and side products found throughout the dungeon is truly a great thing. Dong-hun smiled with confidence, telling himself everything would definitely be fine, because his summoned skeletons could now easily eliminate D-rank elite monsters like Orksa with just a single blow. The whole team resolutely strode toward the teleportation gate. A blinding flash of light enveloped Dong-hun's body as he officially stepped through the portal to enter the challenging C-rank dungeon. The moment he stepped through the teleportation gate, a scorching desert under a bright blue sky appeared before Yu Donghun's eyes, baking people in the heat. The system immediately displayed a notification. You are entering the dungeon. The hot sand underfoot felt like it wanted to incinerate everything. Before he could adapt, another warning popped up. You are exposed to a harsh environment. All stats are reduced by 10%. The harsh sunlight shone straight into his eyes, forcing Donghun to raise his hand to shield them, as sweat began to pour down. Behind him, his teammates also started feeling the harshness. The muscular hunter couldn't help complaining to his companion. Easier said than done. Is that even feasible? Seeing everyone struggling, Donghun quietly asked, "Is it really that difficult?" Behind him, the two porters were hunched over, carrying huge, heavy backpacks. Complaining tiredly, Donghun slightly smirked, telling himself, I can still endure it, compared to the hellish sauna training with that old man. This is just child's play. The sinister shadow of the white-haired master flashed through his mind. Wasting no time, Donghun raised his skull staff high, and a brilliant purple magic aura flared up violently. The system announced, activated D-rank awakened bone summoning skill. From beneath the hot sand, 5 majestic skeletal warriors, led by the skeleton holding a glowing magic shield, burst forth heroically, ready for battle. The appearance of the skeleton army left the whole team in awe. His colleague eagerly stepped closer, astonished and exclaiming, "Oh, necromancer! It feels like you're even stronger than before." Donghun smiled modestly. "Ha ha, you think so?" Right at that moment, the clapping sound of the brown-haired group leader echoed, shattering the atmosphere. "All right, everyone focus. The monsters here are mainly scorpions and snakes." Hearing this, both the muscular hunter and his accompanying teammate turned pale, trembling as they blurted out, "Snakes!" The team leader immediately reassured them, "Stop panicking. At most, they are only rank C monsters." Turning to his 2 porters, the team leader sternly instructed, "All you guys need to do is just follow along. Pick up whatever you are told and hand over what is needed." "Understood?" Both hurriedly bowed to receive the order. "Yes, sir." Understood. The whole team began to stride forward, deep into the desert. The sound of rattling bones stepping on the hot sand rang out steadily. However, the scorching heat of the desert quickly drained everyone's energy. Colleague and his companion were sweating profusely, panting heavily and tiredly. "It's too hot. How much further do we have to walk?" Suddenly, the team leader raised his hand to signal a stop. On the distant horizon, a strange vibrating heat wave like a mirage appeared. The 2 porters behind looked bewildered and asked, "What is that?" The companion, trembling, replied, "It's nothing." While he was still bewildered, a scorpion tail from under the ground shot straight up at the fee. Monsters. A lightning-fast ambush knocked a hunter down, screaming in pain immediately. The team leader decisively drew his sword, swung a sharp slash, splitting the desert scorpion in two, causing blue-green blood to splatter everywhere. He shouted loudly to remind everyone to be alert. Continued to order, "Maintain combat formation and stay ready." Muscular hunter holding a shield hurriedly replied, then shouted loudly to call everyone. Everyone enter combat state ahead. The sound of weapons clashing harshly echoed continuously as the team began to plunge into battle. Standing and observing from afar, Donghun silently assessed rank C desert scorpions. Are they as strong as the Yi? Orc I encountered in the forest? To ensure his own safety, he turned to the skeleton mage next to him and ordered this. "Bone 4, cast windshield for me." The rattling skeleton nodded and immediately raised its staff high, radiating a brilliant purple magic aura. To activate the master protection skill, a light blue magical wind current quickly wrapped around Donghun's body for protection. looking at the skeleton army with glowing eyes full of murderous intent. Ready. Wait. To charge into battle, he decisively pointed forward and ordered, "All right, skeleton warriors. Move forward and wipe them all out for me first." Dong. Hun secretly thought, my own safety is guaranteed. Immediately, the skeleton bone 4 bravely rushed forward, activating the skill, low-level provocation. Level 1 with glowing, purple eyes to draw the enemy's attention. Dong Hun raised his staff high and ordered, "Guys, charge in and call it out for me." Under the effect of the provocation skill, the desert, scorpions immediately changed direction, shifting all their attention to Bone 4. Taking advantage of that, the skeleton swordsman rushed forward, swinging, his sword hard to strike the monster's tough shell. A harsh sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Although the sword could not directly pierce the thick armor, Dong Hun still realized one thing. He thought to himself, even if it doesn't pierce through, the attack will still have an effect. He immediately shouted loudly to encourage his army, "Don't stop. Continue attacking. If we keep attacking continuously, it will eventually fall down," ordering the skeleton. "Archer, quickly." The fire wind-piercing arrows embedded straight into the enemy, while the other skeletons also cooperated smoothly. Attacking continuously, blue-green blood splattered everywhere. Witnessing that scene, Dong Hun stood watching from afar, and realized things seemed much easier than he thought. Turning to the white-clothed hunter beside him, Dong Hun modestly said, "Oh no, this is only possible thanks to you guys dealing with the large group first." The white-clothed hunter burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, you are too modest. Does having a new skill also improve a person's personality?" Dong Hun smiled slightly and replied, "Ha ha, is that so? Thank you for the compliments." However, as the hunter turned away, the smile on Dong Hun's lips suddenly vanished. He thought deeply, but even so, his constant mentioning of luck is a bit worrisome. And furthermore, he cast a wary glance. The hunters in the team quickly moved up to cooperate in combat, easily destroying the monsters. Witnessing their proficient combat skills, Dong Hun secretly realized each of them was quite skilled, which aroused his suspicion, because such a strong team would have absolutely no need for a ranky hunter. As a mercenary, he quickly figured out their true purpose. They knew he was the one who conquered the dungeon of high difficulty previously and received the priceless reward. But due to strict confidentiality agreements with the Blue Guild, they could not directly question him. To satisfy that curiosity and greed, the only thing they could do was drag him into a new dungeon expedition where fatal accidents happen, even more frequently than traffic accidents on the street. Realizing the lurking danger, his wary eyes told himself to be extremely careful, because right now everything is still just at the level of suspicion. Softly ordered the skeleton beside him to be ready to cope with the worst situations. Ahead of him, the black-haired team leader turned back and flashed an extremely sly and sinister smile. The group continued to move and stop in front of a giant, ancient desert temple with towering steps, where the stone door engraved with the scorpion symbol was firmly sealed. As soon as they approached the entrance, a blue system notification board suddenly appeared. Stage: Ancient Desert Scorpion King, along with instructions to unlock the seal. Break the seal of the Ancient Desert Scorpion King. You must perform a sacrificial ritual. Place the sacrifices on the 2 altars, and the cruel sacrificial condition is living hunters from rank F and above. Dong Hun completely froze. Cold sweat poured down as he realized this wicked task was not mentioned at all In the initial information, the brown-haired porter youth also began to tremble, asking confusedly if this was a joke. But right behind him, the team leader and his accomplices stood in a row with subtle smile. The brown-haired youth still innocently and worriedly asked, how could they find a sacrifice in this deserted desert? The team leader and his accomplices glanced at each other sinisterly, feeling a cold, murderous aura engulfing his body. The brown-haired youth tremblingly turned back and stammered, ooh. Team leader, what does this mean? The team leader slightly curled his lips into a cold smile and replied, what do you think it means? It says to offer sacrifices to living hunters from rank F and above. Don't you understand yet? Then he decisively ordered, all right, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and step onto the altar. Hearing this, both the brown-haired youth and the short-haired girl walking beside him were terrified, to the point of losing all color in their faces, trembling as they blurted out, what? The brown-haired youth panicked and shouted loudly, asking if the team leader had gone mad, but he just coldly replied that if thinking like that makes you feel better, then go ahead and believe it. The short-haired porter girl panicked and shouted, what? Why are you doing this to us? The black-haired team leader just bowed his head and smiled sinisterly. Ha ha ha. He held a sharp dagger in his hand, coldly turned his back, walked away, and said, don't you find this very strange? Why would we pay such an exorbitant reward just to bring along useless people like you? He raised his face and laughed smugly. A costly reward always comes with correspondingly expensive requirements. That's common sense, right? Standing and observing from behind, Dong-hoon silently assessed the situation. The fact that they dared to pull trick right in front of him meant they were completely confident they could overwhelm him with pure strength alone. The team leader glanced sinisterly and continued to coerce the two porters. Come on, stop resisting. Obediently step onto the altar. Seeing the dagger blade about to strike, Dong-hoon decisively stepped forward, blocking the way between the team leader and the two poor porters. Seeing this, the team leader stopped, highly annoyed. You didn't need to meddle in this, right? This attitude of yours now means you want to confront us, huh? The team leader waved a shining dagger in front of him and laughed with contempt. Oh boy, I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. Or is this just a momentary heroic act? Dong-hoon glared at him and coldly interrupted, so noisy. What is your real goal? The team leader feigned confusion and asked back, goal? What kind of goal do you mean? Dong-hoon bluntly questioned the reason why you went to the trouble of hiring me through the Mercenaries Guild. Hearing this, the team leader changed his attitude, slightly curving his lips into a sinister smile. Ha! Turns out you are not completely stupid after all. Dong-hoon firmly shouted, speak up! The team leader sneered and admitted, that's right, it's that dungeon. Didn't you conquer it purely by luck? Right, you guessed it. We are indeed very curious about that luck of yours. I don't know how you managed to win over that skeleton master, but he smiled hypocritically and friendly, holding a dagger as he stepped closer to Dong-hoon. But know this, we have no intention of making an enemy out of you. Dong-hoon slightly smirked sarcastically and asked back, no intention of making an enemy of me, huh? The team leader smiled and replied, that's right, that's why. We are showing you this. This is our true nature. We want to ask if you'd like to join. U.S. The team leader, standing with his accomplices in the distance, continued to make the offer, of course. If you agree to join, you will have to share a portion of your luck. With us, our team is always extremely fair in distributing benefits. Dong-hoon gripped his skull staff tightly and laughed contemptuously. Ha! You guys are truly crazy. In his mind at this moment, their nature was crystal clear and short. Basically, they were like, "We are bad guys. Do you want to do bad things with us? If that's the case, then hand over all your rewards right now." Is that what's happening? Dong-hoon stood facing the team leader and his accomplices. His gaze suddenly became extremely icy and filled with murderous intent. He wore a contemptuous smile and decisively declared, "Fine then, go to hell. Come out, Bone." He immediately activated his magic, a brilliant purple light flared up as summoned. Skeleton warriors with glowing eyes quickly rose from the ground. Dong-hoon decisively ordered, "Wipe them out." Skeleton archer immediately pulled its bowstring taut, firing a rain of wind-piercing arrows straight down, but the agile black-haired hunter swung his knife and easily swatted away all the arrows. He smirked sinisterly. "Oh, is this your answer? You will regret it." Dong-hoon glanced sideways and coldly replied, "I have no intention of being humble to you." Rats! Two valiant skeleton warriors rushed up to close in on the black-haired hunter, raising their blades to parry the direct slash of the skeleton swordsman. The harsh sound of clashing metal echoed loudly. He gritted his teeth and sneered with contempt. Do you think just because you got lucky you suddenly became strong? Someone who was just a porter a few days ago, standing and watching the battle from behind." Dong-hoon narrowed his eyes to gauge the opponent's strength. "Stronger than I thought." Dong-hoon analyzed silently. He is just a rank C hunter. But his actual strength feels almost like rank B already. But ahead, the black-haired hunter struggled to fend off the skeleton's continuous attacks. He groaned. Ugh. But after that, he burst into crazy laughter. "Think you can easily deal with me just because I'm fighting alone? Then you are completely wrong right at that moment." A cold voice suddenly echoed from the darkness behind Dong-hoon. "Do you know why we are never afraid when wandering into unknown rank dungeons?" A black-gloved hand stealthily drew a sharp dagger. Dong-hoon was startled, whipped around, and thought in shock. To survive? A harsh clanging sound shook the air. The summoned skeleton swung its sword to block the black-haired hunter's slash directly. But the immense recoil force from the strike bounced back, causing Dong-hoon to gasp in pain. He grimaced as he realized the shock from the enemy's attack was even transmitting directly to his own body as the summoner. Seeing Dong-hoon struggling, the black-haired hunter flashed a sinister smile. Right behind him, a billow of dark aura rose as he smugly introduced, "Ha ha ha, poor little fool. The hunter you are facing right now is, from the black smoke, a hooded man." Wearing a spider-patterned mask, coldly stepped out, holding a pair of sharp daggers. Black-haired hunter immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, older brother, it's him, the—" Ranka hunter looked down at Dong-hoon with contempt and remarked, "Oh, for someone who got lucky. He doesn't look strong at all." Facing the pressure of a true Ranka hunter, cold sweat poured down Dong-hoon's face. He worriedly thought to himself, the situation right now has truly become hopeless. Being able to hold out in combat against the rank B hunters just now was already a miracle. But once a rank hunter gets involved, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Just as Dong-hoon fell into a deadlock, a small, trembling hand gently gripped the edge of his cloak. Dong-hoon turned around in surprise to see the short-haired porter girl sobbing heavily. She choked out, "I'm sorry. It feels like you got dragged into this trouble. Because of us. Thank you. Even though it seems like this is the end, I am still truly very grateful to you." Seeing the tears rolling down the girl's frightened face, Dong-hoon's chest tightened. He indignantly asked himself, what on earth did weak people like this do wrong? Just because they are weak, are they forced to become scapegoats for someone else's greed? That injustice made Dong-hoon clench his fists with determination. He told himself he absolutely would not give up. He wanted to save them at all costs. A hunter? To me, that person is just a nameless a nobody. He decisively waved his hand, activated brilliant magic, and shouted loudly, "Because I possess an entity far more powerful than that." The blue system notification board instantly appeared. Activate the skill. Teaching of the S rank. Master Craftsman. Bringing the soul of the dignified white-haired master back to the battlefield. The black-haired hunter clicked his tongue doubtfully, while the black-hooded a leader also grew alert. Decisively taking a stance with the daggers in his hands, is that it? The soul of the master craftsman stroked his beard, narrowed his eyes to look at the a hunter in front of him, and clicked his tongue in contempt. "Ske, that's right. I saw right through you. The moment you walked without even grasping the most basic fundamentals, you brat." Dong-hoon hurriedly called for help. "Master, the situation is critical. Please give me some advice." Hearing this, the old man smirked. "Advice?" He clicked his tongue helplessly. "Tisk, you idiot. Even if you die and come back to life, then you still won't be able to deal with that guy. Even against a mere nobody like that, you still can't handle it." Dong-hoon angrily retorted, "Stop standing there complaining and help me out already. If I die here, wouldn't your ambitions vanish into thin air as well?" The old man immediately grew furious and shouted, "Who told you to rush blindly into this situation, huh? I am the one who should be complaining here, you idiot. No matter how well-versed I am in all arts, there are simply things that cannot be done." Right at that moment, the hunter of rank wearing a spider mask coldly spoke up to interrupt it. "I am speaking nicely here. This is the first and only warning. What was the luck you got from the previous dungeon?" Watching him approach, Dong-hoon paused to think. Wait a minute." He observed his surroundings and quickly realized what they truly wanted was the reward he had obtained earlier. The luck from the old man's dungeon? Thinking of this, a flash of light appeared in Dong-hoon's eyes. This means that, in the current situation, he was the one holding the upper hand. They were threatening him as if they controlled everything. But in reality, if he didn't cooperate, they would be the ones to lose out. Gently wearing a sinister smile, Dong-hoon hatched a new plan in his mind. He decisively stepped forward. Seeing Dong-hoon's attitude change, the old master behind him also narrowed his eyes curiously. The a hunter gently spun the sharp dagger in his hand. He coldly said, "Even Kisoyun couldn't conquer that dungeon. Yet someone like you managed to do it. This truly has aroused my curiosity." Dong-hoon nodded slightly, wearing a compliant smile. "All right. Then let me tell you. I will definitely tell you. After all, you are a hunter." Seeing him act sensible, the leader sneered smugly. "A wise choice. At least you know how to read the situation." However, the smile on Dong-hoon's lips suddenly turned ice-cold. He gritted out, "But I will only speak after I have settled scores with these backstabbing traitors," saying that, Dong-hoon decisively pointed his skull staff straight at the white-clad hunter and his accomplices. The skeleton army with glowing eyes immediately stepped forward to surround them. Dong-hoon coldly declared, "Until then, I am too angry and disappointed to say anything at all. If you don't like this condition, then go ahead and kill me." Dong-hoon's resoluteness and recklessness made the two F porters behind hug each other in trembling, wide-eyed shock. Terrified by the breathlessly tense atmosphere, Dong-hoon smiled sheepishly, scratched his head, and explained, "Please understand me. I have a condition. No matter how desperate the situation is, I simply cannot bear to throw away my self-respect Seeing his strange attitude, the rank leader narrowed his eyes suspiciously and scrutinized him. "What kind of scheme are you plotting?" Dong-hoon nonchalantly let go of his hands and said, "Come on! Anyway, I don't have any chance to escape from your hands anyway." He looked up at the scorching desert sky and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Even if I tried to pull any clever tricks, how could I ever fool the sharp senses of a rank hunter?" Dong-hoon's honest confession made the rank leader not in agreement true, but the black-haired accomplice beside him immediately panicked and tried to stop him. "Wait, but older brother, are you seriously considering this nonsense?" Ignoring his accomplice's objection, Dong-hoon maintained a resigned expression and continued to persuade. "I know I'm basically dead either way. Who would ever think they could survive by going against the guild anyway? But even if I have to die, I absolutely will not let the bastards who betrayed me benefit from it. So either give me a chance to deal with them, or kill me right now." To prove his words, Dong-hoon immediately ordered his summoned skeletons to lower their weapons. Witnessing his decisiveness, the rank leader raised his hand to signal a pause. The black-haired traitor still tried to persuade. "Wait, but older brother," the leader coldly shouted to cut him off. "Shut your mouth." Turning to Dong-hoon, he decisively delivered his verdict. "All right, I'll give you exactly 30 minutes. But if I catch you red-handed trying to pull any clever tricks, under the terrifying pressure of a true rank hunter," Dong-hoon swallowed hard with tension. Cold sweat streamed down his cheek as the leader's cold threat continued to haunt his ears. "You will spend the rest of your life in extreme agony. You won't even be able to die if you want to." Dong-hoon nodded in agreement. Witnessing this agreement, the white-robed traitor standing nearby could only angrily and helplessly tremble as he shouted. The white-robed guy gripped his sword hilt, shaking violently with anger, and loudly asked Dong-hoon if he really thought he could defeat him with that. Dong-hoon stood firmly behind the shield of his summoned skeleton and calmly replied that you can only know by trying. Right at that moment, the soul of the white-haired master stepped out majestically and announced that he would also join and turn this battle into a live combat training session. The old master kindly taught Dong-hoon the principle of energy conservation, achieving the greatest results by consuming the least effort. Flashing a sinister smile, the master announced, "From now on, I will teach you how to borrow force from force, using the opponent's own strength against them." Dong-hoon closed his eyes and silently sent thanks to his master. Right after that, his eyes flared up with a powerful purple magic aura. He raised his skull staff high and coldly ordered, "Finish them off." The battle immediately broke out fiercely, with harsh, crashing weapon sounds. The valiant skeleton warriors rushed forward to overwhelm, causing the traitors to struggle in defense. An enemy leaped up, intending to swing his sword to attack. Instantly, arrows flew toward him. This guy could only fume with extreme frustration. However, his chances of turning the table were completely zero when right behind him, skeleton mage number 4 had already raised his magic staff, gathering a blazing giant fireball. The system immediately announced, "Bone for me." Use the skill. Level 1 fireball causing the flames to erupt fiercely. The giant fireball erupted fiercely, creating a thunderous explosion as the white-robed traitor screamed in panicked horror. "Ah! Fire has fire!" Before he could recover his senses, another skeleton warrior flashed forward like lightning and swung its sword down. The white-robed guy barely managed to raise his sword to block it in a struggle. A harsh sound of metal clashing echoed across the hot desert sand. The extremely powerful collision nearly shattered the white-robed guy's blade. He gritted his teeth in fury, cold sweat streaming down helplessly, damn it. Immediately, the summoned skeleton followed up with a decisive kick straight into his stomach. The force was so strong it sent him flying far away and crashing painfully to the ground. Standing and watching from afar, the assassin leader, wearing the spider mask, narrowed his eyes to assess. A decisive blow. At this rate, that kid might actually win. Suddenly, the assassin leader paused as he felt an unusual pressure from behind. This life force is right at the dungeon entrance. Meanwhile, the white-robed guy lay flat on the ground, coughing up blood pathetically. He looked up in terror as the shadow of Dong Hun coldly stepped forward and stood, towering in front of him with his staff in hand. The white-robed guy panicked, backing away and trembling as he begged desperately, "This is bad. Don't come near here. Save me." Standing beside Dong Hun, the soul of the white-haired master stroked his beard and remarked that even though these mobs were too weak to be considered real combat opponents, this first time was pretty good. The experience of real combat must come from that assassin over there. The old man clicked his tongue slightly and reminded him not to rush, because if he wanted to face that guy at his current level, he would have to bet his life. Dong Hun decisively took a stance and replied coldly, "I've been betting my life for a long time now." "Old man." "Nah, I did boo." But right at that moment, Dong Hun suddenly froze, his eyes revealing absolute shock as he looked around wildly. "There's another one coming. That assassin has already brought someone else here." Dong Hun was startled and stunned. The old master clicked his tongue in criticism. You fight well, but the problem is you completely lack a plan." "Nah." Dong Hun broke out in a cold sweat, staying silent. He looked back at himself. Admittedly, in this ruthless world of hunters, he was still nothing more than a weakling. And no matter how much he wanted to escape this reality, that was still the harsh truth he was forced to face. Dong Hun closed his eyes tightly, his trembling hands gripping the skull staff, as he asked himself, how on earth did he get the confidence to make this crazy bet? Right at that moment, the white-robed traitor, lying on the ground, suddenly burst into a crazy loud laugh. "Ha ha ha! Do you think only my senior brother is here in the Shadow Guild? How naive!" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the hot sand, making Dong Hun retreat cautiously. However, the two Shadow Guild assassins suddenly changed expression. One of them panicked and shouted, "Wait! The guild's people have tracked us down." The leader also immediately ordered, "We must escape right now." Dong Hun and the summoned skeletons looked at each other in confusion. Meanwhile, in another setting, the S-rank female hunter of Seoul was standing in front of a magical teleportation gate, glowing with a brilliant blue light amidst the lush green forest. Returning to the desert, the two Shadow Guild assassins hurriedly discussed retreating. "Don't think about it anymore. Let's get out of here. That's an S-rank. Right there. Get out before things get worse." "Damn it, exactly." With that, both of them quickly performed their lightness skill, whoosh, vanishing into the dust of the desert. The white-robed traitor stared blankly at their retreating backs, screaming in panic, "Hyung! Hyung!" The desert wind blew by, whipping up a thick cloud of dust. Dong Hun stood, silently, watching the direction they had just retreated in with suspicion. At the same time, in the green forest under the clear blue sky, Giselle was still standing and staring intently at the brilliant blue teleportation gate. She crossed her arms slightly, wondering if she was making too big a deal out of things. Giselle sighed to herself, thinking that secretly following Dong Ri and all the way here was no different from being a stalker. Even though she knew clearly he was inside the dungeon, thanks to the Blue Guild's information network, she still decided to stop here. Giselle turned around and walked away, remembering Dong-hun's promise that he needed a little more time to sort things out before giving her an answer. She told herself, "That's right, let's patiently wait a bit longer." Returning to the desert dungeon, the cleanup battle was still extremely fierce. The remaining accomplices of the traitor group were successively and heavily attacked by the summoned skeletons, screaming miserably in pain before collapsing. Witnessing that scene, the white-robed traitor widened his eyes with hatred and fear. He gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to survive at all costs. And to achieve that, he was ready to use any cruel trick. Behind the rubble, the two porter-class figures could only hug each other in fear, anxiously watching the next developments. Amidst the sunny and windy desert ruins, the decisive battle was unfolding with extreme tension. The white-robed traitor struggled to catch his breath, his body already exhausted under the relentless pressure. Observing his opponent, Dong-hun silently assessed the situation, but then he quickly realized their intention. Everything was crystal clear. Since they couldn't subdue him with raw power, they were definitely plotting to target the two weak porters in the back to apply pressure, not giving his opponent a chance to execute that wicked plan. Dong-hun resolutely stepped forward and shouted out an order. "Bone 1! Immediately, the skeleton, Warrior Bone 1 valiantly charged straight forward. A loud noise echoed as a powerful, direct slash came down, catching the white-robed traitor before he could react. He screamed in pain as fresh blood splattered across the hot sand. Dong-hun coldly stepped toward the injured enemy, thinking to himself, "If I were weak, would they let me live?" The answer is definitely no way. The nature of this hunter world is just like that, and the others in their group would only act just as ruthlessly. Looking at the white-robed traitor kneeling on the ground, holding his bleeding arm and trembling under Bone 1's suppression, Dong-hun felt not a shred of pity. "You bastard. Do you think I'll just sit still and let this happen?" With that, he stomped hard on the sand, trying to use his remaining strength to charge forward and counterattack. However, Bone 1, with its glowing purple eyes, was a step faster. The summoned skeleton turned and swung its sword in a sharp arc, directly cutting off any chance of resistance from afar. Witnessing that scene, his accomplices could only grind their teeth helplessly in extreme anger. The tragic scream of the traitor echoed as he collapsed heavily onto the ground in pain. Dong-hun still stood tall, coldly looking down at him with pathetic eyes. Lying defeated on the ground, the traitor gritted his teeth in bitter hatred and cursed. "You fucking bastard!" He slammed his fist against the ground in helplessness and yelled, "Why right now? Why now? Why did you have to show up in front of me?" Hearing those resentful words, Dong-hun leisurely walked closer and casually asked, "What the hell are you talking about?" He leaned in close and flashed a mocking smile, looking straight into the face that was trembling with fear. "Wasn't it you who showed up in front of me in the first place?" The traitor was completely broken at this point, desperately screaming, "Just kill me!" Dong-hun smirked coldly. "Kill you?" He looked toward the ancient altar, emitting a brilliant yellow glow, then turned back to look at the traitor with a razor-cold gaze. Dong-hun whispered sinisterly, "Sorry, but you won't get to die that easily." Dong-hun's cruel declaration terrified the traitor. He gritted his teeth tightly, trying to use his final burst of strength to lunge forward, grab Dong-hun's cloak, and scream madly, "You bastard! Just kill me!" However, before he could touch Dong-hun, a rigid, bony hand suddenly shot forward and gripped his wrist tightly. The traitor widened his eyes in horror. "What?" The summoned skeleton easily lifted him up like a toy, and despite his frantic screams and begging to be let go, the skeleton coldly dragged him across the hot sand directly toward the sacrificial altar. Right at this moment, The system displayed the ruthless rules of the stage. To open the boss room, 2 living hunters must be sacrificed. It immediately restrained and dragged the brown-haired accomplice onto the second altar. Witnessing his companion being taken as a sacrifice, the red-haired traitor standing in the distance could only indignantly and helplessly scream, "You bastard!" Immediately after, a blue system notification window popped up. Sacrifices offered. Evaluating condition. Watching that scene, Dong-hun muttered thoughtfully to himself, "If it weren't for this situation, I would have retreated without bothering to conquer this dungeon." His gaze softened slightly, but immediately turned extremely cold. Now it's different. Looking at the 2 traitors, writhing in the sacrificial light, Dong-hun thought coldly, "We must return what we receive. If you have any resentment." Behind him, the 2 poor high orders could only tremble as they watched in extreme horror at the cruelty of this hunter world. The blood-stained spear of the summoned skeleton stood tall amidst a fierce red aura. The tragic scream of the sacrificed victim echoed with full resentment. "You bastard." Immediately after, a blue system window popped up to announce, "Conditions met." A giant pillar of bright red light erupted from the altar, releasing the dungeon's long-held seal. Standing before the brilliant pillar of light, Dong-hun coldly watched the 2 traitors gradually dissolve. He softly said his goodbyes. "Goodbye. If there's a next life, live well. Ni in decay." Having dealt with the traitors, Dong-hun turned his head and thought to himself. He wondered why Giselle still hadn't arrived, even though earlier the members of the Shadow Guild had panicked upon hearing that the guild's people would come here. He breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself that if not for the threat from that law enforcement force causing them to retreat, he would have had to struggle against 2 high-rank hunters and gotten into deep trouble. Just as Dong-hun was looking toward the stone chest on the altar, a harsh, dry scraping sound suddenly echoed. Dong-hun started, raising his magical staff high in vigilance. The giant stone door of the boss room slowly opened. The system displayed a notification. The seal has been released. Immediately after, a terrifying roar echoed from inside the dark cave. The immense power from the roar caused the system to continuously warn. The Scorpion King's wrath tears the sky apart. Behind Dong-hun, the 2 poor porters could only hug each other tightly, trembling in extreme horror before the monster's overwhelming pressure. Not only humans, but even Dong-hun's awakened D-rank skeleton soldiers began to tremble, being suppressed by the aura of the strong, causing all of their stats to be reduced by 20%. Due. Facing this dire situation, Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat, silently feeling the extreme tension weighing down on him. Seeing this, the female porter anxiously stepped closer and asked, "Summoner, are you okay?" Dong-hun turned around, startled by their frightened faces, and gently flashed a reassuring smile. "I don't know, but the only thing I'm sure of is just do what we've always done. Just proceed according to the training." 9. The master suddenly appeared from behind, crossing his arms with contempt as he asked, "Ha, disciple? Are you saying you need my help to deal with this weak piece of trash?" Dong-hun was startled and blank. "Huh?" The old man, nonchalantly, continued, "I'd rather cook and eat someone who can't handle something like this than take him as a disciple." Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat, irritably snapping, "Don't joke around like that with such a serious face." The old man calmly replied, "Joking? When was I joking?" Then he waved his hand in a ruthless goodbye. "Anyway, I'm leaving. Don't forget to call me tomorrow." Dong-hun panicked and called out after his master, but his figure completely vanished as a blue system window popped up to announce, S-rank 1000 Art Master's mentorship skill has ended. Dong Hun, extremely worried, thought to himself. Has the time limit already run out? Right at that moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook, violently with terrifying rumbles. Dong Hun started in alarm, hurriedly taking a combat stance alongside his two summoned skeletons. From beneath the hot sand, the giant ancient desert, Scorpion King emerged, its glowing red eyes shining with deadly intent. Looking at the giant monster in front of him, Dong Hun sweated profusely. The ground suddenly shook, slightly along with dull rumbling sounds. The skeleton army immediately moved, clacking as they entered a state of high alert. However, the space around the stone gate suddenly became unusually quiet. Dong Hun stared around suspiciously at this ominous silence. A chill ran down his spine, making him suddenly realize the danger. Could it be an underground attack? Without a 0.1-second hesitation, Dong Hun shouted loudly, "Bone!" A brilliant purple magic flared up as the shield-bearing Skeleton Bone 4 quickly rushed forward to block, right in front, to protect its master from the imminent danger. Behind it, the archer Skeleton Bone 3 was also pulling its bowstring taut, preparing to support. However, just as the arrow was about to leave the string, the ground beneath it violently cracked open. A giant scorpion claw burst out from underground with terrifying force, directly smashing the archer skeleton into 100 pieces. Witnessing that scene, Dong Hun was shocked. What? It ignored me in the front to attack Bone 3 in the back? Does this monster, id 3930, even have intelligence? It even has intelligence, too. 4 giant scorpions fully revealed themselves from beneath the sand, roaring a deafening, threatening sound after eliminating their target. Realizing the critical situation with the rear being ambushed, Dong Hun immediately pointed and yelled, "Bone 4!" Receiving the order from its master, the shield-bearing skeleton bravely stepped forward, using all its might to slam its shield against the ground, creating a shockwave. The system immediately displayed a notification. Bone 4 uses level 1 low-level provocation. 1. The wave of provocation spread out, causing the giant scorpion to pause in confusion, shifting all its attention to Bone 4's sturdy shield. The giant monster roared furiously, then swung its massive claw down in a heavy strike. Witnessing the thunderous attack rushing toward them, Dong Hun yelled, "It's coming!" A harsh, echoing clash resounded as the shield met the scorpion's claw head-on. The system immediately displayed a notification. Bone 4 uses level 1 low-level block dotting. Seeing the terrifying attack being blocked, Dong Hun was extremely astonished. Oh, it blocked it. Realizing that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived, he gripped his magical staff tightly and thought to himself, "Right now." Behind him, the mage skeleton nodded slightly to signal it was ready, while the archer skeleton also lightning-fast drew its bow and pulled the string taut. Dong Hun quickly ordered, "Everyone attack!" Dong Hun decisively pointed his magical staff forward. Immediately a rain of piercing arrows along with a giant burning fireball simultaneously pelted straight toward the giant scorpion. Taking advantage of the enemy being weakened, the other skeleton warriors bravely charged forward, delivering fatal slashes and stabs into its body. Dong Hun smirked triumphantly. Weak points? Vital spots? Who cares about those things? There's no way to defend against a gang-up id 3976 like this. The giant scorpion. So many of them, and that giant scorpion screamed miserably in extreme pain under the relentless attacks and overwhelming power of the skeleton army, causing it to completely lose. Looking at the monster that had been subdued, Dong Hun smiled with confidence. It's quite resilient, but My power still works. Ah, nee. The giant monster was still continuously taking damage and roaring in pain. Dong Hun immediately ordered his army. It doesn't matter if you die. Just keep charging in. As long as he had enough mana to summon. These skeleton warriors were practically immortal, looking at the status display showing. The remaining mana was 50. Dong Hun smiled confidently. The skeleton, swordsman valiantly, raised its sharp sword high beneath the blue sky, ready to fight to the end. However, the giant scorpion in its frenzy swung its extreme claw to smash a summoned skeleton to pieces. Without flinching, Dong Hun raised his skull staff high and shouted, "Summon!" A brilliant purple magic flared up. The system immediately announced that he had activated the skill. D rank awakened, skeleton summon. Consuming 10 mana to bring Bone 1 back to the battlefield. The scorpion looked bewildered to see the enemy it had just smashed instantly reappear right before its eyes. Dong Hun decisively ordered, "Charge! Bone 1, Bone 2. The two warrior skeletons lightning-fast rushed in to attack relentlessly. A sharp slash came down straight onto the scorpion's hard shell. The angry monster swung its sharp, thorny tail to wipe out the enemies. But the skeleton warriors nimbly dodged the blow and continuously delivered counterattacks. The battle entered its decisive phase. The skeleton warriors simultaneously leaped high, coordinating smoothly to launch continuous attacks from all sides. Right after that, the long spear of bone 2 valiantly thrust straight and deep into the monster's vital spot, causing it to scream miserably and then collapse. The system window immediately displayed a notification. The ancient desert scorpion king has been defeated. Looking at the giant carcass crashing down onto the hot sand, Dong Hun gripped his magical staff tightly and excitedly shouted, "It worked!" Dong Hun breathed heavily and tiredly, his hand gripping his magical staff tightly as his body's energy had been depleted, down to a mere 10 points. Looking at the giant scorpion king's carcass collapsed on the hot sand and leaking green fluid, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, if this battle had needed to drag on for just a little bit longer, the one lying down would definitely have been him. However, this risk was totally worth it. The system window continuously displayed congratulatory notifications. All of Bone 1's stats were increased by 1 point, and at the same time, its low-level /skill was also upgraded by 2 levels. Right beside it, the skeleton Bone 2 was also granted 1 additional point to all stats, and its low-level stab skill was increased by 2 levels as well. Both skeleton warriors radiated a powerful, brilliant purple aura. Dong Hun smiled with deep satisfaction. As expected of a C-rank boss, the rewards are truly overwhelming. Nanda and Nabishi. Just at that moment, a familiar chime echoed, and the system announced that he had discovered an extremely rare item. C-rank ancient desert scorpion king's venom gland. Dong Hun quickly clicked receive. A brilliantly glowing purple gem emitting a hazy magical smoke appeared in the palm of his hand. Looking at the description, the system displayed this was a venom essence containing about 20 types of extremely dangerous, deadly poisons. Aside from being a material for crafting equipment, it could also be used as a material for crafting skills. Right at that moment, the archer's skeleton bone 3 unexpectedly made a clicking sound and stepped closer, staring intently at the venom gem in Dong Hun's hand. Dong Hun turned around in bewilderment to see the skeleton, gently tapping his hand as if asking for the gem. A brilliant yellow notification window suddenly popped up. Hidden condition met! The system displayed the requirements to unlock the skill. Level 1 poison arrow. The player must collect 10 Venom Attribute Skill Materials, of D rank or higher. Dong-hun completely froze in shock. He couldn't believe it. So, the summoned entity's skills could also be unlocked and upgraded through a special method like this. A brilliant purple magic aura flared up as the system announced that Bone has been adjusted, and it officially possessed the level 1 poison arrow skill. Immediately after, the system's celebratory chime rang out cheerfully, confirming that he had successfully conquered the ancient desert scorpion. King Stage, the dazzling light of the teleportation gate quickly enveloped Dong-hun's body as the dungeon completion rewards were delivered. The soothing, cool blue light of the teleportation gate opened amidst the lush green forest. Stepping out safely, the two E-rank porters were exhausted, but their faces showed boundless joy. They hugged each other tightly, excitedly shouting through tears, because they couldn't believe they had actually survived and returned from that stormy trip. The short-haired girl choked back emotion as she turned around to bow, expressing her infinite gratitude toward Dong-hun. Slinging his backpack, Dong-hun walked past them and gently smiled as he advised, "Next time, don't blindly follow strangers into death's door. Oid, 4,112, just for lucrative payout." The two porters, "Don't blindly follow strangers to your deaths, you two," waved goodbye gratefully and quickly left. Walking away under the shady green forest canopy, Dong-hun gently smiled with relief, thinking to himself, "Now is the right time to check my dungeon completion rewards." He stopped and raised his hand to activate the system. A brilliant yellow light flared up before his eyes, and a blue notification window popped up, reading, "Congratulations, you have obtained the B-rank Ancient Desert Trace Item. Nezao." A brilliantly glowing golden key unexpectedly appeared in Dong-hun's gloved hand, alongside a sparkling congratulatory system notification. "You have obtained the S-rank Ancient Desert Trace." Dong-hun stared blankly at the unfamiliar item in his hand and wondered, "What is this?" He stared intently at the exquisitely carved key and thought to himself, "A key?" When the detailed information window popped up, he learned that it was a B-rank item, categorized as a catalyst capable of unlocking the secrets of a hidden ruin. It had the effect of opening an ancient desert dungeon gate, and, crucially, it was soul-bound, completely belonging to the hunter Ju Dong-hun. Looking at the sparkling key in his hand, Dong-hun pondered over the concept of a linked dungeon. A linked dungeon? Is that what this is? How great would it be if someone were here to explain it to me right now? Right at that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, making his long black hair flutter in the air. Dong-hun was startled as he sensed someone's presence behind him, and softly uttered, "Huh?" He quickly turned around and was extremely surprised to see a beautiful girl, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, standing tall. Dong-hun flusteredly called out, "Miss Giselle." Giselle softly cleared her throat to lessen the awkwardness and spoke, "It's been a while. I was wondering how you could possibly conquer Yid 4158, that dungeon, and what rewards you got, right?" "That dungeon, and what were the rewards received? I just finished a few other dungeons, and came to find you, because it seemed like you had finished sorting everything out. I figured if I didn't show up myself, you'd never come to see me." "New Tashai." Dong-hun was startled and tense. Right behind him, the skeleton thought, "If this guy keeps acting like this, he'll stay single forever." Dong-hun flusteredly wondered what he should do. Should he tell the truth or tell a little lie? But what if she finds out? His gaze unconsciously glanced down at the sharp sword, sheathed at the S-rank female runner's waist with utmost wariness. feeling the invisible pressure gently radiating around. Yizul. Dong-hun gripped the golden key tightly in his hand, and quickly made a decision. Anyway, I'm just a low-rank hunter, who doesn't know much about this dangerous hunter world. If there's a good opportunity to establish a relationship with a top-tier hunter like her, I definitely must seize it. Seeing Giselle still crossing her arms and waiting patiently, Dong-hun let out a helpless sigh. All right, Miss Giselle. He decisively raised his head, looked straight into her eyes, and declared, You want to know how I conquered that dungeon and what rewards I got, right? I'll tell you the whole truth. Nani? And bye. Dong-hun smiled softly and said, But I have one condition. Giselle was slightly surprised and asked back, One condition? Dong-hun seriously put forward his request. First of all, WID 4,195. Please protect me until I become stronger. Please protect me until I become stronger. Hearing that, Giselle crossed her arms arrogantly. Protect you? Do I owe you anything? She narrowed her eyes to scrutinize him. Besides, since you said, first of all, it sounds like you still want something else, doesn't it? Dong-hun calmly explained, I am just a rookie. So when there are things I don't understand, please guide me within a reasonable limit. For example, saying this, he held out his gloved hand, revealing a sparkling golden key in front of her. Upon seeing the key, Giselle was completely astonished. Her eyes widened as she uttered, Could this be a catalyst? Seeing her shocked reaction, Dong-hun curiously asked, Do you know what this is? In his heart, he thought, even a top-tier gangster would be this surprised. It seems this item is truly not ordinary at all. Giselle quickly regained her composure and asked in a serious tone, Did you get this from that dungeon? Dong-hun nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. Giselle let out a soft sigh of admiration. Wow, you are really lucky. The chance of getting a catalyst in a dungeon is usually almost zero in the entire world right now. The number of known catalysts is fewer than 100. Furthermore, because this is a soulbound item, it is completely untradeable. Dong-hun and his summoned skeletons looked at each other blankly with curiosity. He pressed on, asking, So what exactly does it do? Giselle stared intently at the key in Dong-hun's hand, and explained, If you go deeper into decrypting it, a chain of linked quests will appear. These linked quests will continuously increase in rank, and ultimately, their rewards might even surpass rank S, all the catalysts that I have known until now. Follow this rule. Nabingne. Hearing this, Dong-hun was completely stunned and shouted, Ranks! Giselle nodded slightly and continued, Yes, it's a priceless item that top gangsters, including myself, are desperately searching for. Now, well. After a moment of silent thought, Giselle sighed softly and made her decision. All right, I accept your terms. Dong happily asked back, Really? However, Giselle smirked with a meaningful smile, cutting off his excitement. But the sound of beeps rang out as the electronic door lock opened. The room door cracked open, and Dong-hun and Giselle stepped inside. Looking around the cramped and messy apartment, Giselle couldn't help but ask in surprise, You live here? Dong-hun nervously cleaned up some unfinished instant noodle bowls on the table and laughed it off. It's pretty shabby. Right? I told you already. You didn't have to follow me. Nah. Giselle firmly replied, No, I can't do that. A promise is a promise. Watching Dong-hun scrambled to gather a messy pile of clothes on the floor, she scanned her surroundings and continued, I haven't detected any surveillance devices or detection skills around here. There are also no hunters above D rank near this building. You are safe. Yay. Donghun was startled and asked back in amazement. You checked all of those things? Yizhou closed the room door and didn't forget to remind him. Please. Let me know when you go training tomorrow. Okay? Donghun could only nod and reply, yes, yes. No. The next morning, at the training forest under the clear blue sky, Yizhou unexpectedly suggested, Let me observe your training process. Donghun blankly asked back, Observe? Yizhou seriously explained, actually. I've been able to sense your energy for a while now. And ever since you conquered that dungeon, you've started growing stronger at a dizzying pace. That's what I'm most curious about. How can you become strong so quickly? Facing the female runner's straightforwardness, Donghun decided not to hide it anymore. He explained everything to Yizhou about his fateful encounter with the white-haired master, as well as the harsh training he had to go through every day. However, after everything was cleared up, Donghun stood blankly in front of the room cabinet, deep in thought. The only remaining issue was the threat from Sarakon, with its ruthless red spider symbol, which was still a lingering danger in Donghun's mind. He told himself that if they kept threatening him, he would definitely return double what he received. Thinking of this, Donghun angrily slammed his hand down on the table. But before thinking about revenge, Donghun had to continue, facing the hellish training of the myriad arts master. Donghun let out a painful cry when the old master dealt a devastating blow from above, groaning helplessly while watching his disciples struggle. The old master wore a sinister smile and said, Does that mean? The training intensity needs to be increased, right? Before Donghun could even react, the old man waved his hand, activating a blue magical current, and continuously dealing violent blows to his body. Donghun screamed miserably in excruciating pain, trying to back away as he panicked and shouted, Wait! This is clearly abuse. Hearing those two words, the white-haired old master suddenly froze. His face darkened and his eyes bulged with indignation. Roaring, what? Abuse? He angrily scolded further. You dare call the Supreme Void Myriad Form Grand Arts something I spent years perfecting? Mere abuse? Nah. Seeing the master's fierce, furious face, Donghun shivered in a cold sweat. The old man coldly asked, Are you ready? Donghun panicked, waving his hands and pleading, Wait a second, master. But the old man just roared, Silence! And immediately lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of extremely powerful combo punches that made Donghun scream miserably in pain. Observing from afar, Yizhou could only be speechless watching Donghun being repeatedly beaten down by an invisible force. However, thanks to this horrifying torture, myriads of, blue system notification boards appeared one after another. Congratulations, C-rank pain resistance skill has leveled up. And right after that, you have acquired the B-rank pain resistance skill. This skill still has the potential for further growth. Donghun collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily with exhaustion and groaning softly. Yizhou slowly walked over, looking down at him with concern. Donghun tiredly looked up and asked, What are you looking at? Yizhou crossed her arms and sighed helplessly. No matter how I look at it, I still can't understand. To think that every day you have to go through this kind of crazy training. No. Actually, Donghun had decided to reveal the whole truth about the white-haired master to Ji. However, from the very beginning, Yizhou was completely unable to see the old master's soul, and even if she could see it, she wouldn't be able to learn or copy anything from him. While Yizhou stood deep in thought, the old master's soul stood right behind her, crossing his arms and coldly shouting, Hey, you brat! Get up already! There are still a full 30 minutes left until time's up. Dong-hun sluggishly forced himself up and replied, Yes, yes. He told himself that at his current level, he absolutely could not be lazy and lie around. He had to get up immediately to continue training, holding the skull staff in his hand. Dong-hun thought to himself, Bonnie 1 trained yesterday, so today will be Bonnie 3's turn. Immediately, the archer skeleton Bonnie 3 with eyes, glowing green, stepped forward, ready for orders. Dong-hun smiled with satisfaction seeing his summoned skeletons growing stronger with every passing moment. He gently activated his status panel to check. Currently, Dong-hun had advanced to D rank, with an energy pool of 50 out of 120, alongside the summoned skills. D rank awakened skeleton summoning, S rank memory recreation, and S rank teachings of the myriad arts master. Wait, let's adjust for the exact line mapping. He also possessed the newly upgraded B rank pain resistance skill, along with a series of high-quality C rank combat skills: slash, stab, shoot, and parry. Looking at the new stat board, Dong-hun wore a confident smile, telling himself, Now I possess a lot of skills. That is the achievement resulting from the phenomenal evolution of the skeleton army. Pony slash skill, Pony 2's stab skill, Pony 3's shoot skill, and Pony 4's parry skill, all together have created a perfect and extremely formidable combat team. Dong-hun realized he had mastered almost every combat skill of the skeletons, except for Bonnie 5's magical moves. To be able to absorb this power, he was forced to learn how to channel Chi. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, under the old master's supervision, Dong-hun asked, Just sitting like this is enough, right? The old master immediately ordered in a stern voice, Recite silently. The supreme void mind method that I taught you last time. The old man strictly reminded him, Don't just parrot blindly. You must focus and feel the flow of energy coursing through your entire body. Dong-hun gently closed his eyes, trying to regulate his breathing and concentrate his mind to the maximum. Lines of ancient magic. Characters began to appear and revolve around him. The old master's voice still rang out steadily in his ear. Don't think it's meaningless. Breathing is the most important part of this method. If you still can't feel the chi, even though I personally built your soul foundation, then... Hearing that, Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat, secretly worried and wondering, what will happen if I can't feel it? The old master immediately poured another bucket of cold water on him. With no other choice left, I will have to assume that you completely lack talent, and I will increase the intensity of this method even stronger. Dong could only helplessly tell himself, There's no other way. He closed his eyes tightly, meditating amidst the glowing blue magic circle, and resolve. I can endure anything, as long as I become stronger. As long as I get stronger, that's enough. A stream of pure blue Chi energy began to condense, glowing strongly on both of Dong-hun's hands. Meanwhile, under the quiet night sky of the city, Giselle was standing alone on a breezy rooftop. She looked down at the glittering city night view, her heart full of thoughts about Dong-hun. Has he really become the disciple of that weird old man? Memories of those pathetic defeats in the dungeon resurfaced, making Giselle shudder. She recalled the image of herself being knocked down, helplessly before the absolute power of the white-haired old man. How many times has he beaten me by now? It's truly too terrifying. Giselle sighed heavily in weariness. Dong-hun was enduring extreme pain as his body was twisted and his bones were reconstructed from the master's training. He painfully muttered to himself, I used to think it was due to my luck, but I have to admit that having enough mental strength to endure the pain when the body is twisted and bones are reconstructed like this, I have no other choice but to accept it. Meanwhile, standing on the breezy rooftop looking down at the night city, Giselle gripped the railing tightly. She thought to herself, it can't be helped. For now, I'll just keep watching him. With that old man, someone I could never surpass, no matter what I did. Just watching him develop also gives me the feeling that I can't break through the limits holding me back. I'm really looking forward to it. Returning to Donghun. After an exhausting day of training, he lay, with his arms and legs sprawled out, falling asleep on his bed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Shadow Guild outside the director's office door, inside the room, a stream of red wine was slowly poured into a glass. The man's low voice sounded so. Standing in front of the desk, the assassin wearing a spider mask was extremely nervous, breaking out in a cold sweat. The CEO, white-haired with a scar on his nose, coldly asked, "You need backup because of what? Giselle, right?" The assassin hurriedly bowed in confirmation. "Yes, that's right." Sitting on a luxurious leather chair, gently swirling a glass of red wine, was Nick Jackson, the master of a Shadow Guild, a world-class ranker with the nickname Big House. He muttered, "Oh, having any connection with Parang is also something we don't like at all. You mean, then?" He lightly tapped his finger on the desk in calculation. Would it really be a kind of luck that can manipulate a ranker like that? The assassin with the spider mask immediately asserted, "Yes, absolutely. Just the fact that Giselle, that picky woman, showed interest proves it." Nar. Nick Jackson smirked, his eyes flashing with ambition. "Indeed. It's truly fascinating." Nick Jackson snapped his fingers crisply to call his secretary into the room. The female secretary quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Master, did you call me for something?" Nick Jackson asked in a deep voice. "What is Shadow Guild's upcoming schedule?" The secretary immediately reported, "Sir, our schedule for next month is completely booked." "Now?" Nick Jackson raised his hand to his chin, pondering. "Next month?" A probing glint flashed in his eyes. He turned and asked further, "You said his name is Ju Donghun, right? What is his current rank?" The sudden question made the assassin wearing the spider mask, standing nearby, startle and break out in a cold sweat. Nick Jackson decisively gave the command, "All right. Clear out the entire schedule for next month as well." "Nanda and Enrique." He spun around, a dark blue energy surrounding his body as he firmly declared, "I will personally go check out this brat Ju Donghun." He let out a sinister smile. The master of Shadow Guild seemed to have locked onto his new prey. Meanwhile, at the familiar training forest, Donghun was struggling to perform the master's harsh physical training. Sweat poured down like rain as he panted, counting each beat. 37, 38, 39. Standing right beside him at this moment was Giselle. She crossed her arms and quietly observed, with an extremely serious expression. With every last ounce of remaining strength, Donghun shouted, 40! Right after that, he collapsed in exhaustion onto the green grass, panting pathetically. Giselle looked down at him and called, "Donghun," and then slowly walked closer to him. Giselle turned her head slightly, her gaze suddenly turning extremely serious and pensive. She looked at Donghun and firmly announced, "There is something I must tell you." Donghun blankly asked back, "Huh? Tell me what?" Crossing her arms, she reminded him, "I promised you, remember? I promised to protect you from any ambush until you are strong enough to handle it yourself." Hearing this, Donghun forced an awkward laugh. "Ha ha! Yes, I remember. One But then he broke out in a cold sweat and continued, "But I didn't think you would actually stick with me 24/7 like this." "No." Giselle immediately retorted, "Seriously, if I don't stick close to you everywhere and all of the time, how can I prevent an ambush?" Dong-hun awkwardly reasoned, "With 4578, but you're a ranker, Giselle. But you are a ranker, Giselle. You still have dungeons to conquer and responsibilities. To the guild too, right?" Giselle sighed softly. "That's exactly why. I'm talking to you about this right now. From time to time, I still have some business I must take care of. Therefore, I will give you two choices." "Well, it's yeah." She held up two fingers decisively. "One, you tag along with me for 6 hours straight. Or two, take out that dungeon key from the other day and use it." "In law." Dong-hun instantly snapped awake. "Oh, that key!" He reached out his hand, and a brilliant golden light burst forth as the ancient key materialized. The system information board immediately displayed, "Item, trace of the ancient desert, B, rank, Bitey. Type, catalyst. This is a key that unlocks the secrets of hidden ruins, helping to unlock a dungeon, ancient desert, and has been soul-bound to Hunter. Yu Dong-hun Chai. Now, I know." Giselle explained that because the catalyst is a bound item. That place is a solo dungeon, which means being there is actually safer than following me. Even rankers cannot infiltrate a place like that. However, Dong-hun couldn't help but still worry. He held the key, breaking out in a cold sweat and wondering, wait a minute, this B-rank dungeon, no matter how you look at it, reeks of danger. What safety is there? Giselle smiled a confident and warm smile. She looked at him and firmly asserted, "Go ahead. Following me, you can definitely conquer it." No. The unexpected encouragement from the female rank E left Dong-hun completely frozen, his face flushing red with bashfulness. In his heart, he couldn't help but surge with extreme excitement. I was just praised by a top-tier ranker. Furthermore, she's also a mutant summoner. Too. Dong-hun looked at his battered old E-rank badge, thinking about the days of struggling as a cheap mercenary, whom nobody paid attention to. Yet now, he was recognized and trusted by a top ranker like Giselle. The feeling of being acknowledged made Dong-wei an extremely emotional. He gripped the golden key tightly in his hand, smiling softly with confidence. All right, I've decided. I'll go. Why not? Anyway, I've already finished this morning's training session. Nay, I'm see. Satisfied with Dong-hun's decisive choice, Giselle began to instruct. All right. Then you should focus your energy on the key. To activate it, the dungeon will appear right in front of you. No. Dong-hun nodded in acknowledgement. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. And instantly the golden key in his hand burst into a brilliant glow. At the same time, a blue system board popped up with a notification. You want to activate the trace of the ancient desert. You can open the ancient desert dungeon. A powerful magical wind suddenly erupted, forming a huge energy vortex. The system immediately issued a warning. Warning, this dungeon only allows one person to enter. Dong-hun turned back to look at Giselle and resolutely said, All right, I'm going in. Giselle smiled gently and nodded, sending him off. Right after that, a dazzling teleportation light enveloped Dong-hun's body, making him disappear from the forest. Setting foot on the scorching hot sand, Dong-hun squinted slightly to look around. Where is this? The system immediately chimed with a notification. You have entered the ancient desert. You have discovered a pyramid. Appearing before Dong-hun's eyes at this moment, amidst a desolate, sun-drenched and windy desert, was a gigantic ancient architectural structure. That left him in awe. Exclaiming, pyramid? Dong-hun immediately raised his skull staff high, activating the D-rank awakened skeleton. Summoning skill. A brilliant purple magic current flared up, summoning the familiar skeleton warriors to escort him. Looking at the dark entrance ahead, Dong-hun walked resolutely and muttered to himself, based on what we know. The dungeon is inside. When he turned back to instruct. His army, maintain your formation and follow me. A skeleton clattered its agreement. Dong-hun silently assessed the situation. We are only at D rank. Inside a B-rank dungeon like this, we are definitely at a disadvantage. Yeah. Forcing a confident smile like a true CEO, he told himself, therefore, as the weaker ones. We will have to fight tactically. Dong-hun placed his black glove, hand against the giant stone door in front of him. The heavy door slowly cracked, open with a resounding muffled creak. Dong-hun, and the skeleton stepped inside. He blankly mumbled, It opened this easily? But right after that, a blue system notification board suddenly appeared before his eyes. The dungeon is linked to the rank of Hunter Ju Dong-hun. Dong-hun was startled. The system repeatedly chimed with warnings. The dungeon is undergoing a transformation. Along with the code text, you cannot leave the dungeon. Dong-hun panicked and shouted, What? The stone door abruptly slammed shut, officially sealing off their only exit. Before he could even regain his composure, a terrifying and massive explosion suddenly resounded through the space. A powerful, blue magical wind pressure erupted, crashing straight down on Dong-hun, who panicked and hid behind the sturdy shield of the guardian skeleton. The terrifying force of the explosion blasted the entire skeleton army far away. Dong-hun's miserable scream rang out helplessly. Amidst the dark dungeon that was constantly transforming violently, Dong-hun struggled to prop himself up from the ground, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. He panted in utter bewilderment. What on earth is happening? I stepped in with such confidence, yet clattering sounds softly echoed around him. Dong-hun, startled, turned to look, and realized skeletons in the dim light. He saw countless dry skeletons scattered everywhere. Dong-hun clenched his fists, his gaze revealing fierce determination. Well, there are dry bones all around here. WID 4,730. Let's explore and find out more about this place. Let's explore and find out more about this place. To make the hallway less terrifying, Dong-hun immediately ordered the archer skeleton to assist. The system board displayed Bonnie. 3 uses level 6 vision purification. An arrow carrying a brilliant blue light was shot out, lighting up the entire deep hallway of the ancient pyramid. Seeing the path clearly before his eyes, Dong-hun softly uttered, There's an open space ahead of us. Yan-ne-ru stepped forward with his skeleton army, thinking to himself, right now, I have no other choice than to keep moving forward. No. Just as he reached the end of the hallway, a giant, blue-white light suddenly burst forth blindingly, making Dong-hun's eyes sting. He blankly muttered, What is this? Immediately, a blue system board appeared with a notification. Discovered stage, resting place of the Sun Spear. Appearing before Dong-hun at this moment was a long line of guard skeleton soldiers standing tall and upright, holding long, sturdy spears. Wait, let's match exact line. The system continued to display detailed information about the stage. Deep inside the pyramid is the resting place of the Sun Spear, a warrior and absolute ruler who once led the ancient desert empire. Overcome the valley intruders and approach the Sun Spear. Suddenly, the eyes of the entire skeleton guard battalion simultaneously glowed with murderous blue fire. They began to move, radiating an immensely terrifying pressure. Dong-hun was completely frozen in shock. What is this? Pouring rain poured down on a desolate, ancient town. In the dark night, painful, agonizing growls echoed alongside tattered black feathers, falling and scattering. A group of ferocious villagers holding weapons angrily roared. Monster! Filthy creature! A half-human, half-beast pathetic wretch dares to show up here? That was the cruel memory of a poor beastkin boy. Bitterly remembered. Then someone tried to cut my ankle. And in the end, they took my eyes. Driven into a corner, the boy was forced to fight back. When the bald villager, holding a knife, rushed forward, yelling, "Die!" the boy rewarded him right away with a slash that sent him flying, making him scream miserably. One by one, he logged them all out of the earth beneath the legendary black spear point, looking at the corpses lying scattered at the beastkin boy's feet, with hollow eyes, streaming 2 rows of resentful tears, he told himself. If everyone wants to take away what belongs to me, he stamped hard on a puddle of rainwater and coldly declared, then I will also take away everything that belongs to you. The painful memories closed, bringing Dong-hun back to the tense reality inside the pyramid. In front of him right now, the sun spears, guard skeleton army with eyes, glowing green simultaneously, raising their sharp spears, ready to crush the intruders. Seeing the army of gods marching forward heavily, Dong-hun gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue, damn it. The system continuously displayed warning panels, glowing bright red with danger. Realizing there were far too many enemies, Dong-hun immediately ordered the skeleton warriors to block the front. The shield-bearing skeletons instantly rushed forward to erect a solid defensive wall. He quickly analyzed the situation. Fighting in this open area was far too disadvantageous. The best way was to lure them into the narrow hallway behind to limit the number of enemies who could approach. Dong-hun shouted loudly, "Hold the defense line here and destroy them one by one! Absolutely do not take a step back." The pyramid's skeleton guard horde rushed forward heavily, swinging their sharp spears and repeatedly stabbing against the defensive shields, creating deafening crashing sounds. The close quarters battle took place extremely fiercely right at the hallway entrance. Dong-hun's skeleton warriors did not flinch at all. The swordsman's skeletons bravely swung their swords to chop off the opponent's spears, while the other skeletons also coordinated smoothly to push back the attacks. In the rear, the mage skeleton began gathering a brilliant purple magic current at the tip of its staff, straining itself in preparation to unleash its ultimate move. However, the enemy's successive offensive pressure was too great. Seeing the spears continuously thrusting forward, Dong-hun furrowed his brow, realizing that even his skeleton warriors had their limit of endurance. He immediately ordered the skeleton warriors, "Don't push too hard, fall back slowly." The whole formation began to simultaneously defend and retreat deep into the hallway. However, the overwhelming pressure caused the guardian skeleton to be knocked down to the ground. The guard monster did not miss the chance to send it straight back to where it was made, with a ruthless, skull-crushing stab. Despite taking casualties, Dong-hun maintained his composure. Standing in the rear, he commanded loudly, "Destroy them one by one, smash their bodies completely, before moving on to the next target." Yet, just as he finished speaking, 3 sharp spears hurtled forward at terrifying speed, making Dong-hun startle in fear and turn around. A guard shadow suddenly closed in from a blind spot, swinging its Grim Reaper scythe straight down at his head. But right before the Grim Reaper's scythe could touch Dong-hun, Bone One moved with lightning speed, rushing forward and swinging its sword in a razor-sharp arc to intercept the enemy. Witnessing the timely rescue, Dong Hun excitedly shouted, "Good job. Well done, Bone 1. Right after that, the mage skeleton, Bone 5 with glowing red eyes, stepped forward. The system immediately announced, Bone 5 uses level 8 fireball skill. A massive wave of fire magic violently erupted, incinerating the surrounding guards into dust in an instant. However, before the smoke and fire of the explosion could dissipate, dry, clacking footsteps echoed heavily. From afar, a cruel, dry skeleton foot trampled a comrade's skull on the ground. From the deep darkness of the hallway, another large army of skeleton guards continued marching forward heavily like an endless wave. Standing behind the defensive shield, Dong Hun looked at the endless enemy legion in front of him, softly murmuring to himself, "Is this still not enough?" A faint, defiant smile appeared on his face. Dong Hun gripped his magic staff tightly. "All right, come at me all at once, you bastards." The guard legion roared and rushed forward, swinging their sharp spears to stab continuously like a storm against Bone 4's shield. The attack was so frantic and overwhelming that the shield and the guardian skeleton, Bone 4, were shattered instantly. Without flinching at all, Dong Hun quickly activated his magic, consuming 10 energy to bring Bone 4 back to the battlefield immediately with a sturdy shield to continue providing cover. The instant resurrection of Bone 4 made the skeleton guards freeze in astonishment for a beat. Dong Hun gripped his weapon tightly, putting all his focus into the next attack. He told himself, when one thing breaks, replace it with a new spear. Just keep thrusting, over and over, in your own way, with your own posture. Now thought and action matched. Dong Hun bravely rushed straight ahead, activating the C-rank thrust skill. A powerful, wind-piercing thrust struck directly, smashing the opponent into a pile of scrap metal. Standing coldly in the middle of the battlefield, Dong Hun watched the skeleton legion still pouring in. Around him, the flames from Bone 5's fire spell orb were still violently erupting, incinerating countless enemies. After a bout of intense combat, Dong Hun leaned wearily on his magic staff, panting heavily as if he had just run 10 kilometers. Right at this moment, a series of bright cyan system notification panels suddenly appeared before his eyes. The sun, spear sleeping within the pyramid, has awakened. Onward bite. The sun spear is observing you closely. The sun spear is mocking you. The sun spear asks, "Do you think you can stand against it with these mediocre skills?" Dong Hun was completely dumbfounded. What? He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "This bastard." Ahead, a skeleton guard with glowing purple eyes clacked forward threateningly. Even though the opponent was spewing fire, Dong Hun put on a thick-skinned, nonchalant facade. He confidently asserted, "I don't know who this sun spear is, but I have conquered dungeons far worse than this. I am the one who persuaded the Grand Mage of 10,000 spells, a miracle that even the giant Go could not accomplish." Dong Hun quickly stepped forward, standing firmly behind Bone 4's large shield, and decisively issued orders to his army. "Skeleton warriors, from now on, no retreat, only forward. No matter what is ahead, we must face it head-on right now." Yet, the system suddenly sounded a blazing red alarm. "Warning! Warning! Warning! 100 D-rank skeleton guards are flooding in." Seeing the massive army of walking corpses pouring in endlessly, Dong Hun broke into a cold sweat, only able to manage a helpless, bitter smile. "Ah? You must be joking, right? Are they programmed YID 4958 To respawn infinitely before I reach the destination? To spawn infinitely before I reach the destination! He realized the situation was extremely critical. At this rate, it would never end. He needed to resolve this matter quickly. A loud noise echoed as the enemy's spear point slammed violently against the sturdy shield. Without a second of hesitation, Dong Hun decisively ordered the shield-bearing skeleton. Skeleton warrior, hand that shield to me. I will tank it myself. He quickly took the large shield to block the attacks, while ordering the mage skeleton, Bone 5, cast a gas barrier on me. The remaining skeletons cover my rear. Dong Hun hid behind the large shield, his eyes cold and sharp as he looked straight ahead and decisively commanded, "Ignore these guards. We are going to raid straight into the boss room." He muttered recklessly to himself for this final gamble. Let's see what comes first. My feet reaching the destination, or me collapsing before getting there. It's time to roll the dice. Revving up his morale with a heavy stomp on the ground, Dong. One rushed straight forward amidst the sound of heavy footsteps echoing throughout the pyramid's hallway. Seeing the dense crowd of skeleton guards ahead, he gritted his teeth upon seeing his stamina bar dropping severely. I don't have much stamina left. Even so, Dong. Hun did not flinch. He shouted loudly, ordering his skeleton warriors to keep fighting and hold them back. If your left arm is destroyed, use your right arm to fight. Immediately, a rain of sharp spears hurtled forward, slamming into the sturdy UD 5000 shield that Dong Hun was holding in his hands. Sturdy shield that Dong Hun is holding in his hand. The extremely powerful impact made him let out an "ugh." Ignoring his core disciples whose teeth and limbs were shattered and battered, Dong Hun let out a roar, "Ah!" Then, using all his remaining strength, he pushed the shield hard and charged straight forward. The system notification panel immediately displayed instructions. Break through the obstacles and approach the sun spear. No row and A.D. Covered in sweat and gritting his teeth, Dong Hun muttered to himself, "All right, I understand. I just need to touch that thing called the sun spear." He stepped over the pile of dried bones of the enemies he had just smashed, determined to put all his force into the decisive jump. Seeing the skeleton guards with glowing purple eyes frantically rushing over to surround him, Dong Hun shouted loudly, ordering the remaining guards to run. Dong Hun's gaze locked onto the brilliant stream of light at the end of the hallway. He poured his last remaining bit of strength into a loud scream. Run! Just a little bit more. Right before his eyes, the gate leading to the boss room was emitting a cyan light, dazzling and full of power. Yet, just as he was only a few steps away from the destination, an extremely powerful invisible pressure suddenly came down, causing Dong Hun to let out a painful groan. Ah! He lost his balance, tumbling and sliding a long way across the cold stone floor. The system panel immediately popped up with a cold notification. The sun spear is mocking you. The overwhelming, majestic voice of this entity echoed throughout the space. Pathetic humans. How dare you challenge me with such garbage skills? You humans are astonishingly weak, no matter how vile and cunning you may be. Nidamai. Dong Hun collapsed to the ground, cold sweat streaming down profusely, gritting his teeth in anger as he thought to himself, "What the hell does he know? I'm just an E-rank hunter." Before he could even wipe his face to shake off the embarrassment, Dong Hun looked up in terror as the skeleton guards once again surrounded him. He could only helplessly scream, damn it. The skeleton monsters continued to flood forward like a storm. Dong Hun, in extreme confusion, asked himself, when on earth will this end? The sound of weapons clashing deafeningly echoed repeatedly as a skeleton guard had its skull shattered right in front of him. Witnessing that, intuitive and vivid brain-splattering, brainless version of events. Dong-hun realized the harsh reality. Fighting right now meant certain death. He just needed to focus on escaping. Dong-hun mustered all his might, running blindly for his life through the corridors of this damn dungeon. Behind him, the pursuing attacks created terrifying explosions, sending dust flying everywhere. A long while later, Dong-hun, exhausted, leaned against the stone wall, panting continuously in utter exhaustion. Huff, huff. Yet, when he raised his head to look ahead, Dong-hun suddenly stopped in utter astonishment. Huh? Appearing before his eyes now was a giant pile of dried bones, stacked high like a mountain. Dong-hun froze when he realized those bone fragments. They were the remains of the ones he had just fought earlier. As the memories of the recent battle flashed through his mind, Dong-hun broke out in cold sweat, shocked to realize the insane truth. Would this dungeon be a circular looping structure? The system panel immediately displayed a dungeon map with an infinity symbol right in the center. Dong-hun gritted his teeth in utter helplessness. Does that mean whether I keep going forward or turn back? The thought of an endless loop made Dong-hun shudder. Will I meet them again? He anxiously wondered what he should do now. Should he keep fighting or give up? But when he looked at his status panel, Dong-hun could only grit his teeth helplessly. His energy bar now looked as limp as a soggy noodle, leaving a meager 20 out of 120 points. Meanwhile, ahead of him there were still about 30 skeleton guards, waiting to pounce. Dong-hun gripped his magic staff tightly, resolutely dismissing the thought of surrendering. I have no other choice. At this point, I have to do it at any cost. Dong-hun commanded loudly. Hold them back as much as possible, so they can't approach. Feeding on mental pep talks from his master, the brave skeleton warriors rushed forward to intercept the enemy's attack. Deafening clashes echoed throughout the hallway, taking advantage of the summoned skeletons. Holding the enemy back, Dong-hun calculated quickly. While the skeletons are blocking the path, I must find a way to break through at all costs. Hey! Decisively stamped his foot hard onto the pile of dry bones on the ground, struggling to climb over the giant obstacle. Cold sweat poured down, like rain as Dong-hun encouraged himself. Pull yourself together. There is no dungeon that cannot be conquered. After a period of exhausting climbing, he finally stepped onto the top of the bone pile. I finally made it up. Damn it, this place is really tough. Right at this moment, a blue system notification panel unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. Break through the obstacles and approach the sun spear. Ah, yeah. Dong-hun looked around in astonishment. Why, so where exactly is the sun spear? He raised his eyes to look up, and completely froze upon discovering something unusual. Huh? Could it be that thing? Right above the cave ceiling was a giant pitch-black energy vortex, swirling and emitting a malevolent aura. Dong-hun panicked and shouted, "Bone 4, get over here!" At the same time, a deep, majestic voice echoed from the black vortex. You finally realized it. The system immediately displayed a notification. The sun spear is provoking you. Stupid humans, come here if you dare. Dong-hun stood on the pile of dry bones, looking up at the supreme entity defiantly. The pitch-black vortex hissed angrily. I will turn you into a pile of ashes. Facing the murderous threat, Dong-hun did not flinch. Stomped hard onto the guardian skeletons, shield and shouted defiantly. Fine, let's see who wins. Using the shield as a springboard to execute the jump of the century, he mustered all his strength and rushed straight forward, heading directly toward the swirling, evil pitch-black energy vortex. The glowing red eyes of the Quine guy Sun! Spear instantly flashed with a deadly light, despite the dark aura swirling, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Dong-hun bravely charged straight into the center of the vortex. He naively thrust his hand in to mess with the dark magic current like fishing, plunging deep into the dark energy. Immediately, the blue system panel popped up with a notification. Congratulations, you have successfully approached the Sun Spear. Dong-hun smirked with a smug smile. All right, awesome. He quickly grabbed the entity hidden within the black smoke, clearly declaring, "Gotcha, you bastard. Come here, let me see what you look like." Nah. But right after that, the system abruptly switched to a blazing red danger warning. Warning, Sun Spear appeared. He only had time to let out a painful groan as the pitch-black, evil aura instantly erupted, engulfing his entire body. Yet, wow, right at that split second of life and death, a brilliant golden system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes, announcing, using S-rank memory replay skill, the magical light of the memory replay skill enveloped Dong-hun, pulling him deep into the pages of history, a memory filled with the blood and tears of the Sun Spear. Appearing in the memory was the scene of a desert sky glowing red as blood. The Sun Spear, now mature, had its black wings spread wide, with a ruthless, decisive thrust straight through the chest of a desert soldier. It made him scream tragically before collapsing in a pool of blood. Looking at the blood-stained spear in its hand, the resentment, deep in its heart, caused the Sun Spear to flare up violently, through bitter monologues. You were the ones who initiated and bullied me. You were the ones who isolated and abandoned me, even while standing in a halo, as brilliant as if you were about to be crowned. The deep black eyes of the beast-blooded warrior did not flicker even a bit, leaving only a terrifying coldness. The scene quickly shifted to an ancient, gigantic temple under a brilliant golden sunset. The Sun Spear stood towering atop the high stone steps, majestic like a god. Below, hundreds of desert people were kneeling on the ground, devoutly kowtowing and begging. "Oh, Sun Spear, great hero and warrior of the Desert Empire, we will follow you. Please guide these poor souls. Please save us." Seeing these former antiphons turn around, crying and begging to become fans, the Sun Spear faintly curved his lips into a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "Me? Guide you and save you?" His answer was utterly merciless. No way. The only thing this desert needs to survive, ID 5223, is death. Finishing his sentence, the Sun is certain death. With that said, the Spear proudly raised his spear high and ordered, "Raise your spears high." Immediately, the Desert Guard Legion simultaneously raised their spears, lining up neatly, preparing for a bloody massacre according to their master's command. Standing at the peak of the temple, the Sun Spear coldly handed down his cruel order. "From now on, slaughter each other. Slaughter your own compatriots without mercy. Burn everything to dust, just like the sun that scorched me." Wah! He let out a mad, fulfilled laugh at the sight of the desert, people starting to hack each other to death in a sea of blood and fire. The magic light stream suddenly flickered out, pulling Dong-hun out of the cruel river of memories. Having just watched a free, high-quality horror movie, he snapped back to reality, cold sweat pouring down profusely, still shaken by the brutality of the ancient desert ruler. As the illusion of the black wings closed and vanished, Dong-hun raised his eyes to look ahead. Right in the center of the real dungeon's boss room, the tall figure of that person had appeared, standing towering right opposite him. That was the Sun Spear. He stood there with his black wings spread wide, his eye sockets deep and black, looking at this hardcore, hazard-filled interface. Dong-hun couldn't help but shudder with worry. Is this dungeon really only B rank? This suffocating feeling instantly reminded him of someone. It was almost identical to Old Man Manson. Without a single warning, the Sun Spear spread. His black wings swung his giant, serrated spear and bravely charged straight toward Dong-hun at terrifying speed. He roared furiously, "Did you also come here to deny me?" The enemy closed in so fast that Dong-hun was completely caught off guard, only managing to raise his magic staff in panic. Damn it! He's going to stab me! He closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the fatal impact. However, a loud noise suddenly echoed. A firm, sturdy hand suddenly reached out from somewhere and grabbed tightly onto the Sun Spear's wrist. The sharp spear tip of the Sun Spear brushed past by a hair's breadth. Dong-hun had just pulled off a miraculous, mind-bogglingly lucky dodge. The black-winged warrior monster gasped in shock. "I missed!" Turning his head, Dong-hun was extremely startled to see the familiar figure of his white-haired master standing right next to him. He stammered, "Senior, why are you here?" While his energy bar was signaling low battery, glowing a dull red at a flat 0. He obviously no longer had enough power to summon Kid. 5,291. Any skeletons. Resurrect any skeleton, let alone call forth his master's soul. Opposite him, the Sun Spear was also astounded as he looked toward the two of them, wondering how someone as weak as Dong-hun could dodge his lightning-fast attack. Dong-hun's resistance only made the Sun Spear even more furious. His eyes flared with a murderous red glow as he roared madly, "Do you think an ordinary human can withstand my spear techniques? Deijirai." With that, he stamped his foot hard onto the ground, swinging his spear and charging forward at terrifying speed. However, the white-haired master was a step faster. The agile old man nimbly glided forward to steal the spotlight, blocking right in front of his disciple, raising his hand to activate a Xian magic. Shield! Shield! Sturdy enough to block the opponent's thunderous thrust head-on. The system panel immediately displayed a notification. Master Mansun uses max-level absolute shield skill. Wow, I'm normal. The impact exploded violently. Although protected behind the shield, he collapsed in pain. The master clicked his tongue at his disciple. "Tesk, tesk! You foolish kid! When you Kani!" Dong-hun grimaced, enduring the pain, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Yet, when he looked at his gloved hand, that was emitting faint, glowing particles. He suddenly noticed something strange. Dong-hun looked up and asked, "Master, this place isn't reality, right?" The master smiled gently and nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Kid, this place exists within your mind." "Nani?" he continued with a stern tone. "While you were unconscious, that Sun Spear took the opportunity to infiltrate deep into your mind." "Nee." The master turned back and kindly advised Dong-hun, "That guy is not someone Nid 5,333 you can deal with right now. You can deal with right now. So step back for now." "Noyaway." Saying that, he resolutely strode forward, seeing a tough challenge. The old man's battle-hungry spirit immediately flared up. The old man smiled with excitement, thinking to himself, 5,339. A monster that once ruled an entire world? A monster that once ruled an entire world? Well, this is truly interesting. However, he also honestly acknowledged the enemy's strength. His spear technique is definitely several times stronger than mine. Master did not flinch at all, resolutely drawing his greatsword from its scabbard. He smiled proudly. It seems choosing you as my disciple wasn't entirely useless. White-haired master with glowing eyes suddenly shouted and gave the order, "Let's fight!" Instantly the sun spear spread his black wings and swooped down from above to attack. He roared furiously. A mere ordinary human dares hid 5,353 to block my path once again. Blocking my path once again. In his madness, the sun spear's painful memories resurfaced. He had once been bound tightly for no reason and stripped of his freedom so cruelly. Filled with unmatched hatred, he fiercely swung his giant serrated spear downward, screaming with resentment, "I will make you suffer the same pain that I went through." Witnessing the opponent's thunderous spear strike, Dong-hun suddenly paused. He observed closely, and noticed this movement was strangely familiar. He suddenly remembered the moment, Tid, 5,366, when he first stepped into the pyramid. When I first stepped into the pyramid, the system had once displayed a special notification detecting a connection between this dungeon and the Dew Hunter class star. Dong-hun pieced all the clues together. The dead, the spear, and the skeletons. Dong-hun was shocked to realize that the sun spear's spear-swinging motion was identical to the posture of Bone, for his spear-wielding skeleton. He gasped in astonishment. The skeletons! Right at that moment, the red and black malicious aura surrounding the sun spear flared up violently. A golden system panel popped up with a notification. Resentment toward humanity reaches the heavens, along with the condition, subjugate the sun spear to achieve the true awakening of our own for. What I do? Having just discovered the sensational connection between the boss and his core disciple, Dong-hun immediately rushed forward, shouting to call out to his master in the distance. The master was struggling to use his gas shield to fend off the enemy's stormy attacks. Seeing his disciple running over, the white-haired master turned back and angrily scolded. "What on earth are you doing?" But faced with his master's obstruction, Dong-hun did not flinch. His eyes widened with firm determination as he decisively replied, "No, I have to do this. Please let me handle this myself." The sun spear's eyes suddenly glowed murderous red. At the same time, the system panel displayed a notification. The sunlight window is watching intently. Standing before a formidable opponent. Dong-hun jolted slightly and stopped, full of vigilance, seeing his disciple intend to handle it by himself. Ignoring the atmosphere that was tense like a taut string, old Master Mansun hurriedly spread his arms to stop him and asked, "So what do you plan to do? Do you have a way?" The old master continued advising, "My child." But Dong-hun looked straight at the sun spear and resolutely replied, "This is not something for the senior to defeat. I must overcome it myself." The bold answer left the old master extremely astonished. "What?" Dong-hun decisively stepped forward and loudly declared, "This is my mine, so I will solve it myself." Opposite him, the sun spear stood towering amidst rolling black aura, and coldly declared, "Until all of my lingering resentment is released." The sun spear lowered his voice with full of hatred. "Until I am exhausted and surrender." The footsteps of Dong-hun still steadily advanced on the rocky ground. Looking at the person in front of him, the sun spear furiously roared, "You filthy humans! You deceitful and cowardly humans!" He swung his spear fiercely, with jagged edges thrusting heavily into the ground, creating a loud explosion. Watching Dong-hun agilely dodge the attack, he shouted even more madly, "Out of everyone, an ordinary human. You think you can understand me? Don't be ridiculous." Amidst the peak psychological trauma, the images of those who used to chase away and betray Him in the past appeared once again hauntingly. The Sun Spear rolled his eyes in fury and shouted loudly, "I hate humanity. I curse humanity," he raised high his spear, the giant jagged edges radiating an oppressive and fierce red aura, and declared loudly, "Therefore the human," finishing his words, he spread two pitch-black crow-like wings, and fiercely rushed down from the sky at lightning speed. Dong-hun widened his eyes, looking at the opponent rushing like a storm, preparing for a head-on confrontation. A lightning-fast, wind-tearing spear swing came down on Dong-hun, who only had time to gasp. Ugh, as the terrifying force struck him directly. Dong-hun collapsed into a pool of blood, his body trembling violently. But right at this moment, the blue system panel suddenly appeared. B-rank pain resistance skill is being activated. Even though his chest ached as if it were shattering, Dong-hun still gritted his teeth and endured. Damn it! It hurts so much. This is really painful. But I am still okay. Witnessing his indomitable will, the Sun Spear's expression changed slightly in astonishment. Dong-hun struggled to get back up, his body covered in blood, but his eyes still burned with a defiant gleam. He stomped his spear heavily onto the ground and coldly declared, "Come on, let me see your resentment." Dong-hun wiped the blood from his lips, widened his eyes at the opponent, and shouted, "Let it all out right here." His provocation made the Sun Spear extremely furious. He gritted his teeth, grindingly, his deep black eyes blazing with a fierce red fire of wrath. "My resentment, you think? Someone like you can. Bear my resentment." The Sun Spear furiously roared, "It's useless, even if you completely understand me." Finishing his words, he swung his giant jagged spear and rushed forward valiantly, without dodging at all. Dong-hun poured all his strength into the spear in his hand, and rushed up for a head-on clash, the two spears colliding, with clanging and popping sounds in midair at a dizzying speed, sparking as if performing a circus act. A powerful slash exploded violently, locking both in a life-or-death battle. Dong-hun gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure from the opponent's spear tip, cold sweat pouring down. At an extremely close distance, the Sun Spear stared at him with wide eyes, and bitterly uttered, "In this world no one has ever stood on my side. Half human, half beast, a hybrid between a human and an eagle monster," he gripped the jagged spear tightly with his bloody hand, and, furiously, screamed, "Would anyone ever love someone like me?" Finishing his words, a powerful strike swung up, directly knocking Dong-hun's spear far away, making him widen his eyes in shock as the Sun Spear continuously unleashed brilliant and devastating golden magic slashes. Venting his anger madly, they took away my eyes. They tried to take away my hands. They even tried to cut off my ankles. Dong-hun coughed up blood and screamed in pain. The Sun Spear asked ruthlessly, "Do you know that terrifying pain?" Dong-hun collapsed to the ground, his black-gloved hand trembling against the pool of blood, and struggled to utter, That, holding back the pain." Dong-hun looked up straight at the opponent and rasped, "It must have been very hard for you." His words left the Sun Spear dumbfounded. Pausing, he turned his face away and clicked his tongue in self-mockery. Right. There must have been people who showed me pity too. In the returning memories, there was once a kind person who gave the half-beast boy a piece of bread when he was cowering in a dark corner. But then the Sun Spear gritted his teeth with hatred again. But in the end, all of them were the same. They tucked their tails in fear and then turned around to stab me in the back, making my heart gradually grow cold. He roared crazily, swinging powerful slashes straight down at Dong-hun. They treated me like a monster. Then me becoming a monster. Wouldn't that be completely right? A storm of attacks rained down, making Dong-hun scream in pain, Ugh, but the sun. Spear suddenly paused upon noticing something unusual. Ha! What is this? He asked himself in shock. Is this the process of releasing resentment? Or not? As his bloody hand holding his spear trembled slightly, he realized that with every attack, his wrath was leaking out a bit against Donghun's stubbornness. Donghun collapsed to the ground, exhausted and panting. Ah, how much longer do you plan on being this sad? Donghun gripped his blood-stained spear tightly, looked straight at the opponent, and asked back, If you keep immersing yourself in pain, who do you think will be the one to suffer? Honestly speaking, the reason you are in pain, you know that very well. Don't you? The words hit a raw nerve. He frantically swung his spear to retaliate, and shouted, Don't judge me arbitrarily. The sun spear furiously yelled, Do you know the reason I am in pain? Fine, I admit it, so what? I was abandoned, and my emotions withered away. They have festered for hundreds of years, leaving scars that will never heal. What are you trying to reverse now? Facing that fury, Donghun smiled slightly, and calmly replied, That's right, the past cannot be changed. But what I want to say is, be reborn. The word reborn made the sun spear completely freeze in a daze. What? Donghun stepped forward and explained gently. You died, and became a wandering soul that cannot move on, still being tormented. But those who tortured you are no longer here. You have slaughtered every single one of them. Dong. Hun's words seemed to awaken the sun spear's reason. He lowered his head slightly to look around and bitterly realized. That's right, now that I think about it. This place is where I buried myself after slaughtering all of humanity. The sun spear quietly looked down at his blood-stained hands, his mind beginning to waver like a branch in the wind. He asked in a daze, And now, for me, living a new life. Donghun answered resolutely. That's right, he continued in a sympathetic tone. I am not here to argue about right and wrong. I am not saying the human beings who oppressed you in the past were right, but I am also not saying you were right to slaughter countless innocent people. Donghun took firm steps forward. It is just about what you truly want, what you couldn't do. Suddenly the sun spear's eyes contracted. A blinding bright light suddenly exploded with a fierce bang. Donghun panicked and raised his hand to cover his face, a brilliant cyan light burst forth amid the illusionary desert and gradually faded away. Footsteps resounded from behind, making Donghun startle and turn back. Old Master Mansun appeared with a satisfied smile, gently praising him. As expected, you truly are my disciple. You have truly embraced the entire resentment of that child at the same time. A blue system panel appeared to notify. B-rank pain resistance skill has been upgraded by 1 level. The system continued to display. Received a rank, passive pain resistance skill. This skill still has room to continue developing. Donghun staggered up and thought to himself, Turns out the important thing for that child was not my ability. Then I will accept it as many times as you like. In front of him, the giant, jagged spear, stained with the blood of the sun spear, plunged firmly into the ground. Standing opposite Donghun, the black-winged warrior slightly lowered his wings and emotionally uttered, You are truly different. Donghun panted slightly, looking at the opponent. I want to be reborn. The choked up acceptance had just ended. The proud warrior who once ruled the ancient desert knelt down before Donghun and respectfully uttered, Master, I am willing to acknowledge you, my master. Immediately, a brilliant yellow system notification panel appeared. Hidden condition of the stage has been completed. The resentment of the sun spear has been fulfilled. Donghun stood silently, his face smeared with blood, widening his eyes in bewilderment at the unexpected outcome. The system continued to notify. Completion rewards are being delivered. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a luxurious party for hunters was taking place, extremely lively with cheerful laughter and conversations. Standing amidst the noisy crowd, Kisoyun slightly swirled the glass of red wine in her hand and sighed wearily. Phew, how boring, she thought to herself. She came here only because of her older brother's plea, whereas in reality this party was nothing more than a pointless waste of time. In the past, she could patiently endure parties like this, because it was an opportunity to converse and mingle with other hunters, but now, having witnessed supreme entities, So-Yun gently brushed her hair and thought to herself, compared to that old man, all these people here are just newborn babies. The overwhelming presence of the master of 1,000 techniques in the dungeon before had completely changed her worldview. So-Yun sighed softly, wishing to quickly end the party and leave. Right at this moment, a voice unexpectedly resounded from behind. So-Yun, she slightly turned her head and discovered a blond young man, wearing an elegant tuxedo, walking toward her. He cast a confident look and greeted her. "Long time no see. Do you still remember me?" Returning to Dong-hun inside the space of consciousness, he looked straight at the sun spear and smiled gently. "I am telling you to enjoy it." Hearing that, the beast hybrid warrior looked up slightly, his deep black eyes revealing a look of confusion, and asked back, "What I want to do, Dong-hun?" Decisively gripped his blood-stained magic staff, and warmly affirmed, "Yes, what you want to do." Dong-hun looked straight at the sun spear, his voice resounding with sincerity. Thanks to the memory recreation skill, for a brief moment, he was able to clearly feel the opponent's past self. He understood what had hurt this warrior, the painful emotions he had gone through, and even the deepest desires within his soul. Dong-hun spoke softly. "You wanted to look at this world. A vast world with a blue sky and refreshing oases in the beach." Desert flashed through his mind. Dong-hun's words left the sun spear completely stunned. He muttered in confusion. "The world, Dong-hun," continued in a gentle tone, recounting the opponent's innocent childhood memories. "You were once curious about the soft sand beneath your feet, and the camels wandering about in the desert must have caught your attention. The image of the camel caravan crossing the desert under the bright sunlight returned peacefully. The sun spear stood silently, tears rolling down, as he was forced to admit the truth. That's right, I was once curious about this world. That is an undeniable truth. A pure desire, surpassing even the boundaries of human good and evil. He gently raised his bloody hand toward the high vast sky, as if trying to reach back for his childhood dream. Dong-hun looked at him and asked, "Isn't that enough?" The sun spear frowned slightly in doubt. "Is that enough?" Dong-hun frankly admitted, "Honestly speaking, I cannot completely empathize with your pain, even if I could feel it for a moment. That is still as far as it goes. But what I want to say is, isn't it enough to just live true to your own desires?" Hearing those words, the sun spear's hand trembled violently. He gripped the hilt of his jagged spear tightly. Dong-hun advised resolutely, "No matter how much you hate humanity, no matter how much bitterness remains, put all of them aside." Dong-hun smiled and continued, "Just think about the fact that you can look at this world." The sun spear wavered slightly, looked up at Dong-hun and hesitantly asked, "Does that mean you can show me the world?" Dong-hun smiled with confidence, his blood-stained face glowing brightly under the halo. "Of course, I am a necromancer. Even though I am cursed, I am still a mage who deals with death." He decisively waved his hand, a brilliant Yellow-purple magic aura burst forth fiercely from the skull staff. Dong-hun slammed his magic staff down onto the ground, producing a resounding crash, and declared loudly, "The world I live in is completely different from the world you used to live in. But if you still want to look at such a world..." Dong-hun extended his black-gloved hand forward and smiled gently with full confidence, offering, "Take my hand and submit to me." Facing this bold proposal, the system continuously displayed notifications. The sun spear is agonizing. The sun spear is wavering. The deep black eyes of the beast. Hybrid warrior flickered as he asked in bewilderment, Are you different from other humans?" Dong-hun paused to listen. The sun spear slightly tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, and declared loudly, "I am the absolute ruler of the ancient desert empire, an unbeatable half-human, half-beast, the one who possesses the spear that swallowed the majestic sun itself. I do not submit to anyone, especially if that someone is a human." Dong-hun turned his head back to see what act the opponent was putting on. The sun spear glared and asked the decisive question, "Are you truly worthy of being my master?" Immediately, a brilliant yellow system notification panel appeared. "Hidden quest has been activated. Hidden condition has been completed. Exclusivity of the stage. The resentment of the sun spear." The system displayed a requirement. "Prove that you are the true master. Upon successful proof, the memories and will of the sun spear will be inherited by Dong." Dong-hun gave a self-deprecating smirk. "Is there no other choice? What a mighty master." He decisively reached out and grasped the spear, which radiated a brilliant yellow light. Dong-hun held the spear firmly and asked back with confidence, "How can I prove that?" The sun spear replied coldly, "Simple. Withstand my spear. Withstand the true power of the sun." And not this faded mass of resentment finishing his words. The sun spear stomped his foot hard to gain momentum, flapped his powerful black wings, and soared swiftly into the air. From high above the sun, spear rushed straight down like a god of war, swinging his spear, giant, piercing directly, downward with earth-shattering power. The blonde hunter approached Ki Sojun, flashed a fake smile, and began his boastful rant about his connections. "So, do you remember the hunter? Ranger that I befriended when I went to America last time? They really want to meet you, Sojun. Should I arrange a date?" Seeing that Sojun still maintained a cold, silent attitude, he still didn't give up and continued to coax her. "I have some types of wine. Extremely exclusive limited edition whiskey." But in response to his enthusiasm, Sojun's eyes only revealed indifference and disgust. Looking at the clock on the wall, Sojun crossed her arms and flatly refused. "Today I'm only staying until this hour. I already have a prior appointment." The blonde guy was extremely surprised. "Oh, leaving already? The party has only just begun." Not bothering to care about his plea, Sojun coldly turned around and walked away, leaving only a brief goodbye, "Thank you." The sound of her high heels clacked and faded into the distance. Witnessing the haughtiness of the female ranger, the fake smile on the blonde guy's face instantly vanished. He gritted his teeth furiously and thought contemptuously, "What a troublesome hag. Is being a ranger supposed to make you so great?" Standing alone on the balcony, crying and watching Sojun's figure, the blonde guy resentfully muttered to himself, "So recent rumors are true, then, that she is hiding a boyfriend?" His face revealed a sinister look. "I'll need to thoroughly investigate this matter." At the same time, in a deserted forest, a magic ion teleportation gate suddenly burst forth with a blinding light. From inside the energy vortex, the figure of Dong-hun stepped out tiredly under the red sunset. Just escaping the dungeon, Dong-hun panted heavily with exhaustion. Phew. He collapsed onto the green grass, breathing heavily and muttering to himself, I actually thought I was really dead. Looking up at the evening sky, he murmured softly, "The sun hasn't set completely yet." While lost in thought, a familiar ding sound suddenly echoed. Blue system panel appeared before Dongun's eyes, notifying. Proceeding to adjust Bone 1. The system network continuously rang. Notification bells as the adjustment process for Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, and Bone 5 was underway. Donghun gasped in astonishment. He realized that the stats of the entire team of skeleton soldiers had been perfectly rebalanced. The system continuously displayed the strength of Bone 1, Bone 2, and Bone 3 were all increased by 1 point. The stamina of Bone 4 also increased by 1 point. Not only that, their skill levels had all simultaneously increased to level 8 or level 9. Most notably was Bone 2. Its status panel appeared in detail with a new name, Sun Spear. Solaspia. Vitality reached a maximum of 100 out of 100 out. Lancer profession. D rank, possessing stats that were extremely impressive along with a series of newly awakened skills. Basic thrust level 9. Solar Flurry level 1. Raging Desert level 1 and Fire Soul level 1. Completely different from the other skeletons, the Sun Spear had now evolved into an extremely special entity, radiating a brilliant yellow halo surrounding its body. Donghun was astonished to realize that all 3 newly added skills of it were precisely the moves that the Sun Spear itself had used to attack him in the space of consciousness. First was the powerful and brilliant Solar Flurry. Next was Raging Desert, a skill capable of covering the entire battlefield with a destructive Sandstorm attack. And finally, Fire Soul, a move that allowed it to burn its own soul, to temporarily boost movement speed and attack speed to the maximum level. Gazing at the imposing back of the evolved skeleton, Donghun was thrilled to his core. Donghun happily thought to himself, "All of these are truly unbelievable." However, he gently placed his hand on his chin in deep thought. "But I can't just keep calling it Bone like before anymore." Looking at the skeleton, holding a spear, standing next to the illusion of the black-winged warrior, Donghun decided, "All right, from now on I will call you Sola. The name Sun Spear sounds a bit too cold." Right after he finished naming it, the blue system panel suddenly burst forth brilliantly to notify you have successfully conquered the immeasurable level stage. A magnificent achievement has been completed. The system continued to display, proceeding to award prizes. Congratulations on receiving the S rank. Golden random box item. A wooden box carved with sparkling patterns, radiating the blinding scent of money appeared right in Donghun's hands. Donghun completely froze, stuttering in shock. An S-rank item. As an E-rank hunter for the past 3 years, he had never received any decent items. Yet now he could own with his own hands a priceless S-rank treasure. Donghun tremblingly lifted the golden box in his hands, his heart beating as if it was about to jump out of his chest from excitement. He gently touched the lid of the box with his finger. Immediately, a system notification panel popped up asking, "Do you want to open the S-rank golden random box?" Donghun swallowed hard, flashed an expectant smile, and decisively commanded, "Open it." The golden box slowly cracked open, releasing a fiercely exploding wave of golden light that dyed an entire area of the forest bright. A legendary weapon appeared right before Donghun's eyes. S-rank fire dragon staff. The system panel displayed detailed information of this treasure. This is a magic staff, carrying the power of the legendary red dragon, permanently increasing vitality by 100, reducing cooldown time by 20%, and especially increasing the power of fire attribute skills by up to 100%. Looking at the exceptionally high-quality bonus stat of 100 vitality, Dong-hoon nodded in satisfaction, although he thought to himself that for an S-rank equipment, these items looked totally cheesy, but the effect of doubling the power for fire attributes was extremely overpowered. If it fell into the hands of a high-level fire mage, its power would definitely reach a destructive level. Dong-hoon, curiously, wondered how much this priceless treasure would cost if sold on the market. He immediately pulled out his phone, accessed the Hunter forum to post and ask for a valuation. I just received an S-rank staff. Can anyone help me value it, however? As soon as the post went up, it immediately received severe backlash from netizens. Sarcastic comments continuously popped up. Stop trying to grab attention, honey. Look at that account name, E-rank. Mercenary, an E-rank claiming to have S-rank gear. Just another cheap engagement bait. Deemed a scammer, Dong-hoon angrily muttered. These bastards. He decisively turned on his phone camera to record a video. Close-up of the staff along with the system stats panel. To serve as proof. Look closely. Are your eyes open now? Dong-hoon immediately reposted the post with the video attached, proving it with reality right away. The atmosphere on the forum completely exploded. Netizens began to panic and be astonished. Wait, is it real? Wow, this S-rank item is truly insane. But why are those stats like that? Do you even know how to read stats? It's clearly way too broken. Dong-hoon's phone continuously rang with a flurry of notifications as his post unexpectedly climbed straight to the top of the trending posts chart. Dong-hoon was panicked to see his post not only hit the top trending list but also go straight to the front page of the Hunter News Bulletin with the headline, Mysterious S-rank weapon appears on the forum today even. A rank female hunter Asawa also gave an astonished remark. This is an extremely attractive weapon for fire attribute hunters. Dong-hoon broke out in cold sweat, unable to believe that this matter could cause such a huge commotion, even though he reassured himself that the Hunter's forum was highly secure, and that his identity would not be leaked. He couldn't help but feel worried when he saw his personal inbox blown up with spam messages, fearing that trouble was coming. Dong-hoon quickly clicked the delete button on the post immediately. Relieved of the burden, Dong-hoon tightly grasped the magic staff in his hand and muttered to himself, There are no rules that force me to use it myself. Yeah. Looking at his fully restored vitality bar, he decided to put it to an immediate practical test. Dong-hoon channeled his mana to activate the skill. Summon Skeleton, D-rank Awaken. Cost 10 vitality to summon Bone 5. The familiar purple light flared up, and the skeletal mage with glowing red eyes stepped out. Dong-hoon softly called out, Bonfire. Hearing the voice, the skeleton immediately snapped its head around to reply. Dong-hoon smiled, decisively holding out the S-rank Fire Dragon staff in front of it and saying, Hey, this gift is for you. Receiving the priceless treasure from his master's hand, the skeletal mage completely froze. Its glowing red eyes widened, its jaw dropping in utter shock and extreme excitement. Dong-hoon held out the staff and said, Here, this gift is for you. But before he could finish the skeleton bone, 5 lightning-fast snatched the staff away. The system immediately notified. Bone 5 has equipped the Fire Dragon staff. Dong-hoon could only stand there stunned in shock, huh? Normally a summoner's summoned. Creatures cannot equip items by themselves. But with Dong-hoon's ability, this was entirely possible. He pondered deeply, what should I do now? This is my first S-rank item. Should I sell it? Seeing his master's intention, the skeleton bone, 5 immediately hugged the magic staff tightly, making rattling sounds, full of possessiveness as if afraid of being robbed. Dong-hyun hurriedly waved his hands to take it back. "No, that's very expensive. Hand it over to me." "No." However, the skeleton firmly shook its head in refusal. Dong-hyun bewilderedly asked himself, This guy is actually daring to defy me? He let out a helpless sigh. All right then. If you can use it, that's still better than nothing. Just keep it. Hearing that, the skeleton jumped, lambada style, frantically waving its arms and legs in excitement. Dong-hyun smiled smugly to himself, thinking, who knows, one day, I might also achieve a true awakening, just like the sun face. What a soul, This was definitely the right decision. After receiving his achievement reward, Dong-hyun quickly clicked the button to claim the reward. For clearing the dungeon on the status board, the system immediately notified that the reward distribution was in progress, and an ancient tree root, emitting a brilliant golden light, appeared in his hands. The system displayed, "Congratulations! You have received the item, Origin of Ethnic Conflict, a rank. This is a special catalyst, capable of unlocking the Forest and Stone Dungeon, soul linked to Ju Dong-hyun. However, he frowned slightly when he saw this item condition. Can only be activated by hunters of C rank and above. Dong-hyun held the sparkling tree root in his hands, muttering pensively, "Another catalyst?" Looking at the sparkling golden key in Dong-hyun's hands, Zhou thoughtfully explained, "Of course. A catalyst is also a kind of fateful encounter. As you dig, deeper linked quest chains will appear. They will continuously increase in rank, and eventually reach S rank or higher. Every catalyst I've ever known follows this rule." Hearing this, Dong-hyun glanced at the tree root in his hand and fell into deep thought, wondering if these keys, dungeons, had any special connection to his other skeletons, the way Sola had awakened or not. If all 10 skeletons he possessed were supreme entities, coming from different worlds, then this summoner class would truly become too game-breaking. Who could even play against that anymore? Watching the skeleton warriors diligently training in the forest, Dong-hyun brought his hand to his chin, wondering to himself, why does this mysterious system favor and choose only me? The status board brought up the details of the overpowered skills he possessed at D rank. Dong-hyun scratched his head and pulled at his ears, out of laziness to think, telling himself that he shouldn't overthink things and make things hard for himself. Looking at the list of legendary S-rank hunters, Dong-hyun made up his mind. His ultimate goal right now was to become a true ranker. No matter what secrets this system might hide, he just needed to make full use of its power to climb to the peak. Skulls, or also known as crossbones. To be more precise, they were undead creatures, with nothing left of their bodies except dry bones. Yet right in the quiet forest, under the dark night sky, an unimaginable phenomenon occurred. The spear-wielding skeleton standing in front of Dong-hyun suddenly glowed brightly, its golden eyes bowing slightly to pay respects and calling out in a deep voice toward him, "Master!" Under the bright moonlight, the summoned skeleton's eyes suddenly flashed gold and spoke in a strange voice. Dong-hyun stood silently watching, thinking to himself that he could really see the future ahead. From the very beginning, the fact that a skeleton without any muscles or nerves could walk and fight was already absurd to begin with. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, Chizio, standing nearby, was extremely surprised. She softly blurted out, "How fascinating. A talking skeleton! This is truly a sight." So rare that other summoners would definitely be left speechless. Nay. Giselle crossed her arms and muttered softly. Skeleton? Dong-hyun asked back, startled. Huh? None. Please call him Sung-gang. That is my only precious name. Yista. Giselle nodded slightly. Ah, I understand. To ease the awkwardness of this unprompted claim, Dong-hyun curiously asked, By the way, Lord of Darkness, is it really okay for you to just stay here like this? Giselle shrugged with confidence and replied, Don't worry. I will protect you until you become stronger. As I said before, only until you reach a rank, though. Dong-hyun looked bewildered. Huh? Giselle casually explained further. Once you reach around a rank, you will definitely be able to take care of yourself. None shall. Dong-hyun waved his hands with a wry smile, defending himself. Oh, come on, no way. I'm still only at D rank right now. Ninja. Giselle thoughtfully revealed, to be honest. I still can't believe this. When we first met, you were just a porter, with strength equivalent to 5 D-rank entities. Yet now, looking at that skeleton, no, Sung-gang, it's already grown nearly to the threshold of B rank. And you too, Dong-hyun. You seem to be hacking the world, leveling up by leaps and bounds every single day. Dong-hyun turned to look at his skeleton, murmuring softly, I understand, Sung-gang. He was secretly amazed at this crazy growth rate. If the absolute entity that once ruled this entire world could regain all its original power, it would definitely become even stronger. Dong-hyun softly asked, I don't need to personally guide your training anymore, right? The skeleton rattled as it walked, its eyes flashing with majestic golden light, and respectfully replied, Master, that is correct. I am fully capable of training my spear techniques proficiently on my own, even though this weak body is still foreign and unfamiliar for now. Nari, even though this weak body is currently still unfamiliar and unaccustomed to it, I will try to quickly restore my original strength to assist you. Now, Dong-hyun smiled with satisfaction. All right, then go and practice by yourself. Behind him, Sung-gang was still diligently swinging his spear and training extremely hard. Dong-hyun sat cross-legged on the grass and sighed thoughtfully. But really, when will my rank ever go up? Looking at the A-rank catalyst tree root he held in his hand, he muttered pensively. The fact that the system gave me an item that can only be unlocked at C rank means there definitely has to be a way for me to advance to C rank. Yeah. The system board in front of him clearly displayed the notification. This item can only be activated by C rank hunters and above. Dong-hyun smiled a confident, personality-flaunting smile full of determination. All right, my next goal will be C rank. That night inside Dong-hyun's small apartment, a partition made of cardboard boxes, stacked on top of each other, had been solidly erected. Giselle poked her head over the partition to look across, and softly said, You really don't have to go this far. Dong-hyun, standing on the other side of the partition, explained, You are helping me out, so I would feel really bad if I just let you sleep on the rooftop forever. J.O. He hurriedly waved his hands to reassure her. Don't worry. I absolutely will never cross this boundary. However, in reality, Dong-hyun chuckled quietly to himself like a smug mastermind. Even if she's an honored guest, I still can't give up my comfy mattress. Why are ye? Dong-hyun cleared his throat. A comfortable sleep is extremely important. Giselle sighed helplessly. You didn't need to go through the trouble of doing this. Seeing her attitude, Dong-hyun hurriedly defended himself. What do you mean by that? We need to Draw a clear line in matters like this. No. He forced a wry smile, secretly thinking with dread about the brutal reality. I'm sorry, but I'm still just a weakling in this, Hunter. World. If word gets out that I treated you poorly and made an S rank, ranker like you sleep outside. Thinking of her powerful older brother, Ki. Haran, with his sharp, threatening gaze, suddenly Jizul slapped her hand with a loud thump against the cardboard partition and said coldly, "No." She looked at Dong Hyun with a blank expression, pointed at the pile of paper boxes and blurted out, "I meant this partition." She smiled slightly and continued, "If I wanted to, I wouldn't even need a partition like this. But immediately after, the atmosphere turned freezing cold as Jizou lowered her head, her eyes revealing a murderous aura. Your head would fly off your shoulders in a split second. Dong Hyun switched to full-on terror mode, his face turning pale as he stammered a reply in utmost fear. Yes. Jizou instantly returned to normal, smiling gently as she rested her chin on her hand and said, "I just meant it's pointless." Dong Hyun broke out in cold sweat, thinking in terrified dread. No, this woman, an image of a cold Jizul, holding a sharp blade, right against his throat, flashed hauntingly in his mind, reminding him that she could completely take his life whenever she wanted. Right at that moment, a heavy, furious pounding on the door suddenly echoed from outside, startling them both into a standstill in astonishment. The knocking continued to ring out frantically, accompanied by the panic voice of a girl echoing from outside. "Please, is anyone in there?" Dong. Hyun wondered blankly. Why would someone come looking for me at this hour? He walked toward the door, telling himself that opening it probably wouldn't hurt, because if it were a high-level hunter with ill intent, Jizou would have definitely noticed beforehand. Dong Hyun twisted the doorknob, cracked the door open, and asked, "Who is it?" Appearing before him was a short brown-haired girl, wearing prescription glasses, her face showing obvious panic. Dong Hyun looked blankly, wondering if she was a resident of this building. The girl asked in a flurry, I'm so sorry. But are you Jew? Dong Hyun? Dong Hyun asked back in surprise. Huh? You know me? The girl trembled, tightly clasping her hands together, in fear, which made Dong Hyun even more confused. She hurriedly handed over a piece of paper and said, "This was left at our house." Dong Hyun took the paper, his expression instantly changing completely as cold. Sweat streamed down his cheeks while looking at the contents inside. "This is, Randy." Opening the letter, inside was a photo of a young man, tied up tightly and gagged on the floor. The letter read, "Want to save your younger brother Kim. Jun Seo. If so, send Jo Dong-hyun to Sonyudo before 8 p.m. tonight. If you report this to the association, your brother dies. If anyone other than Ju Dong-hyun comes, he dies too." Jizou, standing nearby, immediately identified it as a Do Guild. The only bastards who could pull this off can only be those scum. Dong-hyun gritted his teeth. I didn't think they'd dare to make a move so brazenly like this. Jizou crossed her arms and analyzed thoughtfully. Their methods are identical to the Do Guild. Because I've been sticking close to you, they were forced to use this cowardly kidnapping trick to lure you out. Near me. He opened his screen to look, his face turning pale. And what's more, this message was just sent. It's an emergency alert reporting that Team 2 of the Blue Guild was just suddenly ambushed in a dungeon, and the one behind it is none other than Hellhound. Ulama. Jizou clenched her fist. Hellhound. That's the nickname of Zakan, the head of the Do Guild. Nee. Dong Hyun looked at her anxiously. What a perfect setup. It looks like those bastards even plotted to take down your brother. Keep harangue as a package deal. And seeing Giselle silently bite her lip in anger, Dong-hyun understood that she was extremely worried about her brother. He thought to himself, I can't believe they actually dared to attack even the prestigious Blue Guild, yet she is still here right now. Could it be because of her promise to protect me? Not wanting to become a burden, Dong-hyun decisively suggested, There's no other choice. Giselle, you should go back and provide support for the Blue Guild first. Giselle looked back blankly, Then she resolutely turned away and refused. I can't do that. She looked at the Blue Guild emblem on her outfit and asserted, He isn't weak enough to be defeated by a SA-Do Guild anyway. Then Yisun turned back to look at Dong-hyun, her voice turning serious. But more importantly than that, you're all by yourself. The moment I leave, who knows what will happen to you? Dong-hyun closed his eyes and sighed in concession. Yeah, I admit that's true. But shouldn't we first focus on saving the kidnapped person? Besides, they demanded, that I go there alone anyway. No. Giselle looked at the threatening letter in his hand and warned, It's a trap. Even though he knew the opponent was the brutal hellhound who had teamed up with the enemy to target the Blue Guild, Dong-hyun still gently smiled with confidence. He told himself that he was no longer the weakling of the past, because by his side now was a lineup of hardcore, carry heavy, overpowered buddies alongside the mighty Sun-Face Spear warrior with peerless strength. Dong-hyun looked at Giselle and Olsen, repeating, Giselle, you told me this before, right? Life is a journey that begins with debts of fate and ends with debts of fate as well. And the series, thinking of the kind manager who used to help him, Dong-no. Hyun clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fierce momentum. I can't just stand by cowardly. I don't want to become a cowardly hunter. Man! Dong-hyun smirked with a cold smile. I have to return what I've received. Witnessing his determination, Giselle sighed softly and agreed. All right then. Then I'll go support Brother Parang. First to quickly resolve everything, and then I'll come rendezvous with you later. No one, baby. But before leaving, she turned back to look at him meaningfully. I told you last time, didn't I? That I am willing to introduce you to plenty of quality connections. One and Dong-hyun looked blankly. Giselle? Dong-hyun blankly asks. Giselle? Smiled sinisterly, as a hazy black murderous aura began to radiate all around. It seems that will happen faster than I thought. At the meeting place, younger brother Kim Jun-seo was tied up tightly and gagged, trembling as he lay on the cold ground. Surrounding him was the assassination squad of the Shadow, Guild wearing spider masks, vigilantly standing guard while one of them leaned down to look at his smartwatch, which displayed the time as 7:55 p.m. and said coldly, He's about to arrive. Right at that moment, the footsteps of a person along with the dry, rattling sound of human bones suddenly echoed from afar. The assassin instantly maxed out his vigilance to the highest degree. He's heading this way. One of the assassins roughly grabbed Jun-seo by the collar and violently threw him to the ground, causing him to moan in pain. The leader smiled faintly and sinisterly beneath his mask, looking toward the dark figure slowly stepping out from the shadows. Hey there. You actually really came, huh? This kid has some guts, doesn't he? He looked with contempt at the summoned skeleton, standing tall beside Dong-hyun, and mocked. Look at that skeleton. It's just a useless decorative fish. Well, observing his opponents, Dong-hyun narrowed his eyes and analyzed silently. Even the assassins in the front are all a rank. There are definitely still B rank Assassins lying in ambush all around here. Right then, the assassin leader decisively glared at Dong Hyun and coldly declared, "You must understand better than anyone else the reason why I called you here, right?" Dong Hyun maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "No, actually the letter only told me to come here." He pointed his finger toward the hostage, lying on the ground, and continued, "It also said that you guys would release that person if I came." Dong Hyun's somewhat naive response made the leader glare angrily beneath his spider mask. "Are you pretending not to know when you clearly know very well?" Witnessing that scene, Dong Hyun panicked so hard his heart skipped a beat, unable to help worrying and thinking to himself, "I'm shaking. All I have right now are 5 D-rank skeletons. Well, what else can I do?" He tightly grasped the skull staff radiating a brilliant purple magical aura, resolving himself, "My fateful encounter is absolutely not something to be casually handed over to anyone." The summoned skeleton Sung Gang stood tall beside him, its eyes flashing with a menacing golden light. To buy time, Dong Hyun decided to fake a compromise. "All right, I'll tell you guys everything." Seeing him being cooperative, the leader let go, roughly shoving the hostage to the ground and smiling sinisterly. "Good. You better be cooperative like that, if you want to keep your life." Naturally, Dong Hyun bowed his head slightly with a grateful look and replied, "Of course. I'm just grateful for the chance to keep living." The leader contemptuously looked at the spear-wielding skeleton beside him and remarked, "You're still as smooth-talking as last time." "No." Dong Hyun smiled faintly with a meaningful look and began to explain. "That encounter was very simple. I have a master who teaches me." "Oh, way." The image of the white-haired master man soon appeared, looking extremely majestic. The assassin leader began to panic immensely, narrowing his eyes in shock as he asked back, "The one even Giselle finds difficult to deal with." Dong Hyun nodded slightly with a smile and answered, "To be precise, he is an immensely powerful senior who can completely crush Giselle, no matter how many times she challenges him." Hearing this, the assassin leader brought his hand to his chin in thought, muttering in shock, "I've heard about him, but hearing it again is still so shocking. I didn't expect someone like that to actually exist." But then he glared and asked further, "Then where is your master? Is only you the one who can see him? Then he's completely useless to us." Facing the enemy's suspicion, Dong Hyun smiled faintly, raised his finger to point at the skeleton beside him and casually said, "About that. There is a special method to make my master materialize." Dong Hyun smiled confidently and continued, "Not only that, I can even share him with all of you." This statement instantly caught the attention of the assassin leader. He narrowed his eyes and asked back doubtfully, "You can really let us see your master?" "Id. 6,510. And he can teach us too?" "And he can teach us too." Seeing Dong Hyun nod, the greedy assassin flared up and pressed eagerly, "Then can you impart, PID, that secret technique to us right now?" Dong Hyun acted extremely cooperative and smiled in reply, "Sure, I can do that right away. It's just that it will take about 30 minutes for me to chant spells and prepare everything." Hearing the number 30 minutes, the leader muttered thoughtfully, repeating it. This 30-minute duration was actually a calculation made with extreme precision by Dong Hyun. Memories from a few hours ago rushed back while strolling down the street. Dong Hyun's phone suddenly vibrated, receiving a message from Bai. "Giselle, all right, I understand. Wid, 6,528. Dong-hyun, don't go fighting alone blindly. Dong-hun, don't go fighting on your own. While dazed and not understanding what was happening, he received her next message. The people I mentioned, I would introduce to you earlier, although a bit earlier than planned if I ask them. They will definitely come. Try your best to hold out and survive for 30 minutes. Returning to reality. He pointed at the group of assassins and loudly asked, "Which assassin wants to receive the first training session?" Facing Dong-hyun's question, the assassin leader silently watched and probed. Seeing his expression, Dong-hyun wore a sinister smile, showing clear smugness. In his heart he thought, the dice have been cast. This is a gamble of greed, where truth and falsehood are mixed. Whether you bite or not is entirely your choice. However, the one who promised to impart that secret technique had actually been sitting there murmuring incantations for over 30 minutes. Dong-hyun sat cross-legged in meditation on the ground, muttering nonsense chants like a chanting monk. Observing from afar, two assassins began to feel something was amiss. The leader narrowed his eyes and recalled, "Come to think of it, this happened last time too. The situation was different. But back then, this kid also played tricks to buy did 6,561. Time like this. Playing for time like this." Unable to be patient any longer, he decisively shouted, "Hey!" Dong-hyun turned around, startled, and answered, "Yes?" The leader glared angrily and pressed, 6,565. Just when is this going to end? When on earth is this going to end? My patience has limits." Dong-hyun hurriedly pretended to be troubled and explained, "I'm extremely sorry. But please wait just a little longer. Moreover, if you guys keep continuously interrupting and bothering me like this, I might lose my focus. At that point, I'll have to start all over again. Me under day." Dong-hyun smirked with a sinister smile. "Wait, are you scared?" Dong-hyun casually taunted. "Ah, if you guys are scared, kid, 6,578, then feel free to retreat. I don't mind." This provocative. "If you want to retreat, go ahead, I don't mind." The words, remark, made the leader furious, popping veins appearing in full rage. He thought, is this guy crazy? He swung a sharp dagger up, roughly grabbed hostage Kim Mid. 6,583. Jun Seo's hair, jerked him backward, and pressed the blade right against his throat. Jun Seo yanked backward and held the knife close to his throat. The leader declared coldly, "You clearly stated 30 minutes. Since you broke your promise first, I'll take this kid's life. Don't blame me." Cha! Seeing the dagger pressed against the trembling, terrified hostage's neck, Dong-hyun broke out in cold sweat. The assassin raised his voice. "This is all your own fault." Just as he was about to swing his blade to kill, a spear flew in from nowhere at terrifying speed. A resounding clang echoed as the spear decisively blocked the sharp dagger right at the hostage's throat, snatching him from the jaws of death by a hair's breadth. The immense force pushing from the strike sent the assassin leader flying far away. He struggled to step back and angrily shouted, "Who launched this attack?" Staring wide-eyed ahead, he was completely shocked to see the culprit was a skeleton. Just an ordinary skeleton. Yet it was able to unleash such a terrifying attack. That was the summoned skeleton, Sanjiang, with its eyes glowing a majestic golden light. Dong-hyun gently sighed with regret. What a pity. But anyway, I'm very impressed that you guys could patiently wait for so long. Whoa! He leisurely walked forward, brushed his hair aside, and smiled smugly. Oh, but seriously, you guys really fell for the trick. Just standing there and taking the hit for all that time. Yeah, Thanks a lot, though. You guys helped me buy quite a bit of time. Whoa, the leader of the Monobyamabananeande. Assassins trembled with anger, grinding his teeth as he cursed. You bastard! How dare you humiliate me? Do you really think you can turn the tables? With just this slightly impressive skeleton? A surge of fierce, red murderous intent violently erupted around his body. Facing that fury, Dong-hun still maintained his confident smile. The leader decisively waved his hand and ordered all his subordinates. All assassins gather. Kill the hostage and capture that brat alive from me. Make him pay a heavy price for daring to deceive us. The group of assassins shouted in unison to acknowledge the order. The skeleton Sanjiang stamped its foot hard to gain momentum, and valiantly charged straight ahead. It swung its long spear, tearing through the wind, single-handedly sweeping through, and pushing back the assassins' attacks. Dong-hun stood in the back, watching with full confidence. He raised his black-gloved hand, firmly gripped the skull staff, and softly commanded, "Summon!" Immediately, a brilliant purple magic surged violently, calling forth an entire army of skeletons, awakening with sturdy shields and glowing bows and arrows, ready to crush the enemy. A close-up of Dong, a smug, sinister, and confident smile, as the trap was perfectly set.